Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome to the ultimate world of what-if hero fanfictions. Here, we explore alternate destinies, unstoppable quirk awakenings, and the darkest secrets the hero world never revealed. In today's video, we uncover a question that could change Izuku Midoriya's fate forever. What if Deku entered the Assassin's Creed universe? And hey, if you love powerful My Hero Academia alternate stories, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. Because we upload daily what if Deku videos you definitely don't want to miss. Alright, let's break past our limits, and witness how Deku's entire destiny is rewritten. Chapter 1. The air in Dagobah Beach didn't smell like salt today. It smelled like ozone and rusted metal, a sharp, chemical tang that clung to the back of Deku's throat. He stood knee-deep in a refuse pile, a shattered refrigerator door braced against his shoulder, his muscles screaming. The sun was a bloody bruise on the horizon, the sky streaked with purples and deep oranges that felt less like a sunset and more like a warning. One more load. Just one more. Then you're done for the day. Then you can go home, analyze the new footage of Hawks, update your notebook, maybe even sleep. The thought of sleep was a foreign, almost laughable concept. His body thrummed with a constant, low-grade ache, a familiar companion since he'd inherited one for all. It was the ache of power too vast for its container, of bones perpetually on the edge of breaking, of a heart that beat too fast, trying to keep up with the legacy it now carried. He heaved the door onto the growing mountain of sorted scrap. The clang echoed across the deserted beach, a lonely sound. Something flickered at the edge of his vision. A distortion in the light, like heat haze over asphalt, but cold. He turned, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his gloved hand. Probably just exhaustion. His eyes played tricks on him when he pushed too hard. Then the world tore. It wasn't a sound. It was a sensation, a violent unzipping of reality itself right in front of him. The space 10 feet away split open like a poorly stitched wound, revealing not the distant city skyline, but a dizzying, impossible panorama of terracotta rooftops, a soaring stone tower, and a sky of deep, velvety indigo speckled with unfamiliar stars. The shock was so total, so absolute, that Deku didn't even have time to gasp. One for All didn't flare. His brain short-circuited, discarding logic, discarding hero training, leaving only raw, animal instinct. A figure tumbled out of the tear. It was a man, dressed in strange, fitted clothes of white and red, a deep hood shadowing his face. He moved with a fluid, deadly grace even in his fall, twisting in midair to land in a crouch on the sand, one hand splayed for balance. His other hand held a weapon, a brutal, elegant thing of metal and hidden blades. The man's head snapped up. His eyes found Deku's. They weren't the eyes of a villain, full of malice or madness. They were the eyes of a winter river, deep, gray, and chillingly calm. Ancient. They held a weight of years Deku couldn't begin to fathom. The tear in reality snapped shut behind him with a sound like a thunderclap swallowed by cotton. The silence that followed was deafening. The stranger rose slowly. He didn't attack. He assessed. His gaze swept over Deku's sweaty training gear, the piles of garbage, the distant, anachronistic silhouette of a modern city. A faint, almost imperceptible frown touched his lips. Where is this? The man's voice was low, accented in a way Deku had never heard, each word precise and weary. Japan, Deku stammered, his own voice sounding impossibly young and thin. Musutafu. Dagobah Municipal Beach. The heroic recitation of his location was pure, automatic habit. Who are you? What was that? A quirk? Teleportation? Dimensional rift? The energy signature was all wrong. It didn't feel like a quirk activation at all, it felt more like. He clamped his mouth shut, the frantic muttering cutting off. The man didn't look like he was listening to the technical babble. He was staring at Deku's hands. At the faint, lingering green energy that crackled along Deku's skin when he was exhausted, the leftover static of One for All. You carry a light within you, the stranger said, his tone shifting from interrogative to observational. A powerful one. Forged, not born. How could he know that? Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through Deku's shock. This wasn't a villain attack. This was something else. Something his notebooks had no entries for. I'm a hero, Deku said, forcing strength into his voice. He shifted his stance, ready to activate full cowling. Or, I'm training to be one. You need to explain yourself. Now. The man gave a soft, humorless exhale. It wasn't a laugh. A hero. He said the word as if testing its flavor, and finding it strange. There are no heroes where I come from. Only men. And the choices they make in the dark. He sheathed his hidden blade with a quiet, deadly snick. The motion was so effortlessly final. My name is Ezio Auditore da Firenze. And I am lost. Before Deku could process the name, the strange accent, the admission, a new sound cut the air. Not the surreal rip of dimensions, but the familiar, terrifying whine of Nomu wings. From the direction of the city, a dark, hunched shape dropped from the low clouds, its trajectory erratic, aggressive. It had spotted them, or sensed the strange energy of the rift. The Nomu was a lower-tier type, but still a mass of exposed muscle, beaked face, and vacant eyes. It let out a guttural shriek and dove, talons extended, aimed for the easier, more confusing target, the strangely dressed man. Look out! Deku yelled, one for all flooding his legs. He'd have to push to 8%, maybe 10% to intercept. Ezio moved. It wasn't super speed. It was efficiency. Deadly, perfected, centuries-honed efficiency. He didn't leap away. He stepped into the dive. As the Nomu's talons swiped for his head, Ezio dropped, his body flowing beneath the blow like water. His hand shot up, not with a fist, but with that hidden blade. It wasn't a wild stab. It was a surgeon's strike. The tempered metal point found a gap in the Nomu's rough musculature, a tiny space at the base of its skull where the spinal cord met the brainstem. He plunged the blade in, twisted, and withdrew. The Nomu's shriek died in its throat. Its wings faltered. Its murderous momentum became a lifeless tumble. It crashed into the sand a few feet away, twitched once, and was still. Deku stood frozen, one for all sputtering out unused. He'd seen pros take down Nomu. He'd done it himself. But this was different. There was no overwhelming power, no spectacular explosion. It was quiet. It was intimate. It was a kill. A perfect, instantaneous kill executed with a calm that was more terrifying than any rage. Ezio flicked his wrist, clearing a single drop of black blood from the blade. He looked at the dead creature, then at Deku, his gray eyes unreadable. It was a beast. Mindless. A tool. He said it without satisfaction, without remorse. A simple statement of fact. You killed it, Deku whispered. The reality of heroics was stopping villains, capturing them. Death was a last, tragic resort, a failure. This man had made it his first. It sought to kill me, Ezio replied, as if explaining that water was wet. The fight is over. Now. He knelt by the Nomu, examining it with a detached curiosity. Its form is unnatural, twisted. What manner of place is this, where such things walk? Deku's mind was a whirlwind. The tear in reality. The deadly stranger. The Nomu's swift end. This was a crisis event far beyond a stray villain. He needed to contact All Might. The police. The Hero Commission. But something held him back. The man, Ezio, hadn't attacked him. Had answered his questions, however cryptically. And there was a profound, weary isolation in his stance, in those ancient eyes, that resonated with a part of Deku that understood carrying a weight no one else could see. You said you were lost, Deku said, his voice steadier. Where are you trying to go? Ezio stood, looking out at the darkening sea, then back at the city lights. Home. A place that, I fear, no longer exists in your time. He spoke the last word with dawning, grim realization. The artifact I was safeguarding, it malfunctioned. It did not send me across space, but across something wider. I am adrift, Ragazzo. A ghost in a world he does not know. A ghost. The word hung in the salty air. Deku thought of the vestiges within One for All, ghosts of past users guiding him. He thought of his own feeling of being an imposter in a world of born heroes. This man was a literal ghost, displaced from his own story. The sound of sirens began to wail in the distance. The Nomu's appearance would have triggered alerts. Figures would be here soon, heroes, police, possibly commission officials. Ezio heard them too. His body tensed, not with fear, but with the readiness of a predator sensing a new hunt. Or becoming the prey. He looked at Deku, a silent calculation in his gaze. Deku made a choice. A reckless, stupid, Izuku Midoriya choice. You can't be here when they arrive, Deku said quickly. They won't understand. They'll see the weapon, the kill. They'll see a threat. Come with me. Ezio's eyebrow arched slightly. You would shelter a stranger who just killed a monster in front of you. A stranger from nowhere. You're not from nowhere, Deku said, a sudden, fierce certainty in his gut. You're from somewhere. And you need help. That's what heroes do. Even when it's complicated. The sirens grew closer. Flashes of red and blue light painted the tops of the garbage piles. Ezio studied Deku for a long, silent moment. He saw the green energy, the determined, scarred hands, the eyes that held a power too big for them but also a stubborn, unwavering kindness. It was a combination he had not encountered in a very, very long time. Very well, ragazzo, Ezio said, the ghost of something resembling respect in his voice. Lead on. Deku didn't head for the main road. He led them deeper into the canyon of trash, along a narrow, hidden path he'd carved during his cleaning, a route that would spill them into a back alley several blocks away. He moved quickly, his mind racing ahead. He'd have to get Ezio to his dorm at UA. It was the only place he could think of that was both secure and understanding of the extraordinary. As they slipped from the beach into the shadowy alley, Deku glanced back. The first Hero Agency flyers were touching down on the sand, their spotlights sweeping over the dead Nomu. He looked at the man walking silently beside him, a silhouette of white and red against the grimy brick, a piece of living history utterly out of place. The weight of what he was doing settled on his shoulders, heavier than any refrigerator door. He had just invited a ghost, an assassin from another world, into his life. And as the distant lights faded behind them, swallowed by the city, Izuku Midoriya knew, with a cold clarity, that nothing would ever be simple again. Chapter 2. The backstreets of Musudafu after dark were a world away from the gleaming hero. Billboards and bustling main thoroughfares. Here, the shadows were thicker, the air smelled of damp concrete and distant fried food, and the only light came from the sickly yellow glow of security lamps. Deku moved with a nervous, hurried pace, his mind a frantic scroll of contingency plans and rising panic. Ezio walked beside him, a steady and unsettling calm. His footsteps made no sound. His eyes, constantly moving, missed nothing, the flicker of a CCTV camera, the shift of a cat in an alley, the distant silhouette of a patrolling hero on a rooftop 2 blocks over. He's scanning for threats. He's assessing escape routes. He's reading the entire city like a battlefield map. The analytical part of Deku's brain, the part that lived in his hero notebooks, was running at full throttle, equal parts terrified and mesmerized. Your city is loud, Ezio said quietly, his voice barely disturbing the hum of a distant generator. He wasn't talking about sound. He meant the visual noise, the clash of towering modern glass against old stone, the garish neon, the sheer chaotic energy of a world built by Quirks. And it sleeps with one eye open. There's a lot of crime, Deku admitted, keeping his voice low. Villains. But the heroes. I saw the billboards, Ezio interrupted, not unkindly. Men and women in bright costumes, selling their vigilance like a merchant sells cloth. Where I am from, such work is done in silence. In secret. To wear your purpose so openly, it is a strange courage. Or a profound vulnerability. Deku didn't know how to answer that. All Might's smiling face was the very symbol of hope, a beacon meant to deter evil. The idea of a hero working from the shadows was anathema to everything he'd been taught. Yet, this man had dropped a Nomu with a single, silent strike. The efficiency was horrifying. It was also undeniable. They reached the service entrance to the UA grounds, a heavy reinforced gate used for deliveries. Deku fumbled with his student ID card, his hands shaking. The scanner beeped green, and the gate clicked open just enough to slip through. This is my school, Deku whispered as they entered the sprawling, darkened campus. It's a hero academy. The safest place I know. Ezio's gaze swept over the futuristic buildings, the manicured training grounds, the imposing central tower. A fortress for soldiers of light, he murmured. And you bring a shadow through its back door. The guilt twisted in Deku's gut. He was violating about a dozen school security protocols. He was endangering his classmates by bringing an unknown element here. But the alternative, leaving Ezio out there for the police or the commission to find, felt worse. He'd seen the look in those gray eyes on the beach. Not just weariness, but a deep, fundamental disconnection. He was a man out of time. And Deku, of all people, understood what it was to hold a power that set you apart from the world. Sneaking into Heights Alliance was a nerve-shredding exercise in terror. Every creak of the floorboard sounded like a gunshot. Every rustle from a dorm room made his heart stop. He managed to get Ezio up the stairs and into his own room without being seen, closing the door with a soft, final click. The room was a shrine to heroics. All Might posters covered the walls. Figurines lined the shelves. Notebooks were stacked in precarious towers. For the first time, Deku saw it through a stranger's eyes, not as a collection of inspiration, but as the obsessive clutter of a fanboy. Ezio stood in the center of the small room, turning slowly. He examined a poster of All Might in his muscle form, mid-punch. "This is your ideal. This, Golden Giant. He's the greatest hero," Deku said, a defensive edge in his voice. "He saves everyone with a smile. He's why I'm here." A smile, Ezio repeated. He looked at Deku, then back at the poster. "A mask can be a powerful weapon. I have worn many." He turned away from the posters, his attention landing on the desk, on the open notebook filled with dense diagrams and notes on Mirio Tagata's permeation quirk. He leaned closer, not touching. "Your mind is your weapon as well. You study the art of combat. The strengths, the weaknesses. It's how I compensate," Deku said, the words coming out before he could stop them. "I wasn't born with a power. I had to learn, to analyze." Ezio finally looked directly at him, and the intensity of that gaze was a physical weight. "You carry the light now. I can see it, coiled inside you like a sleeping dragon. It is a borrowed flame, yes. Given, not earned by blood." The accuracy was chilling. Deku could only nod, his throat tight. "Then the debt is great," Ezio said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "And the path to making it your own will be written in scars. I know something of inherited burdens." A sudden, sharp knock on the door made Deku jump nearly out of his skin. "Midoriya." It was Tenya Iida's voice, precise and concerned. "I observed your return on the perimeter security log at a late hour, and your biometric signature indicated elevated stress levels. Is everything in order? Do you require assistance?" Panic, cold and immediate, flooded Deku's system. Iida was class president. He was rules incarnate. If he saw Ezio moved. It was a blur of white. He didn't hide. He simply vanished from the center of the room. 1 second he was by the desk, the next he was a condensed shadow in the far corner, behind the open door, his body folded into a space that seemed too small to contain him. He held perfectly still, becoming just another part of the darkness. He gave a single, slow nod to Deku. "He's trusting me to handle this." Deku took a shuddering breath, forced a smile he didn't feel, and opened the door just a crack. "Iida. Hey. Yeah, everything's fine. Just had a really intense late workout at the beach. Pushed too hard. You know how it is." He let out a weak laugh. Iida peered at him, his glasses glinting. "Your regimen is commendable, but rest is a crucial component of a hero's training." The security log also indicated an unidentified energy signature near the service gate preceding your arrival. It was brief, but the system flagged it. "Did you witness anything anomalous?" The system had sensed the rift. Of course it had. UA's security was designed to detect quirk usage and dimensional breaches from villains like Kurogiri. "Anomalous? No, not really," Deku stammered, his mind blanking. "Maybe a stray emitter quirk from the city. Or a glitch. The beach area gets weird energy sometimes from all the old electronics," he was rambling. He was terrible at this. Iida's stern expression softened slightly with concern. "You appear flushed and disoriented, Midoriya. I insist you hydrate and retire immediately. If you suspect any security irregularity, it is our duty to report it to Mr. Aizawa." "No. I mean, it's okay, really. I'm just tired. I'll report it in the morning if I remember anything. Promise." Deku's smile felt like it was cracking his face. Iida looked at him for another long, uncomfortable moment, then gave a sharp nod. "Very well. But I will check the perimeter logs again myself. Good night, Midoriya." "Good night, Iida." Deku closed the door and slumped against it, his heart hammering against his ribs. He waited, listening to Iida's receding, precise footsteps. After a full minute of silence, Ezio unfolded himself from the corner. He moved back to the center of the room, his expression unreadable. "Your friend is observant. And loyal to his code. These are not bad traits. He's going to check the logs," Deku groaned, running a hand through his hair. "They'll see the spike. They'll question me. Then we have until dawn," Ezio said simply. He sat on the edge of Deku's bed, the action looking strangely normal and utterly alien at the same time. Tell me of this world, Izuku Midoriya. Of its rules. Of its quirks. I must understand the battlefield if I am to navigate it. And so, through the small hours of the night, Deku talked. He explained the emergence of quirks, the collapse of the old world order, the rise of heroes and villains. He spoke of one for all for one, of the secret war that underpinned their society. He showed Ezio news clips on his computer, All Might's fights, Stain's ideology, the chaos of the paranormal liberation war. Ezio listened. He did not interrupt. He watched the videos with the focus of a strategist studying enemy formations. When Deku finished, hoarse and exhausted, the first hints of gray were touching the sky outside the window. A world where power is a genetic lottery, Ezio summarized, his voice gravelly with fatigue. And those who win the lottery choose to be guardians or tyrants. The masses, the ones without power, are sheep caught between. It is not so different from my own time. Only the aesthetics have changed. He stood, walking to the window. This, all for one. A man who collects power, who operates from the shadows, who views people as possessions. I have known his kind. They are a poison in the bloodstream of history. They must be cut out. The cold finality in his tone made Deku shiver. It's not that simple. He's too powerful. And killing him, that's not what heroes do. Ezio looked over his shoulder, his profile etched in the dawn light. What do heroes do, then, when faced with a poison that cannot be captured? That will always break free. Do they let it continue to infect, in the name of a purity that costs innocent lives? He turned fully. You carry a power meant to stop him. A power of legacy. Tell me, Ragazzo, did the ones who came before you pass it on hoping you would simply detain the darkness? Or did they hope you would end it? The question hung in the air, awful and necessary. Nana Shimura's smiling, tragic face flashed in Deku's mind. The vestiges had shown him their pain, their failures. Had they wanted an end to the cycle? He didn't know. He'd never let himself think that far. A soft chime came from Deku's computer, a UA system-wide alert. He lunged for it, his blood running cold. Security notice. Review of perimeter logs from 2300-0100 hours reveals an unclassified energy event at Sector Delta 7, Municipal Beach. Event bears non-quirk resonance. All students are to report any unusual observations to homeroom instructors immediately. Pro-hero Eraserhead has been dispatched for investigation. Eraserhead. Of course. The teacher who could cancel quirks. The man who saw through every lie. Deku's head snapped up to look at Ezio. They're coming. My teacher, he'll find you. He'll know. Ezio's gaze was steady. Then I will not be here when he arrives. He reached into a pouch on his belt and withdrew a small, complex device of polished brass and weird, glowing crystals. It was utterly unlike any technology Deku had ever seen. The apple's pulse created the rift that brought me here. Its echo is faint, but it is a thread. I must find a place of resonance, a locus of similar energy, to attempt to recalibrate it. To find my way back, or at least to understand where, and when, I am. A place of resonance. What does that mean? Power calls to power, Ezio said cryptically. Old power. Your world is new, but it is built upon the old. There will be places where the fabric is thin. He looked at Deku, a decision hardening in his eyes. You have shown me trust. A dangerous kindness. I will not bring the eyes of your heroes down upon you. I will disappear. But where will you go? You don't know this world. I know cities. I know how to be a ghost. Ezio moved to the window, testing the latch. It opened silently. The cool morning air rushed in. But I may need a guide. Someone who understands the light and the shadows of this age. The choice is yours, Izuku Midoriya. You can close this window and return to your world of smiling heroes. Or you can step into the gray with me. He placed one foot on the windowsill, a figure poised between a dorm room and the vast, unknown city. Meet me at sundown. The clock tower in the old city district. If you come, we will find the resonance. If you do not, consider our paths crossed, and parted. And without another word, he dropped. No flashy leap. No crackle of energy. Just a silent fall, followed by the softest thud from the grass below, and then nothing. Deku rushed to the window, leaning out. The grounds were empty. It was as if Ezio Auditore had never been there at all. He stood there as the sun rose, painting UA in gold. The alert on his computer screen glowed ominously. In a few hours, Aizawa-sensei would be questioning him. His friends would be worried. The safe, structured path of the hero student lay before him, clear and demanding. And all he could see was the shadow of a man from another time, falling silently into the dawn, offering a path into everything he'd been taught to avoid. A path that spoke of endings, not captures. Of truths, not symbols. The weight of the choice pressed down on him, heavier than any legacy. He looked at his scarred hands, at the green energy that flickered weakly in his veins. Did they hope you would end it? Asterisk. The bell for morning wake-up chimed, cheerful and normal. Down the hall, he could hear Kaminari laughing and Ishido's loud greeting. Izuku Midoriya closed the window, his reflection in the glass looking strangely old. He had until sundown to decide. To be a hero, or to become something else entirely. Chapter 3. The homeroom bell was a physical blow to Deku's nervous system. He sat at his desk, posture rigid, trying to mimic the familiar slump of exhaustion without betraying the hurricane of anxiety inside. The usual morning chatter, Kirishima's booming laugh, Ishido's energetic gossip, Kaminari's failed attempts to impress Jiro, washed over him like static. He was an island of cold dread in a warm, noisy sea. He kept his eyes fixed on the empty hallway through the classroom door, waiting for the shuffling gate and the capture weapon that heralded Aizawa-sensei's arrival. Every second was a hammer strike on his conscience. He'll know. He always knows. He'll take one look at me and see the lie. He'll ask about the beach. He'll ask about the energy signature. What do I say? What can I say? Asterisk. The memory of Ezio's gray eyes, the silent fall from the window, the impossible choice laid at his feet, eclipsed everything. The assassin's words echoed, mixing with the vestiges, whispers in his mind. A path written in scars. Did they hope you would end it? Asterisk. Deku. Uraraka's voice, soft and concerned, cut through his spiraling thoughts. She'd leaned over from the desk beside him, her brow furrowed. You're super pale. And you're buzzing. Like, literally. Your fingers are sparking. He looked down. Faint green tendrils of energy were crackling over his knuckles, a visible manifestation of his runaway stress. He clenched his fists, forcing one for all back down. Sorry. Didn't sleep well. Intense dreams. She didn't look convinced. Did you push too hard cleaning the beach again? You know you gotta take care of yourself, silly. Her kindness was a fresh wave of guilt. He was lying to her. To all of them. I'm fine, really, he mumbled, offering a smile that felt like broken glass. A shadow fell across the doorway. Not Aizawa. All Might, in his skeletal form, stood there in his rumpled suit. The usual cheerful, anemic smile was gone, replaced by a grim, bone-deep weariness. The entire class fell silent, sensing the shift in the air. Good morning, young heroes, he said, his voice lacking its customary boom. It was just a man's voice, tired and heavy. Mr. Aizawa is detained. There was a significant security incident last night that requires his full attention. I will be overseeing homeroom today. Detained. The word sent a chill through Deku's spine. Aizawa was on the beach, right now, sifting through the sand where a man from the Renaissance had killed a Nomu. All Might's eyes, sunken but still piercing, swept the room. They lingered on Deku for a fraction of a second too long. Did he know? Had the security logs shown Deku's ID used at the gate right after the event? A cold sweat broke out on the back of Deku's neck. The incident is contained, All Might continued, addressing the class but his gaze subtly holding Deku's. But it is a reminder. The world beyond these walls is unpredictable. Threats can emerge from unexpected vectors. Constant vigilance is not just a motto. It is the price of the power you wield. The lesson that followed was a blur. All Might spoke about contingency planning, about analyzing unknown threats, about the ethical weight of a hero's first response. Every topic felt like a personal indictment. Deku's mind was a split screen, one half frantically trying to follow the lecture, the other replaying the silent, deadly efficiency of Ezio's blade. When the bell finally rang for first period, Deku shot up, intending to flee to the bathroom, to just breathe. Young Midoriya. All Might's voice stopped him at the door. The rest of the class filtered out, giving them curious looks. Uraraka paused, worried, but a small shake of Deku's head sent her on. Once they were alone in the empty classroom, All Might closed the door. The sound was final. He leaned against the teacher's desk, his large frame seeming to sag. The Security Council met at dawn, he said without preamble, his voice low. Anomalous energy spike at Dagoba Beach. Non-Quirk in origin. Temporal and spatial distortions detected by satellites in low orbit. Then a Nomu kill, confirmed by forensics. Cause of death, a single, precise puncture to the medulla oblongata. The weapon was thin, tapered. Not a bullet. Not a blade any of our databases recognize. He looked at Deku, and the kindness in his eyes was now layered with a profound, paternal fear. The gate logs show your student ID was used to access the campus 15 minutes after the event. The system also registered a second, unidentified biometric signature with you. Faint, almost, archaic in its metabolic readings. Deku's mouth was desert dry. He couldn't speak. I am not your homeroom teacher, All Might said. But I am the one who gave you my power. I am the one who is responsible for the target that now lives on your back. So I will ask you this once, as the man who believes in you more than anyone in this world, what happened on that beach last night? The weight of the question crushed him. He wanted to tell the truth. To spill everything about the terror in the world, the assassin, the choice. But the image of Ezio's calm, lost face rose in his mind. He wasn't a villain. He was a castaway. Handing him over to the Commission, to whatever secret protocols existed for interdimensional anomalies, felt like a betrayal of that fundamental, confused humanity. And deeper still, a selfish, terrifying thought. Ezio had asked a question no hero had ever asked him. A question about the endgame. About the true cost of legacy. I was finishing my cleaning, Deku started, his voice trembling. He looked at the floor, unable to meet All Might's eyes. There was a flash of light. Like lightning but silent. Then the Nomu appeared. It attacked. There was a man there. He defended himself. He killed it. Then he ran. I was scared. I came back to campus. I didn't get a good look at him. It all happened so fast. It was a patchwork of truth and lies, stitched together with panic. He chanced a glance up. All Might was silent for a long moment. The disappointment in his face was a physical wound. He didn't believe the lie. But he also heard the unspoken plea in Deku's evasion. This man, All Might said slowly, choosing his words with immense care. His method of combat. Was it disciplined? Deku gave a tiny, stiff nod. All Might closed his eyes, a pained expression crossing his gaunt features. The council is calling it a gray event. An unknown, potentially extradimensional incursion. The protocols are severe, young Midoriya. Shoot to neutralize orders for any unidentified entities matching the profile. Eraserhead is leading a citywide quiet search. The Commission wants this contained, studied, or eliminated before the public gets wind of it. Panic is a greater enemy than any single villain. Shoot to neutralize. The clinical term for a kill order. Deku's stomach turned to ice. You are hiding something, All Might stated, his voice soft but unyielding. I can see the conflict in you. I will not force it from you. That is not my way. But you must understand the position you are in. If you are protecting this individual, if you have any knowledge of his whereabouts or nature, you are walking a line that could end your career before it begins. It could brand you a traitor in the eyes of the very system you wish to uphold. He pushed off the desk and walked to the window, looking out over the peaceful campus. The symbol of peace was a lie I told to comfort the world. But the truth is, peace is built on countless, hidden battles. On choices made in the dark that never see the light. Sometimes, the right choice for a person is the wrong choice for a hero. He turned back, his blue eyes blazing with a fierce, protective intensity. I need to know you are safe. I need to know this burden you carry, our burden, has not led you into a darkness you cannot escape. The words were a lifeline and a condemnation. All Might was giving him an out, a chance to confess, to be protected. But he was also acknowledging the impossible gray area Deku had stumbled into. I'm safe, Deku whispered, the lie ash in his mouth. I'm just confused. All Might watched him for another heartbeat, then sighed, the sound full of infinite weariness. Confusion is the birthplace of wisdom, if you have the courage to face it. Class is waiting. Go. Deku fled. The rest of the school day was a torture chamber of normalcy. He flubbed an answer in modern hero art history. He nearly broke his finger during a controlled exercise in foundational heroics, his focus shattered. Bakugo's sneers felt distant, meaningless. Every time he saw a teacher, his heart leapt into his throat, expecting Aizawa to appear and erase his quirk, to demand the truth with that dead-eyed stare. His phone buzzed incessantly in his pocket, texts from Uraraka, Iida, even Todoroki asking if he was all right. He couldn't answer. The words wouldn't form. When the final bell rang, he moved like an automaton, gathering his things. He had a choice to make. A path to choose. He walked out of the main building, the afternoon sun warm on his face. He could go to the dorms. He could do his homework. He could talk to his friends, laugh it off, fall back into the comforting rhythm of the student hero. He could tell All Might everything tonight and let the professionals handle it. That was the smart choice. The heroic choice. He found his feet carrying him away from Heights Alliance, towards the main gate. Midoriya. Hey. He froze. It was Shoto Todoroki, standing by the courtyard fountain, his expression its usual neutral mask, but his eyes sharp. You've been off all day, Todoroki stated, walking over. It's more than fatigue. It's the same look you had during the war. When you were carrying secrets. Deku's breath hitched. I'm fine, Todoroki. Really? You're a terrible liar, Todoroki said bluntly, but not unkindly. Iida is convinced you witnessed a security breach and are suffering from delayed shock. Uraraka thinks you're overworking. Bakugo thinks you're being a damn useless nerd. He paused. I think something happened that doesn't fit in a notebook. Deku said nothing, his jaw clenched. Todoroki glanced around, ensuring they were alone. There are rumors among the staff. An incident. Aizawa-sensei is off-grid. All Might looked like he'd seen a ghost this morning. His heterochromatic eyes held Deku's. You were at the beach last night. It wasn't a question. Deku's silence was confirmation enough. Todoroki nodded, as if a hypothesis had been proven. Whatever it is, you don't have to carry it alone. That's what we're here for. Class 1A. We've bled for each other. We've broken rules for each other. The offer was a powerful temptation. To share the burden, to have his friends at his side. But the image of Ezio, a man out of time, hunted by his own world's authorities, stopped him. Bringing his friends into a gray event, with shoot to neutralize orders, would be the ultimate betrayal. It would risk their futures, their lives. I can't, Deku said, the words tearing out of him. Not this time. This is something I have to do alone. To understand. Todoroki studied him for a long moment. He saw the fear, the resolve, the terrible weight of a decision already made. He didn't like it, but he understood duty that transcended friendship. Then be careful, Todoroki said finally, his voice low. And remember, even in the dark, you're not as alone as you think. Fire and ice can be subtle when they need to be. With a final, meaningful look, he turned and walked back towards the dorms, leaving Deku standing alone. The message was clear, I won't stop you. But I'm watching. The sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky in oranges and purples. The old city district, with its preserved Meiji-era buildings and the iconic clock tower, was a 30-minute train ride away. Deku stood at the UA gate, the divide between the sanctuary of his future and the uncertainty of the past. He thought of All Might's disappointed eyes. Of Uraraka's concern. Of Iida's unwavering rules. He thought of the smiling symbol and the bloody, hidden truth of the war against All for One. Then he thought of a single, precise strike in the sand. A question about endings. An offer to see the world not in black and white, but in the gray where history was written. He took a deep, shuddering breath, the scent of ozone and iron from last night seeming to cling to him still. He stepped through the gate. He didn't look back. The city swallowed him, its evening crowds oblivious to the quiet earthquake happening in the heart of a green-haired boy. He navigated the trains, his body on autopilot, his mind a silent scream of doubt and resolve. The old city district was a world of narrow lanes, wooden facades, and the gentle glow of paper lanterns. The clock tower rose above the rooftops, its ancient face illuminated against the twilight sky. Deku stood in the shadow of a nearby shrine torii gate, his heart a drum against his ribs. He didn't see Ezio. The square was mostly empty, just a few tourists packing up, an old man sweeping the steps of a closed shop. Had he left? Had he been found? Was this all a mistake? A feather, white and gray, drifted down from the roof of the clock tower, landing softly at Deku's feet. He looked up. There, perched on a stone gargoyle near the very top, a silhouette against the darkening blue, sat Ezio Auditore. He was still, a part of the architecture. Watching. He'd been waiting. He'd seen Deku arrive. Ezio stood, balanced effortlessly on the narrow ledge. Then he simply stepped off. Deku's breath caught, but there was no fall. Ezio descended in a series of impossible, silent movements. A controlled drop to a lower roof, a fluid roll, a leap to a protruding beam, a swing to a balcony, his body moving with a gravity-defying grace that had nothing to do with quirks. It was pure, perfected technique. Momentum, leverage, and fearless precision. He landed in the shadow of the Torii gate beside Deku without a sound, straightening his robes. "You came," Ezio said. There was no surprise in his voice. Only a quiet acknowledgement. "I don't know why," Deku admitted, his voice barely a whisper. "Yes, you do," Ezio replied. He looked up at the clock tower, then at the surrounding old buildings. "This place, it breathes of a different time. The stone remembers. Come. The apple is stirring. It feels a thread here. A whisper of an older world beneath your new one." He began to walk, not into the main streets, but into a tight alleyway that smelled of damp earth and moss. Deku followed, his hero training screaming at him about alleys, ambushes, and the unknown. At the back of the alley was a blank stone wall, part of the foundation of an ancient warehouse. Ezio approached it, running his fingers over the mortar. He pressed in 3 specific spots, his touch delicate. With a soft grating sound, a section of the wall, a perfect, seamless block, sank inward and slid aside, revealing a dark, descending staircase. The air that wafted out was cold and carried the scent of wet rock and age. How did you know that was there?" Deku gasped. "The apple shows me possibilities. Lines of history in the stone," Ezio said, his voice echoing slightly as he started down the stairs. "This city is a parchment, written and rewritten over centuries. Your age has built upon the secrets of the last, forgetting they were ever there. This is a place that was meant to be hidden. A place of the assassins." The word hung in the dank air. Assassins. Not villains. Not heroes. Something else entirely. Deku hesitated at the threshold, the darkness below yawning like a mouth. This was the point of no return. Up there was the world of heroes, of light, of answers that fit in notebooks. Down there was the gray. He thought of Todoroki's words. "Even in the dark, you're not as alone as you think." Asterisk. He took a step down. Then another. The hidden door slid shut behind him, sealing them in utter blackness. Ahead, Ezio's white robes were a faint ghost, and in his hand, the strange device, the apple, began to glow with a soft, golden light, illuminating a cavernous, forgotten space below. And from the depths, a new, mechanical hum answered its glow, a sound that was not ancient at all, but chillingly, terrifyingly modern. Chapter 4 Asterisk. The air in the hidden chamber was a tangible thing, cold, still, and thick with the dust of centuries. The golden light from Ezio's apple device cast long, dancing shadows, revealing a vaulted stone ceiling supported by heavy, hand-hewn beams. They were in a sub-basement. A forgotten cellar from a time before quirks, before Musudafu was a city of heroes. Crates, long rotted to pulp, lined the walls. The smell was of deep earth and slow decay. But the hum, that was wrong. It was a clean, electric vibration, a low-frequency thrum that felt entirely out of place amidst the antiquity. It came from the far end of the chamber. Ezio moved forward, his steps silent on the stone floor. The apple's glow intensified, its internal crystals pulsing in time with the hum. Deku followed, his own breathing loud in the silence, the green flicker of one for all in his veins his only source of comfort. They rounded a collapsed shelf. And there, nestled against the ancient wall as if it had grown there, was a machine. It was a seamless blend of sleek, brushed metal and organic, vein-like conduits that pulsed with a faint blue light. It stood about 8 feet tall, shaped vaguely like an upright cocoon. Panels on its surface displayed scrolling streams of data in a language Deku didn't recognize, geometric symbols and shifting patterns. Wires, thick and insulated, snaked from its base and disappeared into a crack in the stone floor, as if tapping into the city's power grid. It was clearly advanced technology. But it had the same eerie, ancient feel as the apple. A sense of something old wearing a new skin. "What is it?" Deku whispered, his analytical mind struggling to categorize the device. It's not any support gear I've ever seen. The energy signature, it's similar to the tear on the beach, but stabilized. Contained. Ezio approached the machine cautiously, the apple held before him like a divining rod. It is a piece of Eden. Of a different kind than the apple. A sentinel. Or a beacon. He reached out a hand but did not touch it. It is active. Listening. Listening to what? To time. To possibility. Ezio's gray eyes were fixed on the scrolling symbols. My apple and this device, they are from the same source. A civilization that came before all others. They called themselves the Isu. They built these tools to see the strands of fate, to manipulate reality. This one, he traced a symbol in the air. It is a focusing lens. It does not create rifts. It amplifies them, stabilizes points of thinness. Deku's mind raced, connecting fragments. You think it's what brought you here? That it created a thin point at the beach? Or it was drawn to the thin point my arrival created, Ezio countered. The energy resonates. It calls to itself across, whatever this distance is. He looked at Deku, his expression grim. If my people had such a device in my time, I would not know of it. This is from a later age. Or a different branch of the same terrible tree. A soft chime emanated from the machine. A panel slid open on its front, revealing a shallow indentation. The shape was unmistakable, a perfect match for the apple in Ezio's hand. It wants the key, Ezio murmured. You can't put it in there. Deku hissed, stepping forward. We don't know what it will do. It could open another rift, or summon something worse. Knowledge is always a risk, ragazzo, Ezio said, but he made no move to insert the apple. To remain ignorant is a greater one. This machine is a link. A link to my home, perhaps. Or a link to understanding why I am here. The choice, again, is yours. We can leave this place, seal it, and pretend we never saw it. Or we can ask it a question. Deku stared at the pulsing, waiting machine. This was it. The true divergence. This wasn't just about helping a lost man. This was about interacting with a technology that predated humanity, that played with the fabric of reality. The hero in him screamed to report this, to get All Might, to have it studied and contained by experts. But the student in him, the one who broke his bones to understand a power he didn't earn, burned with a desperate, undeniable need to know. What question? Deku asked, his voice hollow. The only one that matters, Ezio said. He held up the apple. Its light bathed his weathered face. Where do I belong? Before Deku could answer, the chamber's only entrance, the stairs they'd come down, flooded with stark, white light. The hidden door was still open. Freeze. Hands where we can see them. The voice was electronically modulated, cold, and utterly devoid of heroics. Figures clad in sleek, black tactical armor with full-face helmets poured down the stairs, their movements synchronized and lethal. They carried rifles not meant for capture, high caliber, with glowing barrels that hummed with restrained energy. These weren't police. They weren't even standard hero agency enforcers. On their shoulders was a discreet insignia Deku had only seen in classified briefings, a stylized eye over a globe. The Global Hero Security Commission's cleanup squad. The people who handled gray events. Ezio was a statue, his body angled subtly, ready to flow into violence or flight. Deku's heart hammered against his ribs. They found us. How? Asterisk. One of the soldiers stepped forward, his rifle trained unwaveringly on Ezio's center mass. Unknown entity designated, Gray 1. You are in violation of extradimensional containment protocols. You will surrender the foreign artifact and submit to detainment. Non-compliance will be met with terminal force. His helmeted head turned to Deku. Student Midoriya, Izuku. You are in violation of UA security protocols and are complicit in harboring a Class Omega threat. Stand down and you will not be harmed. Move to the wall. The orders were absolute. There was no room for negotiation. These men were not here to talk. They were here to erase a problem. Ezio spoke, his voice calm, almost conversational, in the face of the guns. You point your toys at a man who has faced armies. You speak of protocols to one who has seen empires rise and fall on the whims of men who thought as you do. He didn't look at the soldiers. He looked at the machine, then at the apple in his hand. You wish to contain what you cannot understand. A familiar song. Final warning, the lead soldier intoned, his finger tightening on the trigger. In that split second, Deku saw it all unfold. Ezio would move. He would kill, or be killed. The soldiers would open fire in the confined space. The machine, the apple, could be damaged, could detonate, could do anything. He couldn't let it happen. He had to stop it. But how? Fighting the commission was unthinkable. Letting them take Ezio felt like a death sentence. His eyes met Ezio's. In those ancient gray depths, he saw no fear. Only a weary acceptance, and a silent question, which path, ragazzo? Deku made his choice. He didn't attack the soldiers. He didn't plead. He moved towards the machine. Midoriya, stand down. The lead soldier barked, his rifle swinging to track him. It's a focusing lens. Deku yelled, the words tumbling out in a frantic rush. He positioned himself between the soldiers and the machine, his arms spread. It amplifies temporal energy. If you fire energy weapons in here, you could cause a feedback loop. You could rip a hole in reality right under Musudafu. Is that part of your protocol? He was bluffing. He had no idea if that was true. But it sounded plausible, based on what Ezio had said. He was using their own fear of the unknown against them. The soldiers hesitated, just for a moment. Their orders were to neutralize, but causing a catastrophic dimensional event would be a failure beyond measure. That moment was all Ezio needed. He didn't go for the soldiers. He moved like liquid shadow, not towards the threat, but towards the opportunity. In one fluid motion, he placed the apple into the waiting indentation on the machine. The effect was instantaneous. The machine, hum rose to a deafening whine. The blue light in its veins flared blindingly bright. The apple glowed like a captured sun, its light lancing out not in a destructive beam, but in a shimmering, holographic wave that filled the chamber. Images flickered around them, superimposed on the stone walls. Not pictures, but memories. Or possibilities. Deku saw a sun-drenched piazza with soaring duomos and crowds in Renaissance dress, Ezio's Florence. He saw a vast, futuristic city of gleaming spires under a binary star, a place no human had ever seen. He saw a battlefield where figures in hero costumes clashed with monstrous, shifting shadows. He saw a quiet, green hill under a familiar blue sky, a hill that looked like the one behind his own childhood home. The temporal lens was showing them threads, Ezio's past, possible futures, fragments of worlds. The soldiers recoiled, disoriented by the sensory overload. Take the shot. Disable the device. But the machine was no longer passive. The holographic wave solidified into a spinning vortex of light in the center of the room, a miniature star of fractured timelines. The air crackled with static, and the stone beneath their feet began to vibrate. A voice, synthesized and ancient, echoed from the machine, speaking in the same geometric language that scrolled across its surface. But in their minds, they understood its meaning. Query. Locus of origin. Query. Locus of belonging. Conflict detected. Resolving paradox. The vortex pulsed. The images focused, collapsing into a single, coherent stream. It showed a specific point in space and time. Not Renaissance Italy, not this hidden chamber, but a location in modern Musudafu. A nondescript, government-owned warehouse on the industrial docks. The image zoomed in, through walls, to reveal an inner sanctum. And there, on a pedestal, surrounded by monitoring equipment and bathed in a sterile light, was another artifact. A broken, twisted piece of metal and crystal, inert, but unmistakably of the same origin as the apple and the machine. Paradox resolution. Synchronize with cognate frequency. Cognate artifact detected. Coordinates locked. The machine had found its answer. Ezio didn't belong in his past. He was here because something else from his world was already here. A piece of the same puzzle, hidden away by the very authorities now pointing guns at him. The lead soldier's face, behind his helmet, must have paled. That's a level 0 classified asset. How is it? Contain this. Now. The vortex of light stabilized, becoming a tunnel, a doorway of shimmering energy. It didn't lead to another dimension. The view through it was hazy, shifting, but it clearly showed the interior of that distant warehouse vault. The machine had created a temporary, localized bridge. A short-range, pinpoint rift. Ezio understood faster than anyone. The soldiers were regrouping, their weapons powering up to a dangerous whine, no longer caring about collateral damage. The machine had revealed a secret, and now they needed to silence everything in this chamber. The path is open, Ezio shouted over the din. He looked at Deku, a fierce, wild light in his eyes. The truth is there. Come, or stay and explain to your masters what you have seen. He didn't wait. He lunged, not for the soldiers, but for the light tunnel. He passed through the shimmering surface and vanished. Deku stood frozen, trapped between the advancing cleanup squad and the impossible doorway. The soldiers raised their rifles. Student Midoriya, do not follow. That is a direct order. But the order meant nothing. The machine had shown him a secret the commission was hiding. A piece of the very mystery that had stranded Ezio here. If he stayed, he'd be detained, questioned, his future erased. All Might's warning about being branded a traitor flashed in his mind. He looked at the spinning light, at the vague shape of the warehouse vault beyond. He thought of Ezio's words. The right choice for a person is the wrong choice for a hero. Asterisk. Izuku Midoriya took a running leap into the light. The sensation was like being pulled through a waterfall of static. There was no sound, no air, just a dizzying rush of disorientation. Then he was stumbling out onto a cold, polished concrete floor, the taste of ozone sharp on his tongue. He was in a vast, high-ceilinged warehouse space, converted into a high-tech lab. The walls were lined with monitors and containment fields. In the center, under a dome of reinforced glass, sat the broken artifact, a jagged shard of gold and brass, silent and dead. Ezio was already there, crouched behind a console, his hidden blade extended. Across the room, 6 more cleanup squad soldiers were scrambling from their monitoring stations, their surprise turning to tactical alertness. They weren't alone in the vault. Standing beside the containment dome, dressed in a crisp suit, a tablet in his hand, was a man Deku recognized with a jolt of dread. His hair was neat, his face was sharp and intelligent, and his eyes were hidden behind reflecting glasses. It was Mr. Yutaka, a senior liaison from the Hero Public Safety Commission. He'd visited UA before, always smiling, always talking about public trust and acceptable parameters. He was not smiling now. He looked from the shimmering rift still hanging in the air behind Deku, to Ezio, to Deku himself. A slow, cold smile spread across his face, devoid of any warmth. "Well, Mr. Yutaka said, his voice smooth as oil. This is a far more efficient outcome than we anticipated. The anomaly has delivered itself to the primary research site. And brought us a fascinating, bonus subject." His gaze lingered on Deku. The 9th holder, in the flesh. How instructive. The temporal rift flickered and collapsed behind them, sealing off their retreat. The soldiers fanned out, weapons raised. They were trapped in the heart of the Commission's most secret vault, with a man who looked at them not as people, but as specimens. Ezio rose to his full height, his gaze locked on the broken artifact under the glass. "You have a piece of Eden," he said, his voice cutting through the hum of the lab equipment. "You dug it up. And you have been poking at it with sticks, trying to make the fire without understanding the burn." Mr. Yutaka's smile didn't waver. "We understand enough. It is a source of energy beyond quirks. A key to a new paradigm of control. And you are a user manual written in flesh. Your value is incalculable." He nodded to the soldiers. "Take the ancient. Keep him alive. The boy, try not to damage him too severely. All Might would be displeased." As the soldiers advanced, Ezio looked at Deku, a new understanding in his eyes. They weren't just fugitives anymore. They were prey. And the hunters wore suits and smiles. Chapter 5 Asterisk. The sterile white light of the laboratory felt surgical, cutting. It erased shadows, leaving nowhere to hide. The only color in the room came from the muted glow of monitor screens and the faint, dormant gold of the broken artifact under its glass prison. 6 soldiers. Their movements were a synchronized nightmare of efficiency, a stark contrast to the wild, unpredictable chaos of villains Deku was used to. They didn't announce their attacks. They didn't taunt. They simply advanced, forming a tightening perimeter, their energy rifles humming as they cycled to a higher setting. The sound was a dentist's drill pressed against Deku's skull. Mr. Yutaka watched from beside the containment dome, his hands clasped behind his back, an academic observing a fascinating, volatile experiment. "Remember," he said, his voice a calm, poisonous drip in the tense silence. "The artifact's resonance is fragile. Excessive concussive force or high-energy discharges could trigger an uncontrolled cascade. Precision is key." His orders weren't for Ezio or Deku. They were for his men. "Keep the specimens intact. Break them quietly. Deku's mind, usually a whirlwind of analysis, had crystallized into a single, sharp point of fear. These weren't enemies he could reason with, appeal to, or outsmart with heroics. They were a system. A cold, impersonal machine that had classified him as a bonus subject. His future, his dream, it meant nothing here. He fell into a fighting stance, green energy crackling along his limbs. 5%. He'd have to push to 8, maybe 10, to match their speed. But in this enclosed space, with that fragile artifact, do not use your power. Ezio's voice cut through his panic, low and absolute. He hadn't moved from his crouch. His eyes were on the soldiers, but his words were for Deku. They want the spectacle. They want to measure it. To see what the ninth holder can do. Deny them. Your mind is your weapon now. Watch. Learn. Before Deku could process the command, the first soldier struck. Not with his rifle, but with a lunge, a gloved hand shooting out to grab Ezio's wrist in a crushing grip meant to disable. Ezio didn't pull away. He flowed into the grip, his body pivoting, using the soldier's own momentum. His free hand came up, not as a fist, but with fingers extended, striking like a snake at the juncture of the soldier's armored neck and shoulder. There was a muffled grunt, a brief stagger, a pressure point strike through the armor's seams. In that moment of imbalance, Ezio's captured wrist twisted, not to break free, but to hook around the soldier's arm. He dropped his weight, pulling the man forward and down. There was a sickening crack of armor plating hitting the concrete floor, followed by the softer thud of a helmeted head. The soldier went limp. It had taken 3 seconds. Silent. Brutally efficient. No quirks. No flashy moves. Just anatomy, physics, and ruthless intent. The other soldiers didn't hesitate. They adapted. 2 came at Ezio from opposite sides, their rifles now used as blunt clubs, aiming to batter him into submission. Ezio became a phantom between them. He ducked under a swing, his leg sweeping out to catch the second soldier behind the knee. As that man stumbled, Ezio used his falling body as a springboard, launching himself not away, but towards a third soldier who was circling to flank. He landed on the man's back, his legs scissoring around his torso, one arm snaking around the helmet. A sharp, twisting wrench, and the soldier collapsed, choking. Deku watched, his hero training unraveling. This wasn't combat. It was dismantling. Each movement had a purpose: unbalance, disrupt, disable. It was terrifying. It was also the most effective thing he had ever seen. A soldier broke from the pack, deciding the boy was the easier target. He charged Deku, a stun baton snapping to life in his hand with a sizzle of blue electricity. Instinct screamed at Deku to meet the charge with a Detroit smash, to blast the man away. But Ezio's command echoed. Deny them. As the baton arced towards his chest, Deku didn't power up. He remembered a grappling move from a pro-hero analysis years ago, Crimson Riot, specifically, using an opponent's forward momentum against them. He sidestepped, letting the baton slice through the air where he'd been. His hand shot out, not to punch, but to grab the soldier's extended wrist. He pulled, adding his own body weight to the man's charge, and kicked out at his ankles. The soldier tripped, crashing face first into a console with a shower of sparks. The stun baton clattered to the floor. Deku stood over him, breathing hard, his heart hammering. He'd done it, without one for all, using only what he'd learned, what he'd studied. A fierce, unfamiliar pride flared in his chest, immediately doused by cold dread. He'd just attacked a representative of the Hero Commission. The remaining 3 soldiers backed away, regrouping. They'd underestimated their quarry. Mr. Yutaka's thin smile had vanished, replaced by a look of cold, clinical interest. He tapped his tablet. Fascinating. The anomaly's combat data is beyond anything in our historical archives. And the boy, he learns. Adapts. Suppresses his primary power under duress. The psychological profile is deepening. You speak of us as if we are not here, Ezio said, straightening. He stood amidst the groaning, disabled soldiers, not even winded. A spot of blood, not his own, marred the white of his sleeve. You dissect lives with your words. It is the mark of a man who has forgotten he has a soul. Souls are inefficient, Mr. Yutaka replied, unruffled. Data is eternal. And you have just given me a great deal of it. He nodded towards the back of the lab. But I believe our session is concluded for now. A heavy security door Deku hadn't noticed hissed open. Through it marched not more soldiers, but two figures that made Deku's blood run cold. The first was a man in a skin-tight black suit, his head hairless, his eyes covered by a smooth, featureless visor. His fingers ended in long, needle-like probes. Deku recognized him from villain briefings. Needlepoint, a freelance, information extractor, with a quirk that allowed him to interface with nervous systems, causing pain or extracting memories. He was wanted in 5 countries. And he was here, working for the Commission. The second was a woman, tall and imposing, wearing the uniform of a high-ranking Commission security officer. Her hair was steel gray, pulled into a severe bun. Her face was a landscape of sharp angles and colder eyes. She carried no visible weapon. She didn't need to. Deku knew her by reputation alone. Director Kanzaki, head of the Commission's Internal Security Bureau. The woman who made problems disappear. Director, Mr. Yutaka said, giving a slight, respectful bow. The subjects have been contained within the secondary perimeter. The artifact remains secure. Director Kanzaki's eyes swept over the scene. The defeated soldiers, Ezio standing defiant, Deku pale and shaking beside him. Her gaze lingered on Deku, and in it, he saw no recognition of his status as a UA student, as All Might's successor. He saw an equation that didn't balance. A variable to be corrected. The cost of this containment is escalating, Yutaka, she said, her voice like dry ice scraping metal. An unauthorized dimensional incursion has access to Level 0 facility. A UA student is implicated. The strategic value of the artifact is paramount, but the risk of exposure is now critical. She looked at Ezio. The ancient is to be transferred to the Tartarus Annex for full analysis. His biological and neurological data may hold the key to activating the device. Her eyes shifted to Deku. The temperature in the room seemed to drop another 10 degrees. The boy is a liability. His connection to All Might makes public disposal complicated. But his knowledge of this breach is unacceptable. He will be processed through the Quirk suppression and memory realignment protocol. When he is returned to UA, he will remember a stress-induced fugue state. A tragic, but manageable, psychological episode. Memory realignment. They were going to wipe his mind. They were going to hollow him out and put him back like a shell, all to protect their secret. The horror of it was so vast, so absolute, that Deku couldn't even breathe. This was the hidden machinery of the world he wanted to protect. The unheroic, unsmiling truth that kept the peace. Needlepoint stepped forward, a faint, hungry smile on his lips. "I'll be gentle with the young hero," he purred, his needle fingers twitching. At first, Ezio moved to place himself between Needlepoint and Deku. "You will not touch him." Director Kanzaki didn't even blink. "Restrain the ancient. Use whatever force is necessary short of neural damage. His body is a historical archive. Keep it readable." The 3 remaining soldiers, reinforced by 2 new ones from the open door, moved in. This time, they had orders to wound, to cripple. One fired a weighted net from a launcher. Another aimed a concussive pulse glove at Ezio's legs. Ezio became a storm of white and steel. He sliced through the net cords with his hidden blade, ducked under the concussive blast that cratered the wall behind him, and lunged. But the numbers were against him. A soldier got inside his guard, landing a heavy blow with an electrified baton to his ribs. Ezio grunted, stumbling, the smell of burnt cloth and ozone filling the air. "Ezio!" Deku cried, taking a step forward. "Stay back." Ezio snarled, parrying another strike, his movements slowing, becoming labored. The tactical precision of the soldiers was wearing him down. They were fighting as a unit, exploiting every opening. Needlepoint ignored the fight, his focus entirely on Deku. He stalked closer, his needles glinting. "Just a little pinch, kid. Then all the confusion goes away. You'll wake up in your nice, safe dorm, and this will all feel like a bad dream." Deku's back hit the cold surface of a monitoring station. There was nowhere to run. The green energy inside him roared, demanding to be let loose. He could smash through these men, through the walls, break everything. But Ezio's warning held him. If he used one for all here, in this room, with the artifact, what would happen? And would he just be giving them the data they wanted? Director Kanzaki watched, a satisfied glint in her eye. The system was working. The anomaly was being contained. The loose end was being trimmed. As Needlepoint reached for him, Deku's eyes, desperate, swept the room. They landed on the central console, on a large, red-lit button under a clear safety cover. A label beside it read, "Emergency Artifact Containment, Magnetic Seal." A desperate, insane idea bloomed in his mind. He didn't have a quirk that could help. He didn't have Ezio's skill. But he had a brain that analyzed everything. The artifact was metal. The console controlled containment. An emergency magnetic seal would be powerful, designed to lock it down. But what if it was triggered while the artifact wasn't the only metal in the field? As Needlepoint's needles descended towards his temple, Deku dove. Not away, but to the side, towards the console. He slapped his palm against the safety cover, shattering the plastic. He didn't hesitate. He slammed his fist down on the big red button. A deafening, sub-aural thump shook the entire warehouse. The lights flickered and died, replaced by an angry crimson emergency glow. From the floor, the ceiling, the walls around the containment dome, massive electromagnetic plates activated with a sound like 1,000 gears grinding at once. The effect on the broken piece of Eden was immediate. It shuddered on its pedestal, but held fast, locked in place by the directed field. The effect on everything else metal in the room was chaotic. Soldiers cried out as their rifles were ripped from their hands, clattering against the walls with violent force. Consoles sparked and died. Needlepoint shrieked as his own metal needle fingers were wrenched sideways, bending and snapping with a horrible, wet crunch. He fell to his knees, clutching his mangled hands. Ezio, caught mid-move, was pulled off balance as the metal bracers under his robes and the blades in his bracers tugged violently towards the walls. He used the momentum, turning the pull into a spinning kick that took out the legs of the soldier in front of him. But the real spectacle was Director Kanzaki. As the magnetic field surged, the sleek metal pen in her breast pocket, her wristwatch, the hidden clasps in her uniform, all of it twisted and tore free, flying towards the walls. But something else happened. A shimmering, barely visible field of distorted air flickered around her for a split second before collapsing. It had been actively suppressing something. A quirk. With the metal components of her suppressor gear violently removed, her control slipped. Director Kanzaki's sharp, severe face contorted in rage and shock. Her eyes, for the first time, showed a flicker of pure, unvarnished fear. From her hands erupted not energy or matter, but something worse, a wave of profound, crushing dullness. It wasn't an attack. It was an erasure. The vibrant red of the emergency lights grayed and faded where the wave passed. The hum of the magnets deadened to a hollow moan. The very concept of urgency, of excitement, of heightened emotion in the space around her seemed to leach away into a flat, gray nothing. Her quirk. It wasn't combat-based. It was control-based. An emotional and energetic dampening field. And it was now going haywire, pulsing out of her in uncontrolled waves as she fought to rein it in, her perfect composure shattered. The room descended into pandemonium. Soldiers were disarmed and disoriented. Needlepoint was writhing on the floor. Mr. Yutaka was frantically tapping at a dead tablet. The magnetic seal thrummed, a constant, disorienting vibration. Ezio seized the moment. He grabbed Deku's arm, his grip like iron. The door she came from. Now, they ran, not towards the main entrance, but towards the security door that had admitted Kanzaki and Needlepoint. It was still open, its electronic lock fried by the M-pulse. They stumbled through into a stark, concrete corridor. Behind them, they heard Director Kanzaki's voice, stripped of its icy control, raw with fury. Find them. They do not leave this complex. I want that boy's mind wiped clean. The door slid shut, muffling the chaos. They were in the bowels of a commissioned black site, hunted, with no way out. Ezio leaned against the wall, clutching his injured ribs, breathing heavily. He looked at Deku, his face etched with pain, but his eyes held a fierce, approving light. The button, he said between gritted teeth. You used their own machine against them. You fought without your light. That is the beginning of true strength, Ragazzo. Deku nodded, his body trembling with adrenaline and fear. He had just declared war on the most powerful institution in hero society. There was no going back. The sound of booted feet and shouted orders began to echo from intersecting corridors. The hunt was on. Ezio pushed off the wall, his gaze scanning the sterile hallway. We cannot stay here. This place is a maze of their making. We need a plan, Deku whispered, his mind racing again, but now with a desperate clarity. They'll lock down the whole facility. All exits. All air vents. Then we do not use the exits they have built, Ezio said. He looked up at the ceiling, at the network of heavy pipes and conduits running overhead. We use the veins of the beast itself. He pointed to an access panel further down the hall. There. Maintenance shafts. They will be tight, unmonitored. They lead to the life support, the power. To the heart. And then what? Deku asked, even as he followed Ezio towards the panel. Then, Ezio said, using the tip of his blade to pop the latches, we make the heart skip a beat. The panel came away, revealing a dark, narrow vertical shaft, a ladder running its length. The smell of stale air and ozone wafted out. Ezio went first, climbing down with grim determination. Deku followed, pulling the panel closed above them just as the thud of running footsteps passed by in the corridor. They descended into darkness, the only sound their labored breathing and the distant, angry thrum of the facility's systems. Deku had no idea where they were going. No idea how they would escape. But as he climbed down into the black, the ghost of a thought, cold and clear, settled in his mind. He had seen the hidden face of the world he wanted to save. And it had looked at him and seen a thing to be erased. Something inside Izuku Midoriya, something fundamental to the boy who always cried, who always reached out a saving hand, quietly hardened into something else. Something that understood, for the first time, that some shadows couldn't be illuminated with a smile. They had to be cut out. Chapter 6 *. The maintenance shaft was a coffin of echoing metal and stale, greasy air. The rungs of the ladder were cold under Deku's grip, each descent a jarring transfer of panic into his bones. Above, the muted thunder of search parties passed like distant storms. Below, only darkness and the deep, mechanical heartbeat of the facility. Ezio moved below him, a whisper of pain with every shift of his weight. The burn from the stun baton was more than surface, Deku could hear the tight catch in his breath. They climbed down for what felt like an hour, until the sounds of pursuit faded into the omnipresent hum of machinery. They reached a landing, a small metal platform suspended in the shaft. A heavy door was set into the wall, marked with worn, stenciled letters, Sub-Level 3 Primary Crystal Dynamo and Coolant. The heart, Ezio murmured, pressing his ear to the cold steel. He nodded, satisfied. The song of industry. It will cover our own. He worked at the door's manual release wheel. It was stiff, rusted from disuse. Deku added his strength, both of them straining until, with a shriek of protesting metal, it broke free and spun. Ezio cracked the door open a sliver. Beyond was not another sterile hallway. It was a cathedral of industry. The chamber was vast, easily the size of UA's gymnasium. The ceiling was lost in gloom, strung with gantries and dangling chains. The floor was a maze of gridded metal walkways suspended over a deep, dark pool that reflected the room's only light source, two massive, cylindrical pillars of crystal in the center of the room. Each pillar was 3 stories tall and as thick as a bus, glowing from within with a pulsating, sapphire blue light. They were encased in complex brass and steel housings covered in dials, valves, and pipes that snaked off into the walls. The air throbbed with power, a deep vibrational hum that Deku felt in his teeth. It smelled of ozone, hot metal, and something chemical, coolant. What is this? Deku whispered, awe cutting through his fear. This wasn't standard infrastructure. The technology had the same anachronistic feel as the artifact upstairs, part advanced machinery, part ancient relic. Power, Ezio said, his eyes reflecting the eerie blue glow. Not for lights or machines. This is a prison's heartbeat, and a key's power source. He pointed. Between the 2 giant crystal dynamos, a walkway led to a secure vault door, far more imposing than any other they'd seen. It was circular, like a bank safe, and etched with intricate, non-Japanese symbols that seemed to swim in the pulsating light. Tartarus Annex. That is where they mean to take me. Where they keep the things that cannot be allowed to see the sun. He stepped out onto the graded walkway, his steps careful. Deku followed, the metal vibrating under his feet. The hum was so loud it was a physical pressure. We cannot fight our way out through an army, Ezio said, raising his voice slightly over the din. He looked at the dynamos, then at the complex network of pipes and conduits. But we can persuade the fortress to open its own doors. You want to sabotage the power. Deku's analyst mind kicked in, scanning the systems. A controlled overload. It could trigger a facility-wide lockdown. Or a meltdown that takes out half the city. Control is the key, ragazzo, Ezio said, moving towards a control console nestled between the two crystal pillars. The screens showed flowing streams of data, pressure levels, energy output. We do not break the wheel. We simply misdirect it. His fingers flew over the alien keyboard with a surprising familiarity. The Isu, their design language is universal. This console, it speaks of containment and release. Of channels and gates. He brought up a schematic. It was a map of the facility's security grid. Doors, cameras, external barriers, all powered by the thrumming energy of these crystals. And there, a single, highlighted line, primary exhaust ventilation, emergency purge system. Every furnace needs a chimney, Ezio said, a ghost of his earlier cunning returning to his eyes. In case of core overheating, the system must vent plasma and radiation straight up and out, to protect the heart. The channel is shielded, direct. And it has an external maintenance hatch at the surface. Deku understood. You want to trick the system into thinking it's overheating. Trigger an emergency purge. The blast doors on the vent will open to release the pressure. And we will be in the chimney when they do, Ezio finished. He began manipulating the settings, overriding safeties, carefully adjusting pressure readings on the screen. It will be a short, violent ride. And it will announce our location to the entire city. But it will be a door they cannot close in time. It was insane. It was brilliant. It was their only chance. Alarms began to blare, not the shrill security alarms from before, but a deeper, whooping klaxon that spoke of critical system failure. Red lights spun atop the dynamos. The console flashed warnings: core temperature critical. Coolant flow restricted. Emergency purge imminent. They will see the falsified data on their monitors upstairs, Ezio said, stepping away from the console. They will have minutes, perhaps seconds, to decide if it is real. We must be in position. He led Deku to a heavy, recessed door in the wall near the vault, marked purge conduit access. It was sealed with a massive wheel lock. They strained together, muscles burning, until it groaned open. Inside was a tunnel of blackened, heat-resistant ceramic, angling sharply upwards. A rung ladder was set into the wall. At the top, hundreds of feet above, a pinprick of distant, artificial light marked a sealed grating. Go. Now. Ezio urged. Deku scrambled up the ladder. The climb was endless, his arms screaming in protest. The blaring alarms were muffled here, replaced by a rising, ominous whine from deep below, the dynamos building towards their fake crisis. He reached the top. The grating was locked from the outside, but it was designed to blow open under pressure. He braced himself against the wall next to it, looking down. Ezio was halfway up, climbing with agonizing slowness, his injured side clearly seizing with every pull. A new sound joined the whine, the sound of the main vault door hydraulics disengaging. They're coming. Ezio. Deku yelled down. Do not wait for me. Ezio shouted back, his voice strained. When it opens, you go. Below, the door to the dynamo chamber slammed open. Black-clad soldiers poured in, rifles scanning. They spotted Ezio on the ladder. Target in the purge shaft. Stop him. A shot rang out, not energy, but a solid projectile, a grappling hook on a line. It struck the wall near Ezio, the hook snapping open to anchor. A soldier began to zip line up towards him. The system whine peaked, becoming a shriek. The console's override had worked. The facility AI, believing a meltdown was seconds away, initiated the final sequence. Emergency purge initiated. All personnel evacuate. With a sound like the world tearing, the giant sealed blast doors at the base of the dynamos began to cycle open. A wave of blistering heat and blinding blue light erupted from the crystal cores, not a true meltdown, but a controlled, violent release of built-up plasma energy into the purge conduit. The soldier on the zip line screamed as the backwash of heat and radiation hit him, his line melting. He fell. The wave of superheated air rushed up the shaft like a dragon's breath. Deku felt the searing heat on his face, saw the ceramic walls around him begin to glow a faint cherry red. The grating above him shuddered. With a deafening crack, the external locks sheared. The heavy metal grate was blasted upwards, torn clean off its hinges. Cold night air rushed in, a shocking relief. Deku looked down. The plasma surge was rising, a torrent of blue fire. Ezio was only 20 feet below, but the heat was already cooking the air between them. He wouldn't make it. Without thinking, without a plan, Deku did the only thing he could. He let go of the ladder. He dropped past Ezio, the wind roaring in his ears. As he fell, he wrapped his arms around the older man's torso. Hold on. Ragazzo, no. Green lightning erupted. Not a careful percentage. A raw, desperate surge of one for all, 15%, 20%, channeled entirely into his legs. He kicked off against the ladder with both feet. The metal rung disintegrated under the force. They shot upwards like a missile, propelled by Deku's quirk, riding the leading edge of the plasma wave. They erupted from the shaft into the open night sky of the Musudafu industrial docklands. Below them, a pillar of brilliant blue energy stabbed into the clouds from the now open purge vent, a silent, spectacular beacon visible for miles. Alarms wailed across the compound. Deku's trajectory arched. They were flying, but it was an uncontrolled ballistic leap. He'd aimed for the roof of a neighboring warehouse, but they were coming in too fast, too steep. He twisted in midair, trying to take the impact, to shield Ezio. They hit the corrugated metal roof with a crash that dented it inward. Deku's world exploded into white pain as his back took the brunt. He gasped, the wind knocked out of him, one for all sputtering out. For a moment, there was only the cacophony of alarms and the hiss of steam from the still venting energy pillar. Then, hands were grabbing him. Ezio hauled him to his feet. Can you run? Deku nodded, wheezing, pain lancing through his spine. But he could move. The roof access door burst open. Soldiers appeared. There. On the roof. Ezio didn't look back. He shoved Deku towards the roof's edge. Jump. The next warehouse was 10 feet away, its roof a meter lower. It might as well have been a mile. Deku's body protested every movement. Ezio took the lead. He sprinted to the edge and leapt, his cloak billowing, clearing the gap with ease. He landed, rolled, and turned, hand outstretched. Now. Deku ran, ignoring the fire in his lungs. He jumped. He didn't make it. His foot caught the edge of the roof. He began to fall into the dark alley below. Ezio's hand snapped out, catching Deku's wrist in a vice-like grip. He hauled him up onto the roof, their combined weight scraping across the gravel. They didn't stop. They ran across the new roof, dropped into a shadowed alley, and melted into the labyrinth of the docklands. Sirens converged on the facility behind them, the pillar of light finally beginning to dim as systems were brought back under control. They ran until the sirens were a faint echo, until the only sound was their own ragged breathing and the lap of water against pilings. They collapsed behind a mountain of stacked shipping containers, hidden from the sky and the world. Deku lay on the cold, damp asphalt, staring up at the few stars visible through the light pollution. Every part of him hurt. His back was a sheet of agony. His arms felt like lead. Ezio slumped against a container, clutching his ribs, his face pale with pain and exhaustion. For a long time, neither spoke. Finally, Ezio let out a low, pained chuckle. You are an idiot. There was no malice in it. Only a weary, profound admiration. You jumped back into the fire. You wouldn't have made it, Deku managed between gulps of air. Perhaps not. Ezio looked at him, the blue emergency glow from the distant facility fading from his eyes, leaving only the deep gray. That was not the power of a hero following a code. That was the choice of a man saving a friend. Do you understand the difference? Deku closed his eyes. He did. On that rooftop, facing the plasma wave, there had been no time for ideology, for symbols. There had only been a person about to die, and the desperate need to stop it. It was simpler. It was messier. It was real. They will be hunting us with everything they have, Ezio said softly. Your face, my description, we are ghosts now, in truth. We cannot go to your home. Your school. Your friends. The reality of it settled over Deku, colder than the night air. He was a fugitive. From the very system he'd sworn to join. He thought of his mom, of All Might, of Class 1A. The pain in his heart eclipsed the pain in his body. Where do we go? He whispered, the question sounding lost and young. Ezio was silent for a long moment. He reached into his robes, withdrawing the apple. It was dark, dormant. But as he held it, a single, faint pulse of gold traveled across its surface, like a dying heartbeat. It pointed not towards the city, but inland, towards the dark, forested mountains on the horizon. The artifact called to its brother, Ezio murmured. And the brother showed us a path. But the apple, it feels another thread. Fainter. Older. Not a tool, but a place. A memory in the stone. He looked from the device to Deku. You asked where we go. We follow the oldest map there is. We go to where the world has forgotten to look. He pushed himself to his feet, extending a hand to Deku. Deku looked at the offered hand, then up at the face of the assassin from another time. He had no home, no future. All he had was a power he didn't fully understand, a mountain of lies, and this strange, deadly ally. He took Ezio's hand. As he was pulled to his feet, a new resolve, hard and quiet, forged itself in the ashes of his old life. He was no longer just Izuku Midoriya, aspiring hero. He was a ghost with a mission. And he would follow the memory in the stone. Chapter 7 *. The city did not sleep. It watched. Deku felt its gaze in the glow of streetlights that were too bright, in the distant blink of surveillance drones like mechanical fireflies, in the constant low-grade hum of traffic that was the city's restless pulse. They were contaminants in its bloodstream, and it was trying to flush them out. They moved through the backstage of Musutafu, a world of dripping fire escapes, stinking dumpsters, and chain-link fences topped with rusted barbed wire. Ezio led with the silent certainty of a hound on a scent, his head tilted as if listening to a song only the apple could play. Deku followed, a shadow in his green tracksuit, every nerve screaming with the strain of being hunted. His body ached from the rooftop impact, a deep, bone-grinding throb that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. They avoided main roads, sticking to service alleys and the narrow gaps between buildings. Twice, they froze as patrol cars, lights dark but sirens primed, cruised slowly past alley mouths. Once, a hero Deku recognized, the wire puller, a local with a minor telekinetic quirk for cables, swooped overhead on a grapple line, his head on a swivel. They've mobilized the whole local network, Deku whispered, pressing himself into a doorway alcove. They're not just looking for you. They're looking for me. Distressed student, potential victim of the anomaly. He could imagine the press release, the concerned frowns from the commission's spokespeople. A gilded cage is still a cage, Ezio murmured, his eyes tracking the hero's path until he vanished over a rooftop. They would wrap you in cotton and lies, and call it salvation. Come. The apple's pull led them away from the dense urban core, towards the older, more dilapidated industrial sectors that hugged the foothills. The buildings here were lower, uglier, stained with decades of soot and neglect. The sense of being watched lessened, replaced by a different kind of unease, the feeling of being completely forgotten. Finally, Ezio stopped before a derelict structure. It had once been a factory or a mill, built from soot-blackened brick. Most of its windows were boarded up or shattered. A faded, peeling sign, unreadable in the dark, creaked in the wind. But it wasn't the building itself that gave Ezio pause. It was the land it sat on. The factory was built into the base of a steep, wooded hill, and behind it, the land rose sharply into the dark wilds that bordered the city. Here, Ezio said, his voice barely audible. He wasn't looking at the factory. He was looking at the hill, at the specific way the trees clustered against an outcropping of dark rock. The thread ends. The memory is in the earth. He led them around the back of the factory, through a scrapyard of dead machinery that looked like metal skeletons. The ground became soft, wet with mud and rotting leaves. The sounds of the city faded, swallowed by the dense quiet of the woods. At the base of the rocky outcrop, half hidden by thorny brambles and years of accumulated forest debris, was an opening. It wasn't a cave mouth, it was too regular, too squared. It was a doorway, carved from the living rock, its lintel cracked and sagging. The style was utterly foreign, simple, monumental, and unimaginably old. It spoke of a time before Japan, before quirks, before any history Deku had learned. Ezio ran his fingers over the carved symbols flanking the door, a complex, interlocking pattern of lines and circles. This is not Isu, he said, frowning. It is, earlier. Or different. A branch of the same deep root, perhaps. A sanctuary. He pushed against the stone. It didn't budge. He examined the symbols more closely, then placed his palm flat against a central, circular depression. Nothing. Deku stepped forward, his curiosity overriding his fear. He peered at the symbols. They weren't just decorative. They had a logic, a pattern of intersections. It reminded him of circuit diagrams, or the flow charts he used to map quirk interactions. It's a lock, he muttered. A mechanical puzzle. See these lines. They're paths. The circles are nodes. Maybe you have to trace the correct path by pressing the stones in sequence. He reached out, his finger hovering over a starting node. Wait, Ezio said, but it was too late. As Deku's finger touched the cold stone, a faint, golden light flickered along the carved lines, flowing from his point of contact. It traveled through the circuit, lighting up nodes, but then it hit a dead end and fizzled out. The light died. A deep, grinding shudder passed through the ground beneath their feet. From within the hill, a sound like stone teeth grinding together echoed. Ezio shoved Deku back just as the ground in front of the doorway collapsed. A section of earth and roots fell away, revealing a yawning pit 10 feet across. At the bottom, glinting in the scant moonlight, were rows of rusted, wicked-looking iron spikes. A trap, centuries old, but still perfectly functional. Deku stared into the pit, his heart in his throat. I triggered it. You activated it, Ezio corrected, his gaze intense. He looked from the dead circuit on the door to Deku's hand. The lock responded to your touch. To the energy you carry. One for all, it is life force, willpower, legacy given form. This door, it is keyed to something similar. A signature it recognizes. He gestured for Deku to try again. But you must speak its language. Do not think like a student solving a test. Think like a river finding its bed. Follow the flow of your own power. Deku approached the door again, more cautiously. He stared at the puzzle. He let the panic recede, let the analytical part of his mind quiet. He thought of the vestiges, of the chain of wills, of power passed from hand to hand, a river flowing through time. He thought of his own will, his desire to protect, to understand, to find a way. He placed his palm flat against the starting node again. This time, he didn't push. He let a tiny, conscious trickle of one for all flow from his palm into the stone. Not the lightning, not the force. Just the essence of it, the connection. The golden light returned, flowing through the carved channels. Deku focused, not on solving, but on guiding. He willed the light forward, not along the path he thought was right, but along the path that felt right, that felt like the natural course of a legacy being honored. The light sped through the circuit. It bypassed dead ends, lit nodes in a complex, nonlinear sequence. The grinding sound returned, but this time it was the sound of immense, hidden counterweights moving, of ancient mechanisms awakening after an eon of sleep. With a final, resonant thud that seemed to come from the heart of the hill, the stone door slid sideways into the rock, revealing a descending staircase carved from the same dark stone. The air that wafted out was cold, dry, and carried a scent of old incense and stillness. Ezio lit a small, chemical torch from his belt, an anachronistic flare of light in the primordial dark. After you, Ragazzo. You have earned the right to lead. They descended. The stairs spiraled deep, deep into the earth. The walls were smooth, worked by tools long turned to dust. The silence was absolute, a weight pressing on their ears. The stairs ended in a chamber. Ezio raised his torch. Deku's breath caught. It was not a tomb. It was not a treasure vault. It was a library. Or a museum. The circular chamber was vast, its ceiling supported by thick, unadorned columns. Along the curved walls were niches, and in each niche stood a suit of armor. But not samurai armor. Not any armor Deku had ever seen. It was sleek, articulated, made of a strange, non-reflective gray alloy that seemed to drink the torchlight. It was form-fitting, built for speed and agility, not brute force. Each suit was slightly different, variations in the helmet design, the pauldrons, the gauntlets. They stood silent and empty, like the shed skins of ancient, forgotten guardians. In the center of the room, on a stone dais, was a single, plain stone plinth. And on the plinth lay two objects. One was a weapon, a sword, but unlike any sword. Its blade was a single, unbroken curve of the same gray alloy as the armor, impossibly thin and seeming to blur at the edges, as if it couldn't quite decide to be holy in this dimension. Its hilt was wrapped in ancient, petrified leather. The second object was a bracer. Made of a darker metal, it was elegant and severe, designed to fit on a forearm. On its top was a mechanism of breathtaking complexity, coiled springs, gears of microscopically small teeth, and a housing for a blade that wasn't there. Ezio approached the plinth slowly, reverence in his step. He did not reach for the sword. His eyes were locked on the bracer. A deep, resonant recognition dawned on his face, mixed with a profound, weary sadness. I know this art, he whispered. He held up his own, simpler hidden blade. This is its grandchild. Perfected. This is not a tool of the Isu. This is a human craft. Built upon their ruins, but shaped by human hands. For a human purpose. He looked around at the silent army of gray armor. This is not a sanctuary for gods. It is an armory for a war. A war against gods. Deku walked to a niche, peering at the armor. Up close, he could see fine, hair-like channels etched into the material. It's conductive. For energy. Not electricity. Something else. He touched it gingerly. The material was cool, but it seemed to hum faintly at his touch, a sympathetic vibration with the one for all in his cells. It is meant to be worn by those who carry a power within, Ezio said, joining him. He ran a hand over the sleek chest plate. It does not augment. It focuses. It channels. It turns a wildfire into a scalpel. He looked at Deku. This was made for you. For ones like you. Not for the born powerful, but for those who are chosen. Burdened. The weight of the chamber, of the silent witnesses, of the purpose etched into every line of the forgotten technology, settled on Deku. This was a legacy far older than One for All. A secret war with stakes he couldn't fathom. A flicker of light caught his eye. On the far wall, behind the dais, was a large, smooth stone surface. As Ezio's torchlight passed over it, lines of soft, blue light began to glow within it, forming an image. It was a map. A map of the world, but not as Deku knew it. The continents were vaguely familiar, but shifted. And across its surface, glowing points of light pulsed, dozens of them. One pulsed right where they stood. Another pulsed under Musudafu, at the commission facility. Another in a distant desert. Another under an ocean trench. Locations of other artifacts, Ezio breathed. Or other, armories. But Deku's eyes were drawn to something else on the map. In a region that corresponded to the remote, mountainous spine of Japan, a light pulsed not blue, but a dull, ominous red. And from it, a spider web of faint red lines spread outwards, touching many of the blue lights, including their own. That's not a repository, Deku said, his voice tight. That's a source. An infection. It's connected to them. Influencing them. The corruption, Ezio nodded grimly. The Star Weaver, your demon spoke of. It is not here, in your time. Its roots are here. Its prison, or its cradle, is in that mountain. He pointed to the red pulse. And your commission has one of its teeth, and they are poking it, trying to make it bite. The revelation was a cold splash of clarity. The broken artifact, the strange technology, the temporal rifts, they were all symptoms. Pieces of an ancient, planetary disease that the Isu had fought, that humanity had inherited, and that was now, in the age of quirks, starting to stir. The map's image shifted. The blue light of their chamber brightened, and a schematic appeared beside it, a detailed diagram of the forearm bracer on the plinth. Instructions, in the same geometric language, flowed alongside it. It showed the bracer being activated, not by a switch, but by a surge of internal energy, willpower, channeled through the wearer's nervous system. It showed the blade, not just extending, but phasing, vibrating at a frequency that could cut through materials not by sharpness, but by disrupting molecular bonds. It's a key, Deku realized, staring at the schematic. Not just a weapon. The armor, the bracer, their interfaces. They allow someone with the right resonance to interact with the ancient technology. To lock it, or unlock it. Ezio looked from the bracer to Deku's glowing, scarred hands. The door recognized you. This place recognizes you. You are of the line it was built for. He picked up the bracer. It was heavier than it looked. He offered it to Deku. The choice, once more. You can walk away. Return to your world and fight its wars with the power you know. Or you can take up the burden of a war that was old when my Florence was young. A war that has found its way to your doorstep. Deku stared at the bracer. It was not a hero's tool. It was an assassin's weapon, refined to an art. To take it was to accept a darker path, a hidden war. But then he thought of the red pulse on the map, of the commission dissecting a piece of Eden like children playing with a live grenade. He thought of Director Kanzaki's cold eyes, ordering his mind wiped. He thought of All for One, a cancer that kept coming back. Some poisons couldn't be captured. Some diseases required amputation. His hand didn't tremble as he reached out. He took the bracer. It was cool against his skin. He fitted it to his left forearm. It clasped shut with a series of soft, precise clicks, molding itself to his arm. It felt right, like a part of him he'd never known was missing. The schematic on the wall pulsed. An instruction glowed. Focus. Channel. Deku closed his eyes. He thought of the first vestige, the original user of One for All. He thought of the chain of sacrifice. He focused not on smashing power, but on the sharp, precise point of his will. The need to cut through lies, to sever the rotten roots. A vibration started in the bracer, a high-frequency hum that traveled up his arm. With a sound like a sigh of steel, a blade snapped forth from the housing. It wasn't metal. It was a beam of condensed, shimmering green energy, shaped like a dagger, humming with the same frequency as his soul. The hidden blade. But this one was born of One for All. Ezio watched, his face unreadable. And so the student takes up the teacher's mantle. And the mantle changes him. He walked to the plinth and picked up the gray sword. He weighed it in his hand, then offered it to Deku, hilt first. A blade for the light you carry. And a blade for the shadows you must now walk. You cannot fight a war on two fronts with one weapon. Deku took the sword. It was light as a feather, perfectly balanced. As his fingers closed around the hilt, the energy blade on his bracer flared brighter, and the sword's edge began to glow with a matching, faint green luminescence. In the chamber of the lost armory, at the heart of a forgotten hill, surrounded by the ghosts of a war he never knew existed, Izuku Midoriya armed himself for a battle no hero had ever trained for. The map on the wall flickered and changed one last time. It zoomed in on the pulsing red light in the mountains. A single, stark symbol appeared over it, a warning in any language. It was the symbol of a locked door. And beneath it, a countdown, the numbers written in Isu script, but their meaning chillingly clear. The lock was failing. Chapter 8 *. The silence in the armory was no longer peaceful. It was the silence of a tomb that knew its seal was cracking. The countdown on the wall, those alien, glowing numerals ticking down with a slow, inevitable pulse, transformed the ancient air from stillness into a held breath. Deku stared at the red symbol, the locked door over the mountain. The bracer on his arm felt less like a tool and more like a key turning in a lock he hadn't meant to open. The energy blade had retracted with a thought, leaving only the cool, complex metal against his skin. The gray sword hung at his hip, a strange, light counterbalance to the weight settling in his soul. Time is a currency we no longer possess, Ezio said, his voice echoing softly in the vaulted space. He was studying the map, tracing the red lines that spread like poison veins from the mountain's source. Your commission toys with a fang of the beast. The beast itself stirs in its prison. And we stand in a cache of knives meant to skin it. He turned to Deku, his gaze assessing. The map shows the infection points. The artifacts. Your authorities have won. There will be others, scattered, hidden, or in the hands of those who understand their power even less. We have to warn someone, Deku said, the hero's instinct fighting to the surface. All might. The right people at UA. If they know, they will march in force, Ezio interrupted, not unkindly. With bright costumes and loud proclamations. They will treat this as a villain attack, a natural disaster. They will shatter the lock trying to force it. And they will unleash what sleeps behind it. He gestured to the silent armor. This was not built for an army. It was built for a surgical strike. For an understanding that power must sometimes be met with subtlety, not spectacle. You're talking about an assassination, Deku whispered, the word ugly in the sacred quiet. I am talking about a precision, Ezio corrected. You cut out the cancer to save the body. You do not burn the patient to ash in the process. He walked to a niche and placed a hand on a suit of gray armor. This craft, it was born in the shadows for a reason. The war it fought was not for glory. It was for survival. Your world has forgotten that war. It has busied itself with the splinters, ignoring the rotten timber of the house. He looked at Deku, his eyes holding centuries of hard-won wisdom. You have one foot in each world, Ragazzo. The world of the shining hero, and the world of the hidden blade. You must decide which foot will take the next step. Do we run to your teachers and become part of the blunt instrument? Or do we use the tools we have been given to make the cut ourselves? Deku's mind spun. All Might's warning about being branded a traitor. Director Kanzaki's cold order for a memory wipe. The commission saw him as a specimen or a liability. Going to them was suicide. Going to UA would drag his friends, his teachers, into a conflict they couldn't understand, against an enemy they couldn't see. It would break every rule, betray every trust. But to walk this shadow path with Ezio, To become a ghost, a sniper in a secret war, it felt like abandoning everything he'd ever wanted to be. The countdown on the wall pulsed. A digit changed. Time, relentless, was making the choice for him. We can't do it alone, Deku said finally, his voice firming. Even with these, he touched the bracer. We need intelligence. We need to know what the Commission knows. We need to find the other artifacts, see how they're connected. We need to find that mountain. A ghost of a smile touched Ezio's lips. Now you are thinking like a strategist, not a soldier. Information. The lifeblood of any hidden war. He nodded towards the exit. Then our path is clear. We cannot go to your fortress of heroes. So we must go to the den of thieves. Deku blinked. Thieves. Where does one hide a leaf? In a forest, Ezio said, beginning to climb the stairs. Where does one hide from hunters of heroes? Among those who live in the cracks they ignore. The underworld of your city will have ears. It will have people who trade in secrets the Commission wishes buried. And it will have ways of moving unseen. The idea was terrifying, venturing into the criminal underworld. But Ezio was right. Heroes patrolled the skies and the main streets. The deep, interconnected world of informants, black market dealers, and quirk-enhanced criminals was a blind spot. It was also incredibly dangerous. They emerged from the hillside armory as false dawn was lightening the sky. The city was quiet, the search likely concentrated in more logical areas. They were covered in dust and dried mud, a far cry from a UA student and a Renaissance assassin. They looked like exactly what they needed to be, street-level nobody. Ezio led them not back towards the city center, but deeper into the decaying industrial belt, to a district known colloquially as the Sump. It was a place where the city's runoff, literal and metaphorical, pooled. Here, broken dreams and discarded tech were scavenged, repurposed, and sold. The air smelled of chemical tang and fried food. They found a grimy, all-night ramen stall tucked under a leaking railway arch. The proprietor was a grizzled old man with a crab-like claw for a hand, stirring a vast pot of broth. A few shifty-eyed individuals hunched over bowls at the counter. It was a place that asked no questions, as long as you had cash. Ezio paid for 2 bowls with coins from a small pouch, actual, minted gold coins that made the old man's eyes widen before he quickly hid them. They ate in silence, the hot, salty broth a lifeline to normalcy that Deku clung to. As they finished, Ezio spoke to the stall owner, his voice low. We are looking for a guide. Someone who knows the deeper currents. Who trades in unusual antiquities. The old man eyed Ezio's robes, then Deku's bruised face and 2 alert eyes. He grunted. Antiquities, huh? Try the gilded cage. Down by the dry docks. Ask for the broker. But mind your step. The cage has its own rules. The gilded cage was not a place. It was a state of being. It was a massive, decommissioned cargo ship, permanently docked in a silted-up berth. Its hull was a patchwork of rust and garish, neon-bright graffiti. Gangways and improvised bridges connected it to the pier and other derelict vessels, creating a shantytown on the water. Music, laughter, and the occasional shout echoed from within. Getting in required passing 2 layers of security. First, a pair of bored-looking men with mutation quirks, one with skin like granite, another with eyes that glowed in the dark, who checked for obvious weapons. Ezio surrendered his original hidden blade without complaint. Deku's new bracer and sword passed scrutiny. They looked like high-end, if weird, support gear. The second layer was a woman sitting at a card table just inside the main hull entrance. She had no visible quirk, but her fingers danced over a tablet, and her eyes were sharp as scalpels. Purpose? She asked, not looking up. We seek the broker, Ezio said. Everyone seeks the broker. What do you offer? Information, Ezio replied, of a unique nature, concerning recent, energetic disturbances. And government overreach. That made her look up. Her eyes flicked over them, landing on Deku. She saw the youth, the tension, the intelligence behind the fear. She saw Ezio's ancient calm. She tapped her tablet. The broker is busy. But he has a taste for the unique. Deck 3, the starboard viewing lounge. Don't touch anything. The interior of the gilded cage was a labyrinth of repurposed shipping containers, curtains, and stolen finery. It was a bazaar of the illicit. Quirk's enhancement drugs whispered about in corners, stolen hero tech laid out on velvet, data chips containing corporate secrets or blackmail material. The clientele was a mix of low-level villains, desperate civilians, and sleek, dangerous individuals who could have been anyone. The viewing lounge was a former ship's conference room, its windows looking out over the filthy water. It had been converted into a plush, if tasteless, den. Sitting behind a wide desk of polished dark wood was the broker. He was not what Deku expected. He was young, perhaps in his late 20s, dressed in an impeccably tailored suit that cost more than everything else in the sump combined. His hair was perfectly styled, his fingers adorned with subtle rings. He looked like a finance executive, not a black market kingpin. Only his eyes gave him away. They were the pale, calculating blue of a shark, and they held no warmth whatsoever. 2 bodyguards flanked him, their quirks obvious. One had arms that ended in massive, crushing pincers, the other had skin that subtly shifted color to match the background. New faces, the broker said, his voice smooth and pleasant. With an interesting line to get past my secretary. Energetic disturbances. You have my attention for precisely 2 minutes. Ezio stepped forward, ignoring the bodyguards. We look for knowledge. Locations of old things. Things that hum with power not of this age. Things that certain government agencies are suddenly, very keenly, interested in. The broker's smile didn't reach his eyes. A vague description. The commission is interested in many old things. Tax records, for instance. This is not about taxes, Ezio said. He reached into his pouch and placed a single, small object on the desk. It was a fragment of the ceramic from the purge conduit, its surface still faintly glowing with a residual, non-radioactive blue energy. This is from one of those old things. It vented enough power to light up the docks last night. The commission tried to bury the men who saw it. They failed. The broker picked up the ceramic shard. He held it to the light, then produced a small, handheld scanner from his desk. He passed it over the fragment. The scanner emitted a series of rapid, high-pitched beeps. His shark-like eyes widened a fraction. Fascinating, he murmured. Non-quirk energy signature. Temporal residue. Isotopes that don't match any known periodic table. He looked up. You were there. We were, Ezio confirmed. And we know the commission has a larger piece. We know there are others. We need to find them. Before the commission does. Or before what is connected to them, wakes up. The broker leaned back, steepling his fingers. You're not buyers. You're competitors. Or idealists. Both are dangerous in my line of work. His gaze landed on Deku again, more intently. And you're too young for this. But you carry yourself like you've already seen the devil. Who are you? Deku met his gaze, forcing his voice not to shake. Someone who doesn't want to see that devil set loose. The broker stared at him for a long, silent moment. A flicker of something, recognition, passed through his cold eyes. It was gone in an instant. The commission's interest in pre-quirk anomalies has spiked in the last 6 months, he said, switching to a businesslike tone. They've been quietly acquiring, through legal eminent domain and outright theft, artifacts from certain archaeological digs. Mostly junk. But a few items, they triggered my sensors. I have a list. Locations, descriptions. Your price? Ezio asked. The price, the broker said, his smile turning razor thin, is a future favor. From you. He pointed at Deku. Not him. You. The man who moves like history itself and carries weapons from a time before guns. I will have your true name. And you will owe me. A single service, to be called in when I require it. Ezio didn't hesitate. My name is Ezio Auditore da Firenze. And you have my word. The broker nodded, as if a business deal had been concluded. He tapped his tablet and slid it across the desk. A list of coordinates and brief descriptions appeared. One entry was highlighted, Site Gamma, Takayama Mountains. Remote dig, commission sealed perimeter as of 72 hours ago. Reports of seismic anomalies, and low-frequency harmonic resonance. The coordinates matched the red pulse on the armory map. They found the source, Deku breathed. They are digging at the prison door, Ezio said, his voice grim. The broker's tablet chimed. He glanced at it, and his casual demeanor vanished. His face went pale. You were followed. On the screen was a feed from an external camera. Silhouetted against the night sky on a nearby pier were 3 figures. Deku's blood turned to ice. One was tall and slender, with long, dark hair, Tokiyami's form, but darker, more chaotic. It was Dark Shadow, but unleashed, feral. The second was a girl with floating brown hair and determined eyes, Ochako Uraraka. And the third, his expression a mask of furious concern, engines humming faintly in his calves, was Tenya Iida. His friends. They'd found him. UA students, the broker hissed, standing up. You brought heroes to my door. This was the one violation his world could not tolerate. His bodyguards stepped forward, quirks activating. They're not with the commission. Deku said desperately. They're my friends. They must be looking for me. Then you have doomed them, the broker said, his voice cold. Because the commission is here. On another camera feed, black vans with no markings were screeching to a halt at the landward entrance to the dry docks. Cleanup squad soldiers in full tactical gear poured out, followed by the sleek, menacing figure of Director Kanzaki herself, her dampening quirk a visible distortion in the air around her. She looked directly into the hidden camera, as if she knew they were watching, and spoke a single, silent word into her comms. The lights on the gilded cage went out. And from the dark water beneath the ship, things began to climb. Chapter 9 *. Darkness, for a moment, was absolute. The thumping music, the chaotic chatter of the black market bazaar, it all died, swallowed by a sudden, profound silence. Then came the screams. Not of fear, but of abrupt, gagging confusion. In the void left by the lights, Director Kanzaki's quirk swept through the gilded cage like a tidal wave of nothing. Deku felt it hit him. It was like plunging into icy, stagnant water. The urgent panic in his chest, the adrenaline singing in his veins, it all flattened, muffled under a heavy, smothering blanket of apathy. The drive to move, to fight, to care, bled away into a gray, listless fog. He saw Ezio stagger, a man who had faced the Borgias faltering under this assault on the very will to resist. The broker's shark-like eyes were wide with a terror that had nothing to do with physical threat. His empire was built on desire, on greed, on the sharp edge of wanting. Kanzaki's presence erased the edge, leaving only dull, pointless stone. Her range, it's expanded, Deku gasped, forcing the words through the mental sludge. The artifact, it's amplifying her. Through the viewport, he saw his friends. Uraraka stumbled, clutching her head. Iida's engine sputtered and died, his rigid posture slumping. Dark Shadow let out a pained, fading screech and retreated violently into Tokiyami's body, the boy collapsing to his knees. They were being psychologically neutralized before a single shot was fired. Then the things from the water slammed against the hull. They were humanoid, but wrong. Their skin was the color of bleached coral, mottled and hard. They had no eyes, only smooth, blank sockets. Their mouths were lipless gashes, and their fingers ended in hooked, chitinous claws. They moved with a jerky, insectal speed, swarming up the sides of the ship, shattering portholes, tearing through makeshift barricades. Nomu. Deku whispered, but these weren't the mindless brutes he knew. These were silent, purposeful. And they were everywhere. The broker's bodyguards shook off their stupor first. Their quirks were physical, less susceptible to emotional dampening. The pincer-armed man roared and charged a creature tearing through the wall. His massive claw snapped shut on its arm. The coral-like skin cracked, but didn't break. The creature turned its blind face towards him and lashed out. A hook hand punched clean through the bodyguard's chest with a wet, tearing sound. He dropped, dead before he hit the floor. Chaos, silent and efficient, erupted. Ezio grabbed Deku's shoulder, his grip like iron, fighting through the psychic numbness. We must move. They are not here for the market. They are here for us. To silence the leak, the broker was already moving, yanking open a hidden panel in the floor behind his desk. A ladder led down into the ship's bilges. This way, if you want to live. They descended into the stinking, oily darkness below decks. The sounds of tearing metal and dying screams followed them. The broker led them through a narrow maze of pipes and rusted bulkheads, his suit now smeared with grime. He stopped at a watertight door, working a manual wheel. Escape sub, he grunted. One man, you'll have to share. It goes under the dock, surfaces in a storm drain 2 clicks east. He looked at Ezio, his earlier fear replaced by a cold, survivalist calculation. Our deal stands, Auditore. You owe me. Don't die before you pay. He shoved them through the door into a tiny, claustrophobic chamber holding a sleek, torpedo-like vessel, then slammed the door shut behind them, sealing it. The sound of his running footsteps faded, followed by a wet, crunching impact and a final, cut-off gurgle against the metal door. Deku froze, the sound etching itself into his brain. Ezio didn't pause. He wrenched open the sub's hatch. In. Now. They crammed themselves into the single seat, a tangle of limbs. Ezio slammed the hatch closed and his hands flew over the simple controls. The sub detached with a thump and a hiss of ballast tanks. They dropped into the black, polluted water beneath the ship. On the sonar screen, the underbelly of the gilded cage was a swarm of clinging, white blips, the coral creatures. One detached and shot after them, moving through the water with terrifying speed. Ezio pushed the throttle. The sub's electric motor whined. It's faster. The creature gained, its hook hands outstretched. Deku stared at the sonar, the blip of their pursuer closing in. The muffling effect of Kanzaki's quirk was fading with distance, and raw terror was a clean, sharp flame in his gut. He looked at the bracer on his arm. Channel. Focus. Asterisk. He didn't have room to swing a sword. He focused on the point, the need. To cut the thread chasing them. To sever the connection. He raised his arm, bracer pointed at the rear hull. He didn't understand the mechanism, the science. He understood the will. He poured his fear, his determination, his legacy into the device. The bracer hummed, a vibration that climbed to an ultrasonic whine. The green energy blade didn't extend. Instead, the housing at the front glowed brilliantly, and a pencil-thin beam of concentrated green light lanced out. It passed through the reinforced glass of the viewport without harming it, and punched into the water. It struck the pursuing creature in the center of its blank face. There was no explosion. The creature simply unraveled. Its coral-like substance dissolved into a cloud of gray dust that dissipated in the murky water. The sonar blip vanished. The beam winked out. Deku slumped back, gasping, a sharp headache blooming behind his eyes. The bracer was hot against his skin. Ezio looked from the empty water to Deku, his expression unreadable. A new trick. I didn't know I could do that. The tool responds to the need, Ezio said quietly, guiding the sub into a dark, concrete pipe. And your need is great. They surfaced in a stagnant, trash-choked canal deep in the sump. They climbed out, shivering, into the pre-dawn gloom. The distant sounds of sirens and the weird, silent combat at the docks were muffled here. They were two rats, escaped from a sinking ship. Deku leaned against a slimy wall, his mind reeling. His friends. They'd been right there. Under attack. Because of him. I have to go back. I have to help them. And walk into Kanzaki's net. Ezio's voice was harsh. They are students of your top academy. They are valuable. She will not kill them. She will detain them, question them, and then release them with the same realignment she planned for you. To go back is to gift her all of us. The logic was sound. It was also monstrous. To leave them, it felt like a betrayal deeper than any he'd yet committed. We have the coordinates, Ezio pressed, his tone softening slightly. The mountain. The source. While Kanzaki is mopping up the sump, her main force will be at that dig site, trying to crack the lock. That is where we can strike. That is where we can end this, before she turns whatever is in that mountain into a weapon for her control. Deku closed his eyes, seeing Uraraka's determined face crumbling into confusion, Ida's fierce loyalty met with psychic nullification. They'd come for him, and he was abandoning them to a fate worse than fighting. But to charge back now was suicide, and it would accomplish nothing. The sickening truth settled in his gut. The only way to truly help them, to help everyone, was to become the ghost, to go where the heroes couldn't, and cut the disease at its root. He pushed off the wall, his face set into a mask of grim resolve. We need to get to the mountains. Fast. And we need gear. We can't walk into a commission dig site looking like this. Ezio nodded. Then we visit a tailor of a different sort. The tailor operated out of the back of a burnt-out arcade. His name was Gleam, and his quirk was passive polymer manipulation. He could, with touch and focus, reshape synthetic materials, Kevlar, ballistic nylon, carbon weave, at the molecular level. He was a wiry, nervous man with magnifying lenses strapped to his head. He took one look at Ezio's robes and Deku's ruined tracksuit and sighed. Commission heat is bad for business, boys. Real bad. Ezio placed another gold coin on his workbench. We need to not look like ourselves. And we need to move. The coin worked. Gleam got to work. For Ezio, he took the sturdy, white fabric of his robes and the red sash, treating them with a chemical bath that darkened them to the color of charcoal and dried blood. He reinforced the weave, adding subtle, flexible armor plating to the chest, shoulders, and forearms. He modified the bracers to better integrate with his own hidden blade mechanism. The hood remained, but now it shadowed a face that was part of the darkness. For Deku, it was a transformation. Gleam used a base of a high-tech, moisture-wicking black bodysuit meant for underground rescue heroes. Over this, he crafted form-fitting plates of a matte, non-reflective gray polymer, an echo of the armory armor, but modernized. It protected his vitals without sacrificing the flexibility he needed for his quirk. The costume covered him from neck to ankle, complete with a lightweight, articulated helmet that offered full head protection and a retractable visor. It was not a hero costume. It was infiltration gear. The final touch was a full-face mask, featureless and black, that would hide his identity completely. When Deku looked in the cracked mirror, a stranger looked back. A sleek, anonymous shadow. The only spot of color was his left forearm, where the gray bracer was now seamlessly integrated into the suit's gauntlet. He looked like a phantom. It was horrifying. It was perfect. Gleam also provided them with a beat-up, unregistered solar electric motorcycle, a crawler, used for illegal tunnel racing. It was fast, quiet, and could handle rough terrain. As the sun finally broke over the city's smog layer, they were ready. Two ghosts in stolen steel pointed towards the mountains. The journey was a blur of tense back roads and uneasy silence. Deku drove, the crawler's engine a faint whisper. Ezio sat behind him, a silent, watchful presence. They didn't speak. There was nothing left to say that wasn't about the mission. After 6 hours, the urban sprawl gave way to wooded hills, then to the steep, rugged slopes of the Takayama Range. The air grew thin and cold. Using the broker's coordinates and the apple's subtle guidance, they left the crawler hidden in a ravine and proceeded on foot. They found the commission perimeter 2 miles from the target coordinates. It was not a fence. It was a wall of light and sound. A shimmering, semi-transparent energy barrier hummed between tall emitter poles, encircling a large area. Motion sensors and automated drone turrets were mounted at intervals. Within the barrier, the skeletal frames of drilling rigs and prefab research modules were visible, nestled against the side of a particularly jagged peak. A fortress of science, Ezio observed from their hiding place among the pines. They are not digging. They are performing surgery. How do we get through that? Deku whispered. The barrier looked like it could vaporize a person. Ezio pointed. A section of the barrier flickered rhythmically. Near its base, a large pipe, a coolant line or waste discharge, ran from inside the compound, under the barrier, and down the mountain. Where it passed under the light wall, the barrier bent around it, leaving a narrow, shimmering archway barely a foot high. Every wall has a crack, Ezio said. We become water. Waiting for the right moment in the flicker cycle, they belly crawled through the mud and freezing runoff beneath the pipe. The energy barrier hummed inches above Deku's back, raising the hair on his neck. The smell of ozone was overpowering. Then they were through, inside the sterile, mechanical heart of the enemy camp. They moved between shadows of shipping containers and equipment racks. The place was heavily manned by cleanup squad soldiers and scientists in hazard suits. The focus was a massive, arched entrance that had been cut into the rock face of the mountain itself. It was not a natural cave. The edges were too smooth, the arch too regular. It was a door, made of the same dark stone as the armory, but 20 times larger. And it was open. A huge, mechanized airlock door had been forced ajar, its ancient mechanisms shattered by modern cutting lasers. A cold, dry wind sighed from within, carrying a scent that made the apple on Ezio's belt pulse weakly. Ozone, stone, and something sweetly, profoundly rotten. They slipped inside, flattening themselves against the wall just within the threshold. The interior was not a cave. It was a cavern, but one that had been built. The scale was dizzying. The ceiling was lost in darkness hundreds of feet above. The floor was a geometric maze of trenches, pillars, and what looked like machinery. Immense, silent machinery made of black stone and strange, crystal conduits, all covered in a thick layer of gray, fibrous dust. In the center of the cavern, under the glare of powerful commission floodlights, was the source. It was a tree. Or it had been. Now it was a petrified, monstrous skeleton of blackened stone and twisted crystal, its roots digging deep into the cavern floor, its branches thrusting up towards the hidden ceiling. It was easily as large as the fake great tree from his vision, but this was real, ancient, and dead. Veins of faint, sickly red light pulsed sluggishly within its trunk, traveling down into the roots and out through the floor along the lines of the ancient machinery. Commissioned scientists swarmed over it like ants on a carcass, taking scans, drilling core samples. Director Kanzaki stood on a gantry overlooking the trunk, Mr. Yutaka at her side. "The decay is accelerating," Yutaka was saying, his voice amplified by the cavern's acoustics. "Each pulse is stronger. The harmonic resonance is beginning to affect local spacetime. Small rifts are opening randomly within a 5-mile radius. The artifact we recovered is a stabilizer shard," Kanzaki replied, her voice cold. "It was part of a network meant to contain this entity. By removing it, we have compromised the prison. A fortunate accident. The entity's energy, even in this decayed state, is orders of magnitude beyond anything a quirk can produce. Imagine it weaponized. The assimilation protocol is proceeding," Yutaka said, gesturing to a lower trench. There, in containment tubes, were several of the coral-like creatures, twitching. The native biomass, when exposed to the resonant energy, restructures itself into compliant bio-drones. They are mindless, but respond to psychic direction. Particularly to your amplified capabilities, Director. Deku's blood ran cold. They weren't just studying it. They were trying to harness it. To turn the prison into a factory for their own army. Ezio's hand tightened on his shoulder. He pointed. At the base of the petrified tree, partly buried in the fibrous dust, was a dais. And on that dais was a control panel of Isu design, intact. And set into its center was a familiar, hexagonal slot. The exact size and shape of the apple. The lock, Ezio breathed. The real lock. Not for the door. For the tree. For the thing inside it. Kanzaki followed his gaze. And the key is in the hands of our anomaly. He will come. He is drawn to it. And when he does, we will have the final piece. As if on cue, alarms blared within the cavern, not the compound's alarms, but a deeper, older siren that seemed to come from the stone itself. The red pulses in the tree flared brightly. On the far side of the cavern, the air rippled and tore. A shimmering, unstable rift split open. Through it stumbled a figure. It was Ezio's apple. But it wasn't. The device floated in the air. But it was corrupted, its gold now streaked with veins of the same sickly red. And it was not alone. Hovering beside it, formed of crackling red energy, was a ghostly, distorted figure, a man in assassin's robes, his face contorted in silent agony. A vestige, Deku choked out. But not like the ones in One for All. This was a soul, a memory, trapped and corrupted by the decaying entity, using the apple as a beacon. The corrupted apple pulsed. The ghostly assassin raised a burning hand and pointed, not at Kanzaki, not at the scientists. It pointed directly at their hiding spot. At Ezio. "Thief!" A voice boomed, not through the air, but directly into their minds, 1,000 voices screaming in unison. "You took the key. You starved the root. Return it. Feed the weaver." Every eye in the cavern turned towards them. The lock had found its key. And the prison had found its warden. Chapter 10 The cavern, a moment before a hive of ordered scientific inquiry, shattered into a tableau of primal terror. The corrupted apple hung in the air like a bleeding star, its red veins pulsing in time with the agonized screams inside Deku's head. The ghostly assassin, a wraith of crimson light and ancient anguish, was a finger of accusation aimed at their souls. Every commissioned soldier, every scientist, froze. Director Kanzaki's head snapped towards their hiding spot, her dampening field spiking in a visible shimmer of distorted air. But this time, the psychic blanket wasn't just muffling, it was a focused wave of nullification, aimed like a weapon. It hit Deku like a physical blow, a vacuum sucking the fight, the fear, even the urgency from his mind. He sagged against the cold stone, the will to move draining away. Ezio did not sag. He flinched. A man whose will was forged in the fires of conspiracy and betrayal staggered under the assault on his very intent. But centuries of discipline held. He grabbed Deku's arm, his fingers biting through the polymer suit. "The lock," he hissed, the words of physical effort. "It is the only way. We must reach it." The ghostly assassin wailed, a sound of tectonic plates grinding. "The key. Give it back." It swept a burning arm across the cavern. The ancient machinery embedded in the floor responded. Sections of stone glowed red-hot. Crystal conduits overloaded, exploding in showers of razor-sharp shards. A scientist who had been taking a core sample from the petrified tree screamed as a lash of red energy, like a root made of lightning, erupted from the trunk and wrapped around his leg, yanking him into the fibrous dust where he vanished with a muffled crunch. Pandemonium. The Commission's orderly extraction became a frantic battle for survival against a waking, angry ruin. Kanzaki's voice cut through the chaos, amplified and icily calm. Contain the spectral entity. Secure the anomaly. He must reach the console alive. The cleanup squad soldiers, trained for the unnatural, shook off their stupor. Half-opened fire on the ghostly assassin with energy rifles set to a strange, dissonant frequency. The bolts seemed to tear chunks of crimson light from its form, causing it to shriek in renewed fury. The other half charged towards Ezio and Deku's position. Ezio was already moving, pulling Deku along. They didn't run towards the soldiers. They ran across the chaos, using the erupting machinery and panicking personnel as cover. A geyser of red energy burst from the floor where a soldier had been standing. A falling crystal shard impaled a console, showering them with sparks. Deku's mind fought through the muffling haze. The lock. The dais. 50 meters. It was an open kill zone between trenches of humming, failing machinery. We'll never make it, he yelled over the din. Ezio's eyes were fixed on the path. We do not make it. We earn it. He pointed to a gantry crane arm that was swinging wildly, its controls fried by the energy surge. Your power. Can you jump us? Deku looked at the swinging arm, then at the dais. It was impossible. The timing, the angle, but impossibility was a language he was learning to speak. He nodded, green energy crackling to life along his legs. When I say, they ran parallel to the charging soldiers. The energy bolt seared the air past Deku's helmet. He didn't flinch. He watched the crane arm, calculating its arc. Now. Asterisk. Ezio, now. He wrapped an arm around Ezio's waist and channeled one for all. Not a gentle boost, but a concentrated, explosive burst from his legs. 8%. 10. They launched from the ground as the crane arm reached the apex of its swing. For a heart-stopping second, they were flying over the battlefield, suspended between gunfire and psychic blasts and lashing roots of red lightning. They landed hard on the thick metal arm, sliding down its length as it began its downward arc, directly towards the central dais. Soldiers fired up at them. Ezio's hidden blade flashed, deflecting a bolt. Deku's new bracer hummed, and he instinctively raised his arm. A small, focused green shield, a disk of hardened energy, snapped into existence, blocking 2 more shots before fizzling out. The armor responds. Asterisk. The crane arm slammed down onto the edge of the dais with a deafening clang. They jumped off, rolling onto the ancient stone platform. Before them was the control console. The hexagonal slot waited. And standing between them and it was Director Kanzaki. She had descended from her overlook, moving with a terrible, calm purpose. Her dampening field was a visible vortex of gray nothingness swirling around her. The frantic energy of the cavern died as it touched her. Even the red pulses from the tree seemed to dim in her presence. You are a fascinating variable, Student Midoriya, she said, her voice carrying perfectly in the deadened air. A quirk of legacy, drawn to a legacy of control. You could have been the ultimate symbol. A hero perfectly aligned with the new order. She shook her head, a gesture of profound disappointment. Now you are just another mess to clean up. Ezio stepped forward, placing himself between Kanzaki and Deku. Your order is a gilded cage built on a grave. You play with bones, and call it progress. Progress is survival, Kanzaki countered. This power is a leak in reality. We will plug the leak. And we will drink what spills. That is the only law that matters. She raised a hand. The dampening field intensified, condensing into a palpable force. It felt like the air itself was turning to stone, crushing the will from their bodies. Ezio groaned, dropping to one knee. Deku felt his limbs turning to lead. The green energy in his veins guttered, suppressed not by force, but by the utter pointlessness the field imposed. Why fight? Why care? It was so heavy. From across the cavern, the ghostly Assinist shrieked, breaking through a squad of soldiers. It saw Ezio on the dais, saw the apple at his belt. Mine. It streaked towards them, a comet of corrupted memory. Kanzaki didn't even look. She flicked her other hand. A pulse of pure nullification shot out, not to erase, but to command. It struck the wraith. The agonized assassin figure dissolved, not into light, but into a cloud of docile, red mist that swirled obediently around Kanzaki's outstretched fingers before being absorbed into her body. A flicker of red joined the gray in her eyes. She had consumed the vestige, assimilated its energy. She smiled, a thin, terrible curve of her lips. See, even the ghosts of the past can be put to work. The display of absolute, chilling control broke something in Deku. This wasn't a villain. This was entropy given human form. The end of struggle, the end of hope, the end of meaning itself. He couldn't fight that. Not with punches. Not with smiles. He looked at Ezio, struggling against the psychic weight. He looked at the console. The lock. He had one move left. He didn't try to power up. He didn't try to fight the nullification. He leaned into it. He let the crushing apathy wash over him. He let go of the fear for his friends, the guilt over his choices, the burning desire to be a hero. He focused on one thing, the coldest, hardest point of will he could muster. Not a feeling, a function. He was a key, and a key had one purpose. He took a step, then another, moving through Kanzaki's field like it was thick mud. His green lightning was gone. He was just a boy in a black suit, walking towards a console. Kanzaki's smile faltered. Her quirk worked on emotion, on drive, on the heat of the spirit. She saw nothing in Deku's eyes now. No fire to dampen, only a chilling, mechanical resolve. What are you doing? She demanded, her calm cracking for the first time. Deku didn't answer. He reached Ezio. He knelt, his movements stiff. He unclipped the apple from Ezio's belt. The device was warm, its golden light fighting the red infection within it. Ezio's gray eyes met his. He saw the dead, functional look in Deku's gaze, and understood. He gave the faintest nod. Do it. Asterisk. Deku stood, turned, and walked towards the console slot. Kanzaki realized his intent. No. You'll destabilize everything. She lunged, her dampening field spiking into a crushing wave meant to flatline his nervous system. Deku didn't feel it. He was beyond feeling. He was a vessel. A tool. He placed the apple into the slot. It fit perfectly. For a second, nothing happened. Then, the world screamed. The apple blazed with pure, undiluted gold. The red veins within it burned away, incinerated by the console's purifying power. The light shot down through the console, through the dais, into the network of machinery under the cavern floor. The petrified tree shuddered. A sound like a mountain breaking apart rolled through the cavern. The sluggish red pulses reversed. The energy wasn't flowing out from the tree anymore. It was being sucked back in, pulled from the machinery, from the very air, drawn back into the blackened trunk. The apple was doing its job. It was re-engaging the lock. Sealing the prison. Containing the corruption. But a lock that has been broken, then forced shut, does not close quietly. The tree, the ancient entity, the Star Weaver's rooted, decaying heart, resisted. It fought the lockdown with a final, desperate surge. The red energy coalesced not into roots, but into a single, concentrated beam that lanced from the trunk, not at Deku, not at Kanzaki. It struck Director Kanzaki herself. She arched backwards, a silent scream on her lips. The red energy poured into her, merging with her own nullification quirk, with the vestige she'd absorbed. Her body began to change. Her skin took on a gray, stony texture. Her eyes became pools of solid, swirling red and gray. Her hair stiffened into crystal filaments. The dampening field around her exploded outward, no longer suppressing emotion, but canceling reality itself. Where the field touched, stone didn't crumble, it simply ceased to be, leaving smooth, impossible voids. Sound vanished. Light bent and died. She was becoming something new. A hybrid. A human mind fused with a dying god's will, wielding a quirk that could unravel existence. The lockdown continued. The tree was dimming, the red light being forced back into its core. But Kanzaki was now the focal point of its last stand. She turned her void-filled eyes towards Deku. You locked the door. Her voice was a chorus, her own tone layered with the grinding stone voice of the entity, with me, inside. She raised a hand. A wave of nullification, tinged with unraveling red energy, swept towards the dais. It wasn't an attack to kill. It was an attack to unmake. Ezio threw himself in front of Deku. The wave hit him. He didn't scream. He faded. The colors of his robes leached away to gray. The solidity of his form seemed to blur at the edges. He was being erased, not from life, but from cohesion. He collapsed, a figure dissolving into static. Ezio. The cold functionality shattered. Deku's emotions, held at bay, exploded back in a torrent of agony and rage. Green lightning erupted from him, not in controlled percentages, but in a raw, uncontrolled nova that pushed back against the edge of the nullification wave. He fell to his knees beside Ezio. The assassin's face was pale, his eyes struggling to focus. "The lock is closing," he rasped, his voice thin, like a poor radio signal. "The prison is sealed. But the warden is trapped inside with the beast." He grabbed Deku's wrist, his grip weak. "Finish it, Ragazzo. Not with her power, with yours. The blade, for the light. And the blade, for the shadows. Cut the knot." His hand fell away. His eyes closed. He wasn't dead. He was unstable, caught between existence and the void Kanzaki had unleashed. Deku looked up. Kanzaki, now a monstrous fusion of woman and entity, was stumbling towards them, each step leaving a footprint of nothingness on the stone. The tree behind her was almost dark, the lock nearly complete. But she was the final spark, the last ember of the corruption, and she was free inside the sealed prison. He stood. He drew the gray sword from his hip. It glowed with a soft, steady green light. He activated the bracer. The energy blade snapped forth, humming with the same frequency. He had two blades. One for the light of one for all. One for the shadow of the assassin's legacy. Kanzaki unleashed another wave of unraveling force. Deku didn't dodge. He charged. He crossed the blades before him, the physical sword and the energy dagger forming an X. He poured everything into them, not just power, but the memory of All Might's smile, the weight of the vestiges, hopes, the sharp, precise lessons of Ezio's craft, the warmth of his mother's love, the stubborn fire of his own heart that refused to be nullified. The green light from the blades intensified, forming a spinning, swirling vortex of energy between them, a miniature, focused galaxy of willpower. He met the nullification wave with his crossed blades. Silence. Then, a sound like a universe being born in reverse. The unraveling force hit the vortex of green energy and shattered. It didn't dissipate. It was annihilated by something more fundamental, more real. The vortex pushed forward, consuming the gray-red nothingness, driving it back. Kanzaki shrieked, the entity's voice now dominant. She raised both hands, pouring everything she was into a final, all-consuming blast of erasure. Deku leapt. He spun in the air, a green comet. He brought both blades down in a single, intersecting strike. The gray sword, channeling the focused, historic will of the armor's makers, cut through the hybrid's unnatural form, severing the connection to the decaying tree. The energy bracer blade, humming with the living legacy of One for All, pierced the core of Kanzaki's own corrupted quirk factor, the source of the nullification. There was no explosion. There was a release. A sigh of air returning to a vacuum. Director Kanzaki collapsed, her body returning to its human form, unconscious, her quirk, and the parasitic entity within it, neutralized. The last of the red light was sucked from her, drawn back into the now dark, silent tree. The lock was sealed. The prison was closed. The cavern was dark, save for the flickering remains of commissioned floodlights and the soft, dying glow of the apple in its console. Deku stood over the fallen forms of Ezio and Kanzaki, his blades extinguishing, his breath coming in ragged, sobbing gulps. The green lightning faded from his skin, leaving him trembling with exhaustion and shock. Alarms from the commission compound were blaring, distant and meaningless. The surviving soldiers and scientists were fleeing or lying stunned. He had done it. He had stopped it. But as he looked at Ezio's fading form, at the cost written in the silent, dark tree, he felt no victory. Only a hollow, echoing quiet. And the terrible understanding that some doors, once locked, can never be opened again. Chapter 11 *. The silence after the storm was not peaceful. It was the silence of a raw, gaping wound. The cavern hummed with a low, residual energy, the last dying echoes of the lock ceiling, of a god's final scream being swallowed by stone. The air tasted of ozone, burnt plastic, and something else, something old and cold that had been disturbed for the first time in millennia. Deku stood amidst the wreckage, his body thrumming with a phantom ache that had nothing to do with physical injury. His costume was torn and scorched. The gray sword felt heavy as an anchor in his hand. He looked down. Ezio lay on the cold dais, his form flickering like a candle in a draft. The gray and charcoal of his reinforced robes seemed to blend into the stone beneath him, as if he was slowly becoming a part of the mountain. He wasn't bleeding. There was no visible wound. It was worse. He was being unmade from the edges in, his cohesion stolen by the touch of Kanzaki's corrupted nullification. A few feet away, Director Kanzaki herself lay still, breathing shallowly. The terrifying fusion of woman and entity was gone, stripped away by Deku's twin blades. She looked smaller now, just a woman in a torn suit, her face pale and slack. But the memory of her voice, the chorus of human ambition and ancient hunger, was a stain on the air. Finish it. Ezio's last words echoed. Cut the knot. Asterisk. Deku took a step towards Kanzaki. The gray sword trembled in his grip. This was it. The assassin's final lesson. The enemy was defeated, helpless. The clean, permanent solution was right here. One thrust. A cut knot. No more commission plots, no more memory wipes, no more threat from this particular shadow. His finger tightened on the hilt. He saw the faces of his classmates, of All Might. He heard Ida's voice reciting the hero code. He saw a courtroom, a hero on trial for murder. He lowered the sword. He couldn't. Not like that. Not in cold blood. That line, once crossed, had no return. He was a hero. Or he was trying to be. Even in the gray, some light had to remain. But he couldn't leave her here either. The commission would find her, cover this up, and she would wake up in a new cell, perhaps with her quirk neutered, but with her mind, her knowledge, her ambition intact. The rot would remain within the system. A groan from the dais. Ezio's eyes fluttered open, the gray depths clouded with pain. He saw Deku standing over Kanzaki, the sword lowered. A faint, pained smile touched his lips. It held no judgment, only a weary understanding. The harder path, he rasped. Always, you choose the harder path. I can't, Deku whispered, the confession torn from him. I know, Ezio said. He tried to push himself up, failed. Then, we bind the wound. We hide the scar. His gaze drifted to the apple, still glowing softly in the console. The lock is sealed. The apple's purpose is fulfilled. Its energy is spent, but it is still a key. A key can relocate a door. Understanding dawned, cold and pragmatic. You want to use it on her. Send her somewhere. Not somewhere. Nowhere, Ezio corrected, each word an effort. The void between. The place I was, unraveling towards. A place outside the prison, but not in the world. A buffer. A oubliette. You'd trap her in nothing. Better than her being something that can hurt your world, Ezio said, his voice fading. It will take, the last of the apple. And the last of my strength to guide it. The console, can focus it. Help me up. Deku sheathed his sword and hauled Ezio to his feet, supporting his weight. The assassin felt insubstantial, like holding smoke. Together, they staggered to the console. Ezio placed his trembling hands on the ancient stone beside the apple. He closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in concentration. Focus with me, he whispered. Think of her, not as a person. As a variable. An equation that does not balance. We will move her to the margin. Erase her from the main text. Deku placed his hand on the console beside Ezio's. He didn't understand the technology, the Isu science. But he understood intent. He focused on Kanzaki, on the threat she represented, on the need to remove that threat without becoming a killer. He poured that will, that specific, targeted need, into the machine. The apple's glow intensified, turning from gold to a blinding white. The light flowed down through the console, snaked across the dais like a living vine of energy, and wrapped around Director Kanzaki's unconscious form. She didn't stir. The light solidified, becoming a cocoon of solid white rays. Then, with a sound like a sigh, the cocoon imploded. It collapsed into a single, brilliant point of light, and then winked out of existence. Kanzaki was gone. Not dead. Not here. Elsewhere. Outside the equation. The apple cracked, its light dying. It turned gray and inert, just a piece of strange sculpture. Ezio sagged, his legs giving out. Deku lowered him gently back to the stone. The flickering at the edges of his form was worse, speeding up. It is done, Ezio breathed, his eyes finding Deku's. The lock is closed. The warden is dismissed. The secret remains buried. He coughed, a dry, hollow sound. You have your world back, Ragazzo. Go. Be the hero it needs. But remember, the shadows you have seen. They do not vanish in the light. They only wait. I'm not leaving you, Deku said, his voice thick. You must, Ezio said, his hand weakly grasping Deku's arm. I am a thread from a torn tapestry. I cannot be woven into yours. The touch of that void, it is a one-way path. I am glad, my last steps were beside a good man. That is a better end than most in my trade receive. His gaze grew distant, looking past Deku, past the cavern, to somewhere only he could see. The Auditore line ends with me. But the creed, it passes. Not in blood, in choice. In the stubborn, impossible choice to protect, even when the world says to cut. He smiled, a true, peaceful smile that smoothed the centuries of weariness from his face. Requiescat in pace, Izuku Midoriya. His hand fell. His form didn't vanish in a flash. It simply dissipated, like smoke in a gentle wind. The gray of his robes, the red of his sash, the strong lines of his face, they all blurred, faded, and were gone, leaving only an impression on the dust of the dais. Ezio Auditore da Firenze was gone. Returned to the animus of history from which he'd briefly stepped. Deku knelt on the cold stone, alone. The emptiness was vast, a physical pressure in his chest. He had no time to grieve. The sounds from outside the cavern were growing, shouted orders, the whine of heavy machinery. The commission was regrouping. He pushed himself to his feet, his body moving on autopilot. He grabbed the cracked, dead apple from the console and stuffed it into a pouch on his suit. A relic, a tombstone. He looked at the dark, silent tree. The prison was sealed. The secret was safe. For now. He turned and ran, not towards the main entrance, but deeper into the cavern, following the paths of the ancient machinery. His new visor had limited thermal and structural scanning. He found what he was looking for, a fissure in the cavern wall, an old seismic crack, barely wide enough to squeeze through. It smelled of damp earth and led upwards. He climbed, scrambling over broken rock, propelled by a final burst of adrenaline. The crack narrowed, then opened into a smaller, natural cave. And at its end, a sliver of daylight. He emerged on the mountainside, high above the commission compound. The afternoon sun was blinding. Below, he could see the tiny figures of soldiers swarming the forced entrance. They hadn't found the back door yet. He was miles from the crawler, injured, exhausted, and utterly alone. He stripped off the featureless black helmet and mask, letting the cold mountain air bite his face. He was Izuku Midoriya again. But he felt like a stranger in his own skin. He had a dead artifact in his pouch. A sword of alien make on his hip. A bracer of forgotten war on his arm. And a memory of a smile from a man who should never have existed. He started the long, painful walk down the mountain, away from the hidden war, back towards the world of heroes he no longer knew how to belong to. The sun was setting, casting long, deep shadows across the valley. Shadows he now knew held shapes, and histories, and choices waiting to be made. Chapter 12 *. The mountain did not let him go easily. It clung to him with claws of scree and thorns, each step down a jarring reminder of the battle fought in its belly. The setting sun painted the world in tones of fire and blood, a dramatic backdrop that felt like a mockery of the quiet, hollow ache inside him. He moved like a ghost through the pine forests, the gray sorta unfamiliar weight, the bracer a cold brand on his arm. He found the crawler where they'd hidden it, a sleek insect of metal in the deepening gloom. The key was still in the ignition. He stared at it, the simple act of turning it, of moving forward, feeling insurmountable. Where did he go? Not to UA. Not yet. The commission's net would be cast wide. They'd be watching his home, his school, every known associate. They had lost their director and a top-secret facility. They would be rabid. He thought of the broker's list, still stored on his helmet's internal memory. Other sites. Other artifacts. The war wasn't over. It had just changed commanders. The enemy was no longer a single, corrupt official, but the vast, faceless machine she represented, still in possession of dangerous, misunderstood relics. And the true enemy, the sleeping, decaying entity, was still locked away, but its prison had been tampered with. It was an unstable equation. He couldn't go back to being just a student. The gray had stained him. But he couldn't walk Ezio's path alone. He needed an anchor, a tether to the world of light. There was only one person who might understand, who operated in the spaces between. Who knew the cost of secrets. He started the crawler. Its electric whine was too loud in the silent woods. He pointed it not towards Musutafu, but north, skirting the city, using back roads and forgotten highways. His destination was a place he'd only heard about in hushed tones among the teachers, a private, off-the-books medical and recuperation facility sometimes used for heroes who needed to disappear for a while. A place called the Willow Shore Clinic. It was a 6-hour drive through the night. He drove in a daze, the events in the cavern replaying on a loop behind his eyes, the red light, the ghostly assassin, Ezio's fading smile. The weight of the choice he hadn't made, the knot he hadn't cut, sat heavy in his gut. Was it mercy? Or cowardice? Dawn was a gray smear on the horizon when he found the clinic. It was nestled on the shore of a vast, still lake, shrouded in mist and willow trees, looking more like a high-end ryokan than a hospital. It was secluded, quiet, and undoubtedly had security that would make Yue blush. He parked the crawler in a copse of trees a kilometer away and approached on foot, moving with the silence Ezio had taught him. He avoided the main gate, circling to the lakeside. The perimeter was a subtle combination of motion sensors, laser grids, and probably Quirk-enhanced guards. But it was designed to keep people out, and to keep patients in who didn't want to leave. It wasn't designed for someone who could stick to walls and move with a predator's grace. He found a drainage pipe that emptied into the lake, its grate loose. He slipped through, into the silent, sterile bowels of the clinic. He moved through service corridors, following signs to the VIP recovery suites. He didn't know the room number. He was operating on instinct, on a desperate hope. He found a nurse's station, empty at this hour. A terminal was unlocked, displaying a patient roster. His eyes scanned the list, his heart hammering. And there it was. Suite 7 West Wing. Patient, Toshinori Yagi. Status, critical rest. No visitors. No external comms. All Might. He navigated the hushed hallways, his black suit making him a shadow among shadows. He reached Suite 7. The door was reinforced, with a keycard reader. He didn't have a keycard. He placed his palm against the reader. He focused, not on breaking it, but on persuading it. He thought of the connection between them, of the embers of one for all that lived in both their souls. He let a tiny, controlled spark of green energy dance across his fingertips. The reader beeped. A green light. The door clicked open. The suite was dim, lit only by the pale glow of medical monitors. The air smelled of antiseptic and old paper. In the bed, connected to a silent array of machines, lay All Might. He was in his skeletal form, looking frailer than Deku had ever seen him. His skin was almost translucent over his bones, his breathing shallow but even. The wound from his final fight with All for One was a stark, raised scar on his sunken chest. Deku stood in the doorway, frozen. This was a sacred space, a place of final, fragile peace. And he was about to shatter it with nightmares. He stepped inside, letting the door sigh shut behind him. All Might's eyes opened. They were the same bright blue, but dimmed by pain and profound exhaustion. They focused on Deku, standing there in the strange, scorched black suit, a sword at his hip, his face smudged with dirt and grief. There was no surprise, only a deep, sad understanding. Young Midoriya, All Might whispered, his voice a dry rustle of leaves. I had a feeling it would be you who found me first. All Might, the words choked in Deku's throat. How did you begin? Sit, All Might said, gesturing weakly to a chair by the bed. You look like you've fought a war. Deku sat, the dam breaking. The story poured out of him in a ragged, hushed torrent. The tear on the beach. Ezio Auditore. The hidden armory. The Commission's black site. The gilded cage. The mountain. The petrified tree. Director Kanzaki's transformation. Ezio's sacrifice. The lock, the banishment, the empty dust on the dais. He showed him the dead apple. He activated the bracer, the green energy blade humming. Softly in the dim room. He laid the gray sword across his knees. All Might listened. He did not interrupt. His eyes, fixed on Deku, grew heavier with each revelation. When Deku finished, the silence that followed was thick enough to drown in. A secret war, All Might finally said, his voice filled with a weary awe. Older than Quirk's. And we built our sandcastles on its battlefield. He closed his eyes. I knew the Commission had its darkness. All institutions do. But this is a rot in the foundation. What do I do? Deku pleaded, the question of a lost child. I can't go back. They'll take this. He touched the bracer. They'll take my memories. Or worse. But I can't live in the shadows forever. I don't know how. All Might opened his eyes. The blue was sharp now, the fire of the symbol of peace reduced to a pilot light, but still burning. You have already chosen your path, my boy. You just don't recognize it. He nodded towards the bracer. You took up a hidden blade. But you used it to protect. To seal away a threat, not to murder a woman. You walked the gray, but you carried your own light with you. He struggled to sit up higher, wincing. Ezio Auditore, he saw that in you. He didn't train an assassin. He tested a hero. And you passed. Not by his measure, but by your own. But I abandoned my friends. I left them to the commission. And by doing so, you kept the greater threat from them, All Might said firmly. Uraraka, Iida, Tokiyami, they are strong. They are resilient. The commission will question them, yes. They may even attempt to modify their memories. But they are also high-profile students of the #1 Hero Academy. Disappearing them would cause too many questions. They will be released, confused, but whole. You protected them by drawing the true danger away. He coughed, a wet, painful sound. You now carry a burden I cannot share. A knowledge I wish you never had to bear. The commission will be hunting for, Gray One's, accomplice. Your description, even altered, will be in their files. You cannot return to UA as Izuku Midoriya. Not yet. The finality of it hit Deku like a physical blow. No more classes. No more dorm life. No more laughing with Uraraka, studying with Iida, even arguing with Bakugo. His life as he knew it was over. Then who am I? He whispered. All Might was silent for a long moment. He looked out the window at the mist rising off the lake. For now, you are a ghost. A guardian ghost. You have tools the heroes do not. You have knowledge they cannot possess. Your war is no longer against street villains or petty criminals. It is against a systemic ignorance that threatens to wake a sleeping dragon. He looked back at Deku, his expression fierce with a paternal pride that cut through the sterile gloom. You must become what the situation demands. Not a hero of the spotlight. A warden of the secret history. He gestured to the sword and bracer. These are not weapons of villainy. They are the scalpel when the world needs a hammer. You will learn their use. You will find the other artifacts on that list. You will secure them, study them, ensure they are not misused. And you will watch the mountain. You are the one who turned the key. The lock is your responsibility now. The weight of the mandate settled on Deku's shoulders, heavier than any backpack full of textbooks. It was a lonely, endless duty. How? He asked, his voice small. I'm just one person. You are the 9th holder of One for All Might said, his voice gaining a sliver of its old strength. You are the heir to a line of heroes who defied fate itself. You have the heart of a protector and now, the tools of a scholar soldier from a forgotten age. He reached out a trembling hand. Deku took it. The grip was weak, but the intent was iron. You will not be alone. I am not dead yet. From this bed, I can still pull strings. I have contacts, people who owe me favors, people who operate in the spaces the commission cannot see. I will be your guide in the light, while you walk in the gray. He let go, sinking back into the pillows, exhausted by the effort. There is a man, a former hero, now a collector of strange things. He lives in the mountains to the west. His name is Chisaki Kai. He is eccentric, paranoid, and has a deep hatred for the commission. He owes me a debt. He will give you shelter, and he can help you understand the technology you now carry. Go to him. Tell him I sent you. Tell him the Sunrise Project needs a curator. All Might closed his eyes, his energy spent. Now go. Before the morning rounds. And, young Midoriya. Deku paused at the door. Do not lose that heart, All Might whispered. The day you trade it for cold efficiency is the day you lose this war. Now, disappear. Deku gave one last, long look at his mentor, his idol, now his company conspirator in a hidden crusade. He nodded, a silent promise. He slipped out of the room as silently as he had entered, leaving the world of the sickbed for the cold uncertainty of the dawn. He returned to the crawler as the sun properly rose, bleaching the mist from the lake. He had a name, a direction, a purpose. He wasn't Izuku Midoriya, UA student. He wasn't Deku, the aspiring hero. As he fired up the silent engine and pointed it west, towards the territory of a paranoid former hero, he wondered what his name was now. The crawler sped into the morning, a shadow fleeing the light, carrying a boy who was learning that sometimes, to save the day, you had to become a secret. Chapter 13. The mountains to the west were not like the Takayama Range. They were older, worn down by time into rolling, forested humps, their peaks softened like sleeping giants. The air here was clearer, sharp with the scent of pine and damp earth. Civilization existed in pockets, tiny, forgotten villages clinging to valleys, connected by winding roads that seemed more like suggestions than highways. Deku drove for hours, the crawler eating up the kilometers on its near-silent engine. He ditched the distinctive helmet and mask, but kept the black suit. With a scavenged hoodie pulled over the top, he looked like any other teenager on a rough camping trip, albeit one with a strangely elegant sword strapped to his back. All Might's directions were vague, based on memories years old. Look for the valley with 3 lightning-struck pines at the mouth. His compound is at the head of the valley, built into the rock itself. You'll know it by what isn't there: no power lines, no satellite dishes. He generates his own everything, and he hides it. He found the 3 pines, their trunks blackened and split but still improbably alive, standing sentinel-like warnings. The valley beyond was a deep, green slit in the world, shadowed even at midday. A gravel track, almost invisible under moss and fallen needles, led in. Deku left the crawler hidden a mile down the main road and proceeded on foot, his senses stretched to their limits. Ezio's lessons were fresh: move from cover to cover, pause, listen, let the landscape speak. The forest here was watchful. Too quiet. No birdsong. The only sound was the sigh of wind in the high branches. He'd gone half a mile when he saw the first camera. It was cleverly disguised as a knot in a birch tree, its lens a dark, glassy eye. He froze, then gave a slow, deliberate nod towards it. He had come openly, on All Might's word. Hiding would be an insult. He kept walking, his hands visible. 100 yards later, a panel of moss-covered ground. Beside the track emitted a soft chirp. A scanning beam of pale blue light washed over him from head to toe. It lingered on the shape of the sword under his hoodie, on the bracer on his arm, then winked out. The track ended at a wall of living rock. There was no gate, no door. Just granite. Deku stood before it, unsure. Then, with a grind of stone on stone, a section of the rock face, a perfect, seamless rectangle 8 feet tall, recessed and slid sideways, revealing a tunnel lit by soft, recessed leads. The air from within was cool, filtered, and smelled of ozone and old books. A voice echoed from a hidden speaker, flat and synthesized. "State your business." "All Might sent me," Deku said, his voice steady. "The Sunrise Project needs a curator." A long pause. Then, "Proceed. Touch nothing." The tunnel led downwards, curving gently. It was clearly artificial, the walls smooth and finished. After 50 meters, it opened into a space that stole Deku's breath. It was a cavern, but one that had been turned into a combination of a museum, a laboratory, and a fortress. The natural rock formed the walls and high ceiling, but the floor was polished concrete. Workbenches laden with tools and strange devices lined the perimeter. Display cases held objects that made the hair on Deku's neck stand up. A glove that shimmered with trapped light, a helm made of a coppery metal that seemed to move when you weren't looking, fragments of crystal that pulsed with a slow, internal rhythm. In the center of the space, under the glow of a single, powerful downlight, stood a man. He was tall and painfully thin, dressed in simple, gray workman's clothes. His hair was a messy shock of white, and he wore thick, magnifying goggles pushed up on his forehead. His hands, currently working on the disassembled innards of a drone, were sheathed in fingerless gloves. His eyes, when he looked up, were a piercing, intelligent gray, and they held a paranoia so deep it had calcified into a kind of calm. Chisaki Kai. Former pro-hero, overclock. His quirk had been neural acceleration, the ability to process information and perceive time at a vastly accelerated rate. It had made him a brilliant tactician and a master of technology. It had also, according to the whispers, burned out his empathy and eventually his tolerance for the hero system's bureaucracy. He'd retired over a decade ago and vanished. All Might's ghost, Chisaki said, his voice no longer synthetic but dry and precise. He set down his tools and walked over, his movements economical. He didn't offer a hand. His eyes were already dissecting Deku. The suit is a polymer weave, non-standard. Scorch marks consistent with plasma discharge, not conventional fire. The blade on your back, the alloy doesn't match any terrestrial metallurgy database I have. And the device on your arm. He leaned closer, his gray eyes gleaming behind the goggles. Isu reactive circuitry. Powered by a biological energy source. Fascinating. Deku fought the urge to step back. You know about the Isu. I know about things that don't belong, Chisaki said, turning and walking back to his workbench. I collect them. I study them. I keep them from the hands of fools like the Commission. He gestured for Deku to follow. All Might's code phrase means he believes you've stumbled into the deep end of the pool. And that you have something to show me. Deku told his story again, this time to a very different audience. Chisaki didn't react with emotion. He reacted with analysis. He interrupted with sharp, technical questions. The apple, frequency modulation during the lock sequence, did it emit a theta wave harmonic? The composition of the petrified tree's crystalline structure, carbon-based or silicon. Describe the exact waveform of the nullification corruption merger. Deku answered as best he could, his own analytical mind rising to meet the challenge. When he finished, he placed the dead apple on the workbench. He activated the bracer, showing the energy blade. He unsheathed the gray sword. Chisaki examined each item with the reverence of a surgeon and the hunger of a scholar. He ran scanners over them, muttered to himself in a stream of technical jargon, and finally leaned back, removing his goggles to rub his eyes. You sealed a containment breach of unknown class using a focused legacy energy weapon and a piece of Forerunner tech, he summarized, his voice tinged with something like awe. And you banished a human Isu hybrid into a non-causal buffer zone using a burnt-out key. You've had a busy week, boy. All Might said you could help, Deku said. I have a list. Other artifacts. The Commission has some. Others are still out there. And the lock, it's sealed, but it's been damaged. I need to understand it. I need to be able to protect it. Chisaki was silent for a long minute, staring at the dead apple. All Might saved my life once, he said quietly. When my quirk first manifested, it was volatile. I was a danger to myself and everyone around me. He didn't put me in a cage. He found me a teacher. He gave me a chance to turn my curse into a tool. He looked at Deku. I pay my debts. You can stay. This, he gestured to the cavern, will be your academy now. But it will not be like UA. There will be no cheering crowds. No grades. Just the work. And the truth, which is often ugly. He walked to a large, central monitor and brought up a global map. Dozens of markers glowed on it. My own collection. And my tracking of others. Your broker's list is crude, but it overlaps. He zoomed in on Japan. A marker pulsed over Musutafu. The Commission's primary holding facility. They have the stabilizer shard from the mountain, and likely other minor artifacts recovered from dig sites. Another marker, in Hokkaido. A private collector with Yakuza ties has a luck charm that alters probability fields. Another, offshore. A sunken ship in the Philippine Trench. Sonar shows a structure that shouldn't be there. He turned to Deku. Your education begins now. Lesson 1. These are not treasures. They are landmines from a war fought before human history began. The Isu weren't gods. They were an advanced species who played with the fabric of reality. And they lost. What's left are their broken toys. And some of those toys are waking up, resonating with the new energy source that has flooded this world, quirks. He pointed to the bracer on Deku's arm. This, and the sword, are different. They're not Isu. They're post-Isu. Human-made, using scavenged Isu principles, refined over generations. They were built for a specific purpose, to fight the corruption left behind. To be wielded by someone with a strong enough will to channel power without being consumed by it. His piercing gaze locked onto Deku. You are the first person in centuries, perhaps millennia, who meets the criteria. A human with a quirk that is, essentially, a concentrated vessel for human willpower. One for all is the perfect key for this particular lock. The weight of it, the sheer, staggering scale of the legacy he'd inadvertently stepped into, threatened to crush Deku. He wasn't just a hero. He was a successor in a lineage he hadn't known existed, holding the weapons of a secret brotherhood. What do I do? He asked, the same question, but now directed at a teacher of a different sort. Chisaki handed him a data slate. First, you learn. Everything about ISU energy signatures, about quantum locking mechanisms, about the physiological effects of prolonged exposure to temporal anomalies. You will learn until you dream in schematics. He pointed to a cleared space at the end of the cavern. Then, you train. Not to punch harder. To be precise. Your new tools are not clubs. They are scalpels. You will learn to use the bracer's full suite, the blade, the shield, the ranged pulse. You will learn the sword's harmonics, how it cuts not just matter, but energy fields. He walked over to a locker and pulled out a suit of armor. It was similar to Deku's infiltrator suit, but more complete, more integrated. It was a deep, matte gray, with the same hair-thin conductive channels. This is a prototype, based on the scans you just gave me from the mountain armory. It will interface with your bracer, enhance your control, and protect you from hostile energy fields. It is your new uniform. Deku took the suit. It was lighter than it looked. The world believes Izuku Midoriya is missing, likely a victim of the Gray event, Chisaki said, his tone businesslike. Let them believe that. From now on, when you go into the world, you are someone else. You are a ghost, a warden. You need a name. Deku looked at the gray sword, at the bracer, at the suit in his hands. He thought of Ezio, fading into dust on a stone dais. He thought of the locked tree, sleeping under the mountain. He thought of the silent war he'd inherited. Call me, Warden, he said, the name feeling both foreign and right on his tongue. Chisaki gave a slow, approving nod. Very well, Warden. Your first assignment is on the slate. A minor artifact. A music box in the possession of an oblivious old woman in Kyoto. It plays a lullaby that induces coma. The local heroes think it's a new villain's quirk. Retrieve it, quietly, before the commission's vultures swoop in or someone else gets hurt. He turned back to his workbench. You leave at nightfall. The crawler outside has been tagged. Use the tunnels to the south to exit. And Warden. Deku paused. The path you're on, it only gets darker from here. Don't forget the boy who wanted to save everyone with a smile. You'll need him, even when you're wearing that mask. Alone in the subterranean sanctuary, surrounded by the silent artifacts of a lost age, Izuku Midoriya began his new education. He read about cosmic horrors disguised as technology. He practiced making his energy blade extend a millimeter at a time. He learned to move in the new armor without a sound. As the artificial lights in the cavern dimmed to simulate night, he suited up. The gray armor hugged his frame, the helmet sealing with a hiss, the visor displaying a stream of data. He looked at his reflection in a dark monitor, a sleek, anonymous figure, a ghost with a green glowing blade. He was no longer just a hero in training. He was the Warden. And his watch had begun. Chapter 14. Kyoto was a palimpsest. Layers of history were written in its cobbled streets, its wooden machiya houses, its serene temples that held their peace amidst the modern city's hum. To Warden, moving through its night-shrouded Gion district, it felt like walking through a gallery of whispers. Each ancient eve, each moss-covered stone lantern, seemed to hold a story. Now, he was adding a new one, a story of silent retrieval, not heroic rescue. The intelligence on the slate was precise. The artifact was not a weapon in the conventional sense. It was a small, lacquered koto music box, an heirloom in the home of an elderly shamisen teacher, Mrs. Yamada. For generations, it had played a simple, haunting melody when opened. A month ago, her grandson had opened it out of curiosity. He had fallen into a coma from which he had not awakened. Local heroes had investigated, found no quirk residue, no poison. They'd labeled it a tragic, mysterious illness. But Chisaki's network, monitoring for anomalous energy signatures, had caught the faint, subsonic pulse the box emitted every night at midnight, a pulse that matched ISU harmonic patterns. The mission was clear: infiltrate the traditional house, secure the box without being detected, and extract. No confrontation. No witnesses. A ghost's job. Warden crouched on a tiled roof across the narrow street, the gray armor making him a part of the shadows. His visor displayed a thermal overlay of the house. 2 heat signatures, one stationary on the ground floor, Mrs. Yamada, likely asleep, one moving slowly in a small second-floor room, a nurse or a family member keeping watch over the comatose boy. His training with Chisaki, though only days old, had been intense and brutally focused. It wasn't about increasing one for all's percentage. It was about control so fine it felt like surgery. It was about moving not with superhuman speed, but with perfect economy. It was about thinking 3 steps ahead of anyone who might hear a creak or see a flicker of movement. He dropped from the roof, landing in the tiny, enclosed garden with the softest crunch of gravel. The shoji screens facing the garden were latched from within, but they were paper and wood. A target for brute force, or for finesse. From a pouch on his belt, Warden produced a tool Chisaki had given him, a thin, flat injector filled with a nanocellulose gel. He slipped it between the screen and its frame and squeezed. The gel expanded silently, pushing the internal wooden latch up and out of its bracket. He slid the screen open just enough to slip through, then closed it behind him. The inside of the house was dark, smelling of tatami, old wood, and incense. His visor adjusted, painting the world in gradients of green. He moved through the downstairs room like a breath of wind, avoiding furniture he'd memorized from the floor plans. The staircase was the main risk, old wood, prone to groaning. He didn't use the stairs. He found a structural beam near the wall, jumped, and stuck to it with a minute application of One for All in his fingertips. He crawled along the beam to the second-floor landing, dropping silently onto the hallway floor. The moving heat signature was in the room to the left. The door was slightly ajar. Through the gap, he could see a woman in a nurse's uniform dozing in a chair beside a hospital bed. In the bed lay a boy of about 10, pale and still. On the bedside table, beside a vase of wilting flowers, was the music box. It was beautiful. Black lacquer inlaid with mother-of-pearl cranes in flight. It looked utterly harmless. Warden's bracer scanner, synced to his visor, displayed a readout over the box: ISU resonance, theta class. Empathic dampening, neural stasis field. Active cycle in 12 minutes. He had to get it now, before its nightly pulse. He pulled a small, disc-shaped device from his belt, a localized EMP damper Chisaki called a hush. It would create a 2-second window of dead air, muffling any sound he made. He activated it and pushed the door open. The nurse didn't stir. He crossed the room in 3 silent steps. He reached for the box. His fingers were an inch from it when the boy in the bed opened his eyes. They weren't focused. They were milky, vacant. But they turned towards Warden. A dry, rasping whisper escaped his lips, not his own voice, but the echo of something old and melodic. The song is not for you. A shock, cold and psychic, lanced through Warden. It wasn't an attack. It was a presence. The boy's mind was trapped, but the artifact was using him as a conduit, a warning system. The nurse snorted, beginning to wake. No time for stealth. Warden snatched the box. The moment his armored fingers closed around it, the lacquered surface grew icy cold. The mother-of-pearl cranes seemed to shift, their flight paths coiling inwards. A whisper of the lullaby, a single, dissonant chord, played directly in his mind, promising sweet, endless oblivion. He shoved it into a padded containment pouch on his thigh, sealing it. The psychic chill cut off abruptly. The nurse's eyes fluttered open. She saw a tall, gray, armored figure looming in the dark room. She opened her mouth to scream. Warden was already moving. He didn't go for the door. He went for the window, a traditional latticed paper window. He shoulder-checked it, not with brute force, but with a controlled burst that shattered the wood and paper outward without sending lethal shards flying. He leapt into the night air as the nurse's scream finally tore loose behind him. He landed in the garden, his knees bending to absorb the impact. He could hear cries from the house, lights flicking on in neighboring homes. Time was up. He leapt for the roof, but as he pushed off, a figure dropped from the sky above him, landing squarely in his path on the garden wall. The figure was clad in a sleek, dark blue hero costume with silver accents resembling flowing water. A half mask covered the upper face, but the determined jaw and the style were unmistakable. Ingenium 2. Tenya Iida. His eyes, visible in the streetlight filtering over the wall, were wide with shock, confusion, and a dawning, horrified recognition. He'd been on patrol in the historic district, responding to a silent alarm from a neighbor who'd seen a shadowy figure on the roof. Iida's voice was a choked whisper. He saw the gray armor, the unfamiliar silhouette, but the height, the build, Midoriya. There was no time to explain. No words that would make sense. Warden turned to run along the wall. Stop! Iida roared, his quirk activating. Engines revved. Recipro burst. He was a blur of blue and silver. He wasn't trying to capture. He was trying to intercept, to force a confrontation, to understand the impossible thing he was seeing. Warden had a choice. Fight his friend, risking serious injury and revealing everything. Or run, and confirm every terrible suspicion. He chose the third option Ezio and Chisaki had drilled into him: misdirection, and escape. As Iida closed in, hand outstretched to grab his shoulder, Warden dropped. Not off the wall, but into a low slide beneath Iida's speeding form. At the same moment, he triggered the bracer. Not the blade, the shield. A disk of solid green energy, 3 feet across, snapped into existence horizontally, right at knee level behind him. Iida, unable to change his vector mid-burst, tripped over it. He went sprawling over the wall into the Yamata's garden with a crash of breaking pottery and a grunt of pain. Warden didn't look back. He ran along the wall, jumped to the next roof, and vanished into the maze of Kyoto's old quarter, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. He didn't stop running until he was deep in the bamboo forest surrounding the city, the only sound his own ragged breathing and the sigh of the wind in the leaves. He collapsed against a thick stalk, ripping off his helmet to gulp the cold air. Iida had seen him. He'd recognized him. Not as Deku, maybe, but as someone familiar, someone he knew was missing. The careful ghost story was crumbling. He pulled out the containment pouch. The music box was silent, inert inside its shielded prison. A small victory. A retrieved weapon. But the cost. His calm link, a tiny bud in his ear, chimed. Chisaki's dry voice. Signal indicates artifact secured. Extraction point is clear. Return for analysis. There was a complication, Warden panted. A pause. Define complication. Ingenium. He saw me. A longer pause. Chisaki's sigh was audible over the link. Then the first strand of your old life has found you. It was inevitable. How you handle it will define the next phase. Did you engage? No. I used a shield. He fell. He's not hurt. Good. A clean disengage. But he will report. He will have questions. The commission will cross-reference. Your ghost is gaining a silhouette. Chisaki's tone shifted to one of clinical assessment. This changes the operational parameters. You can no longer assume anonymity in the field. Your training must accelerate. And we must prepare a narrative. A narrative. For when your friends come looking for the ghost, Chisaki said. And they will. Now, return. We have a music box to dismantle and a great deal of work to do. The shadows are about to get much more crowded. Warden, Izuku, stared up at the slivers of night sky visible through the bamboo. The simple, clean mission was over. He'd succeeded, and in doing so, he'd pulled a thread that might unravel everything. He thought of Iida's shocked, betrayed face. The scream of the nurse. The vacant eyes of the boy, whispering with an ancient song. This was the path he'd chosen. Not glory. Not smiles. Retrieval. Containment. And now, the loneliness of being seen by the people you were trying to protect, and being seen only as a thief in the night. He put his helmet back on, sealing himself once more into the gray armor. The warden had a job to do. And the first cracks in his disguise were already spreading, a web of light threatening to expose the ghost he'd become. Chapter 15. The silence of Chisaki's mountain cavern had a new quality. It was no longer just the quiet of hidden work, it was the quiet of a storm gathering just beyond the stone. The retrieved music box sat on Chisaki's central workbench, disassembled into its constituent parts of lacquered wood, delicate metal gears, and a central, softly pulsing crystal the size of a marble. The crystal was the source, a tiny, focused ISU device designed not to destroy bodies, but to lull minds into a stasis from which there might be no return. Chisaki worked with a silent, furious intensity, his magnifying goggles reflecting the crystal's eerie light. Theta class, as suspected. An empathic damper. It doesn't attack the brain. It convinces the consciousness to take a nap. Permanently. The boy's mind is trapped in a feedback loop, singing the lullaby to itself. He looked up, his gray eyes grave. Reversal is theoretically possible. We need to record the harmonic signature of the crystal, then broadcast its inverse frequency into his neural field. It will be delicate, like diffusing a bomb made of dreams. This was the other side of the warden's duty. Not just taking dangerous toys off the board, but undoing the damage they'd already caused. Deku felt a flicker of hope amidst the guilt. Can we do it? We can, Chisaki said. But it requires getting the counter-frequency emitter within 3 feet of the boy's head for a sustained period. In a hospital room that will now be under increased security, once Ingenium files his report. The name was a cold splash of reality. Iida. He would have gone straight to the authorities, to Aizawa, to All Might. He would have described a fast, armored figure with a green energy shield. The Commission's algorithms would be chewing on that data right now, looking for a match to the gray event accomplice. As if summoned by the thought, the main monitor in the cavern flickered. An alert, Priority 1, from Chisaki's deep web monitoring system. It was a news clip, auto-playing. The screen showed a press conference. Behind a podium bearing the Hero Public Safety Commission seal stood a man Deku didn't recognize, stern, middle-aged, with the air of a military officer. The Chiron read, Acting Director Hiraku, Special Investigations. While we cannot comment on ongoing operations, Hiraku was saying, his voice clipped and authoritative, we can confirm that the individual responsible for the recent disturbance at the Gilded Cage docks and the theft of a sensitive cultural artifact in Kyoto is a highly dangerous, unidentified meta-human. This individual employs advanced technology and exhibits Quirk abilities that do not match any known registry. We are treating this as a top priority threat to national security. The screen split, showing a blurry, enhanced still. It was a figure in gray armor, caught mid-leap from the Yamada's roof, the green energy shield just fading from around his forearm. The image was grainy, but the silhouette was clear. Menacing. Alien. The public is advised to exercise extreme caution, Hiraku continued. Do not approach. Report any sightings immediately to the Hero hotline. This, Wraith, as we are calling the suspect, is considered armed and extremely dangerous. Wraith. They'd given him a name. A villain's name. Deku stared at the screen, a hollow opening up inside his chest. This was the narrative Chisaki had warned about. He was being painted, not as a lost student, not as a confused victim, but as a predator. A Wraith. Right on schedule, Chisaki muttered, turning back to his work. They need a public face for their failure. A monster to hunt, to distract from the questions about a missing director and a melted facility. You're it. But Iida, he knows it's me. Or he suspects. And what will he do? Chisaki asked, not looking up. Go to the commission and say, I think your terrifying Wraith is my missing, quirkless classmate who couldn't hurt a fly. They'd laugh at him. Or worse, they'd detain him for psychological evaluation. His testimony is useless without proof. And the proof, he gestured to the armor, the bracer, is walking around looking like that. He was right. Iida's recognition was a personal tragedy, not a tactical vulnerability. Yet. But it was a crack. And cracks had a way of spreading. Your training must accelerate, Chisaki repeated his earlier statement. You are no longer just retrieving artifacts. You are operating in a context where you are the primary target of the entire Hero establishment. Your next moves must be flawless. For the next 72 hours, the cavern became a crucible. Sleep was a luxury measured in minutes. Food was nutrient paste consumed between simulations. Chisaki's training was merciless and brilliant. He used his own quirk, Overclock, to create hyper-realistic combat scenarios in a holographic training room. He programmed the holograms with the fighting styles of known top-tier heroes, Endeavor's searing aggression, Hawk's blinding speed, Mirko's devastating close-quarters power. Warden fought them all, not to win, but to survive, to disengage, to use the environment, to misdirect. He learned the bracer's full potential. The energy blade was just the beginning. He practiced shaping the energy into small, throwing discs, silent, slicing projectiles. He learned to project the shield at a distance, creating temporary barriers. He mastered a low-powered, concussive pulse that could knock opponents back without causing permanent injury, a push function, as Chisaki called it. The gray sword was another lesson entirely. It wasn't just sharp. When he channeled one for all through it in a specific, resonant frequency, its edge could phase, passing through solid matter to sever energy connections. He practiced on holographic conduits, on simulated quirk manifestations, learning to cut a power line or disrupt a telekinetic hold without ever touching the person. It was surgical. It was terrifying. It felt less like heroics and more like a very precise form of violence. On the third night, Chisaki called a halt. He handed Warden a new data slate. Your next target. This one is different. The file showed not an artifact, but a person. A young woman, maybe 19, with tired eyes and hair streaked with unnatural colors. Her name was Sora Hikari. Her quirk, light bender. She could manipulate photons, creating illusions, solid light constructs, even focusing light into low-grade lasers. A decent, C-list hero in training at a small provincial academy. The anomaly wasn't her quirk. It was the data from her most recent physical. Scans showed unusual neural activity, and her quirk factor signature had minute, parasitic fluctuations that matched the resonance of a specific type of Isu artifact. A focusing lens, similar to but smaller than the machine in the commission facility. She's not carrying an artifact, Chisaki explained. She is one, or part of her is. My theory is that an Isu device, a lens, shattered at some point in the distant past. Microscopic fragments, infused with its code, entered the ecosystem. They lay dormant until the global emergence of quirks, a planet-wide energy surge, activated them. They've been bonding with compatible quirk factors ever since, mutating them, enhancing them, and sometimes, consuming the host. She's infected? Deku asked, horror rising. Symbiotic, perhaps, for now, but the artifact's purpose is to focus energy. Her quirk is evolving, becoming more powerful, less controllable. And it's rewriting her neural pathways in the process. She's experiencing blackouts, personality shifts. Soon, she may not be Sora Hikari anymore. She'll just be a vessel for a dead god's camera lens. The mission was not retrieval. It was intervention. We need to isolate the fragment, neutralize it, and extract it without killing her or destroying her quirk, Chisaki said. It will require the sword's phasing ability at a precision you have not yet demonstrated. And you must do it in the middle of her work-study shift at the Osakana Municipal Fish Market. She's a security guard there. Plenty of crowds to hide in, plenty of chaos to exploit. It was the most dangerous assignment yet. Not a box in a quiet house, but a living, breathing person in a public place. Why there? Why not when she's alone? Because the fragment's activity spikes when she uses her quirk under stress, Chisaki said. We need it active to get a clear scan and a clean cut. The market has a nightly disturbance, a gang of low-level thugs with minor augmentation quirks who shake down vendors. She intervenes every time. That's our window. The plan was set. The weight of it was immense. He wasn't just stealing a thing anymore. He was performing psychic surgery on a stranger, in public, while being hunted as the Wraith. The night of the operation, Warden descended on Osakana not by crawler, but by using a modified glider sail Chisaki had engineered, riding the thermal currents from the mountains to the coast. He landed on the roof of a refrigerated warehouse overlooking the vast, neon-lit chaos of the night market. The air smelled of salt, frying oil, and diesel. Through his visor, he scanned the crowd. He found Sora easily. She was in a simple security uniform, patrolling the edges of the main thoroughfare, her posture tense. His scanner highlighted her quirk factor, a normal, vibrant blue core, tangled with invasive, pulsing red threads, the Isu fragment. Right on schedule, the disturbance began. 3 thugs, one with stone-like skin, another with extendable arms, a third who spat acidic mucus, confronted a stall owner. Sora moved in, her face set in determined lines. Leave him alone, she shouted, her hands coming up. Light coalesced around her, forming a glowing, quarterstaff of solidified photons. The thugs laughed and attacked. The fight was clumsy but intense. Sora was well trained, but her movements were slightly off, as if she was fighting her own body. Her light staff flickered unpredictably. Warden's scanner showed the red threads in her quirk factor flaring brightly, trying to take control. Now, asterisk. He dropped from the warehouse roof, landing in a dark alley between stalls. He moved through the panicked crowd like a knife through water, unseen. He reached the edge of the scuffle as Sora, with a cry of frustration, unleashed a wave of blinding light to disorient the stone-skinned thug. The light was tainted, shimmering with a faint, sickly crimson hue. Warden activated the bracer's scanner at maximum focus, mapping the exact location of the fragment's nexus in her brain stem. He drew the gray sword. He channeled one for all, finding the specific, ultra-fine resonant frequency Chisaki had calculated. He stepped out of the crowd. Sora, panting, turned at the movement. She saw the gray armor, the featureless helmet, the glowing green sword. Her eyes widened in terror. The Wraith, He didn't speak. He had one chance. He lunged, not at her body, but through the space beside her head. The sword, phasing, passed through her skull without breaking the skin. Its edge, vibrating at the calculated frequency, intersected the nest of red threads in her quirk factor. There was no sound, no flash of light. Sora's eyes rolled back in her head. She collapsed. The red threads on Warden's scanner dissolved, evaporating into inert data. The fragment was neutralized, severed from its power source and its host. The thugs stared, stunned, at the fallen hero and the armored specter that had appeared from nowhere. The acid spitter recovered first, snarling. "You gonna pay for that, Tin Man." He spat a glob of corrosive mucus. Warden didn't even look. He raised his left arm. The bracer emitted a short, sharp thump of concussive force. The air distorted. The acid glob was vaporized midair, and the thug was thrown backwards into his companions, knocking them all down in a heap. Warden knelt beside Sora. A quick neural scan showed stable vitals. The fragment was gone. Her own quirk factor, slightly diminished but clean, was already stabilizing. She would wake up with a headache and no memory of the red-tinged light, her quirk back under her own control. He heard sirens. Heroes, drawn by the fight and the reports of the Wraith. He stood, sheathed his sword, and melted back into the fleeing crowd, a gray ghost vanishing into the neon-lit night. On a rooftop a block away, he activated his glider. As he rose into the sky, he looked back. He saw the local heroes arriving, tending to Sora, rounding up the thugs. He saw the crowd buzzing with the story. The terrifying Wraith had attacked a hero, then vanished. He had saved her, and in doing so, he had cemented his public legend as a monster. The flight back to the mountains was cold and long. He had passed another test, completed another mission. The weight in his chest wasn't pride. It was the heavy, cold stone of a mask hardening into a face he no longer recognized. Chapter 16 *. The mountain cavern was no longer just a workshop or a training ground. It had become a command center for a one-man shadow war. Screens glowed with maps, sensor feeds, and scrolling data. In the center, Chisaki stood like a conductor before a silent orchestra of technology, his hands moving in swift, precise gestures to manipulate holographic displays. The air hummed with a low-grade tension, the kind that preceded a storm. Warden stood before him, having just relayed the details of the Osakana market. Operation, the successful neutralization of the Isu fragment, the public confirmation of the Wraith persona, the clean escape. He felt no satisfaction, only a cold, hollow efficiency. He was reporting like a machine giving a diagnostic. Chisaki listened, nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, brought up a new set of data. The fragment's harmonic signature has been added to the database. It confirms the dispersal theory. The Isu didn't just leave behind tools. They left behind seeds. And the quirk phenomenon is the rain that's making them sprout. His gray eyes, magnified by his goggles, held a grim fascination. Sora Hikari was case number 7. I've confirmed. There will be dozens, perhaps hundreds more, worldwide. Manifesting as quirk evolutions, sudden awakenings, or villains with inexplicable power surges. He zoomed the map out to a global view. Dozens of new, faint red markers appeared, scattered like a pox across the continents. These are probabilistic markers based on the resonance pattern. Places where the environment, geological strata, or human activity might catalyze a fragment's activation. Major population centers with high quirk density are hotspots. Musudafu is glowing like a sunburn. Deku's stomach tightened. His home, his friends. We can't monitor them all. We don't have to, Chisaki said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. We find the source of the dispersal. The original lens that shattered. If we can find its core, even a major piece, we might be able to develop a broad-spectrum counter-frequency. A vaccine for the mind, if you will. He tapped the map, highlighting a region in Siberia, remote and brutally cold. Seismic and gravitational anomalies here match the predicted fracture point of a focusing lens class object. It's where the splash would have started. A mission to Siberia. To find the heart of the infection. It was a logical next step. A grand, overarching goal that made the single artifact retrievals feel like picking up leaves in a hurricane. But before Deku could process it, one of the perimeter alarms on the main console chimed softly, not the strident blast of a breach, but the persistent, worried ping of something anomalous at the edge of the sensor net. Chisaki frowned, calling up the feed. It was from a disguised camera in the forest, 2 miles down the valley from the 3 lightning-struck pines. The image was grainy, infrared. It showed a single figure moving through the trees. Not with the clumsy noise of a hiker or a commissioned scout. With a purposeful, eerie silence. The figure was clad in dark, non-reflective clothing, a hood pulled up. They moved from tree to tree, pausing, head tilted as if listening to the wind. Not commission, Chisaki murmured. Their tactics are more blunt. This is reconnaissance. Professional. The figure stopped, crouched by a stream, and did something unexpected. They removed a glove and placed their bare hand in the water. For a long moment, they were still. Then they stood, shook their hand dry, and looked directly up at the hidden camera. The hood shadowed their face, but the intent was clear. I know you're watching. Asterisk. They turned and began walking, not deeper into the valley towards the compound, but sideways, following the contour of the land, circling. They're mapping the perimeter, Warden said, his voice tight. Drawing the edges of the security net. Whoever they are, they're good, Chisaki admitted, a note of grudging respect in his voice. They found a gap in the white noise generators. They're reading the land, not the electronics. He began typing rapidly. I'm activating secondary protocols, scrambling internal signatures. But if they're this close, and this skilled, they may have already pinpointed the general location. We may have to consider evacuation. The thought was untenable. This mountain was their only base, their sanctuary. It held all of Chisaki's research, the artifacts, everything. We can't run, Warden said. Not yet. We need to know who they are first. I'll go. Chisaki looked at him, assessing. It's a risk. If they're hostile and you're captured or identified, then I'll make sure I'm not, Warden replied, the cold certainty of the mask settling over him. He was already moving towards the armor rack. 5 minutes later, he was a shadow slipping out of a secondary tunnel exit, a mile north of the main valley. He moved low and fast, using the terrain, becoming just another shifting darkness in the moon-dappled forest. He circled wide, aiming to come up behind the intruder's last known position. He found the spot by the stream easily. The scent of disturbed earth and cold water hung in the air. He activated his visor's multi-spectrum tracker. Footprints, faint but clear in the soft mud, led away. He followed. The intruder was good. They used natural cover, avoided brittle branches, left minimal sign. But against Warden's enhanced sensors and his own recently honed instincts, they left a trail like a neon arrow. He closed the distance silently, a ghost hunting a ghost. He caught sight of them just as they reached a high ridge overlooking the mouth of the hidden valley. They were standing on an outcrop, silhouetted against the night sky, looking down towards where the compound lay buried. They had their hood down now. Long, dark hair spilled over their shoulders. A familiar, athletic frame. Warden's breath hitched. He knew that silhouette. He'd seen it 1,000 times in the UA cafeteria, in training exercises, walking ahead of him in the hall. It was Momo Yaoyorozu. Her head turned slightly, as if she'd heard his stifled gasp. She didn't look alarmed. She looked expectant. Warden stood frozen, a statue in the trees 20 yards away. What was she doing here? How had she found this place? This wasn't Ida's straightforward pursuit. This was reconnaissance. Calculation. Yaoyorozu turned fully to face the forest, her expression calm and unreadable in the dim light. I know you're there, she said, her voice clear and carrying on the still air. No fear. No aggression. A simple statement. I've been following the energy signatures for weeks. The subtle distortions around certain Quirk accidents. The strange technology rumored to be at the Gilded Cage. The pattern led here. She took a step forward. I'm not with the Commission. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to understand. Her dark eyes scanned the trees, not seeing him, but knowing he was there. The boy who went missing from our class was my friend. He was kind, and brave, and he would never willingly become a wraith. Unless something was terribly wrong. Unless he was trying to fix something no one else could see. She reached into a pouch at her belt and pulled out a small, complex device of her own creation, a scanner. I built this to detect non-standard energy emissions. It led me to the Yamada house after the incident. I found residual particles on the garden wall. A polymer not used in any commercial or hero gear. And a unique energy decay signature. She looked directly at the shadow where Warden stood. The same signature I'm detecting from you right now. She was here because of her brilliant, analytical mind. She'd connected dots no one else had even seen. She'd tracked the wraith back to its lair not through force, but through sheer, relentless intellect. Warden's mind raced. This changed everything. Yaoyorozu wasn't the enemy to be fought or evaded. She was a potential ally of incalculable value. Her quirk, her mind, her resources, but revealing himself was a risk of catastrophic proportions. Trust was a currency he couldn't afford. Yet, she was here alone. She'd come in secret, bypassing the authorities. She was offering a parley. He made a decision. He stepped out of the shadows. The moment he moved into the moonlight, Yaoyorozu's breath caught. She saw the gray armor, the helmet, the imposing, anonymous figure. But her eyes went immediately to the way he moved, the specific set of his shoulders, the hesitant pause before he took another step. Her analytical mind was comparing data points, height, build, posture. Midoriya. The name was a whisper, filled with dawning, awful certainty. Warden didn't confirm. He didn't deny. He simply stood there, a silent admission. Yaoyorozu's hand flew to her mouth. The calm, analytical mask shattered, revealing the shocked, worried girl underneath. It is you. My God, what happened to you? What is all this? She gestured to the armor, to the hidden valley. You shouldn't have come here, Warden said, his voice filtered and distorted by the helmet's modulator. It was a weak deflection, and they both knew it. Someone had to, she replied, her voice firming, her creator's mind reasserting itself over her shock. Iida saw you in Kyoto. He's devastated. He thinks you've been coerced, or brainwashed. Uraraka refuses to believe it's you at all. Todoroki is quietly investigating on his own. Bakugo is just angry at everyone. She took a step closer. They're your friends. They're tearing themselves apart. We deserve the truth. The word, friends, was a lance to his heart. He saw their faces, Iida's betrayed stare, Uraraka's determined hope, Todoroki's silent suspicion. He was hurting them. Every day he stayed in the shadows, he was causing them pain. The truth is dangerous, he said, the modulated voice flat. Knowing it puts a target on your back. A target from people a lot worse than street villains. I am the daughter of the Yaoyorozu family, she said, drawing herself up. Danger is a part of the legacy I carry. And I am a hero in training. Hiding from the truth is not what we do. Her eyes were fierce. Tell me. Let me help. He looked at her, at the brilliant, determined girl who had tracked a ghost through sheer will and intellect. She was already in the gray, whether she knew it or not. She had found the wraith. Keeping her in the dark now would only push her to dig deeper, more dangerously. And he was so tired of being alone. He reached up and triggered the release on his helmet. It hissed, unsealed. He pulled it off. The cool night air hit his face. He saw Yaoyorozu's eyes widen, taking in his features, older, harder, shadowed with exhaustion and a grief no 16-year-old should carry, but undeniably Izuku Midoriya. It started on the beach, he began, his own voice, raw and human, cutting through the forest quiet. And he told her. Not the abbreviated version he'd given All Might or Chisaki. The whole story. The tear in the world. Ezio. The hidden war. The Commission's corruption. The mountain prison. The Isu seeds infecting quirks. His choice to become the warden. He spoke for a long time. Yaoyorozu listened, her expression shifting from shock to horror to a deep, solemn understanding. When he finished, she was silent for a full minute, her mind processing the vast, terrifying reality he had just laid at her feet. So the wraith isn't a villain, she finally said, her voice hushed. He's a janitor. Cleaning up the mess left by gods, before the new tenants burned the house down. It was such a perfectly Yaoyorozu way to put it that a choked, half-hysterical laugh escaped Deku. Yeah, that's about right, and you can't come back, she stated, the tragedy of it settling in her eyes. Because the system you'd return to is compromised, and it would either cage you or dismantle you to learn your secrets. He nodded, the movement heavy. Yaoyorozu's jaw set. The creator, the strategist, was back in full force. Then we don't bring you back. We bring the support to you. She looked at his armor, at the bracer. This technology, it's incredible, but it's static. It can't adapt. My quirk can. I can create tools, materials, devices you can't get anywhere else. I can be your quartermaster. Your eyes and ears in the world you've left behind. The offer was breathtaking. It was everything he needed. And it was an immense risk for her. You'd be committing treason, he said softly. Against the commission. Against the hero system. I am committing to the truth, she corrected. And to a friend who is carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. That is what a hero does. She extended her hand, not for a handshake, but in formal offering. Let me help you, Izuku. Let Kriti support the warden. He looked at her hand, then at her resolute face. He thought of Ezio's parting words about the creed passing in choice. This was Yaoyorozu's choice. He took her hand. Her grip was strong and sure. In the dark forest, under a cold moon, an alliance was forged. The ghost in the gray armor was no longer alone. The secret war had just gained its first, brilliant recruit from the world of light. And the line between hero and warden, between student and soldier, blurred a little more. Chapter 17 *. The forest clearing felt different now. The moonlit silence was no longer just the watchful quiet of the hidden valley, but the charged stillness of a pact being sealed. Yaoyorozu's hand was warm in his, a tangible tether to the life he'd left behind. He released it, the gesture feeling both momentous and terrifyingly normal. You can't stay out here, he said, his voice dropping back to its natural, unfiltered tone. It sounded strange to his own ears after weeks of the helmet's modulation. The perimeter sensors will flag you as an anomaly again. You need to come inside. 2. Meet my other teacher. Yaoyorozu's eyebrows arched. There's someone else. The one who gave me this, he gestured to the bracer, the sword. He knows more about what we're facing than anyone alive. He led her not to the main entrance, but to the secondary tunnel he'd used. It was a tighter fit, but she followed without complaint, her keen eyes taking in every detail of the hidden passage. When they emerged into the vast, softly lit cavern, she stopped dead. Her breath caught. Her eyes, wide with a scholar's awe, swept over the workbenches laden with alien technology, the display cases holding impossible artifacts, the central holographic map glowing with its constellation of red and blue markers. It was a treasure trove of the anomalous, a museum of the forbidden. Chisaki Kai turned from his console, his magnifying goggles giving him the look of a startled insect. He saw Yaoyorozu, and his thin frame went rigid. Every paranoid instinct he possessed visibly flared. His hands twitched towards a panel on his workbench. It's all right, Warden said quickly, stepping between them. She's not a threat. She's a friend. She found us. On her own. A friend, Chisaki repeated, his voice dry as dust. He pushed his goggles up, his piercing gray eyes scanning Yaoyorozu with an intensity that could etch steel. Yaoyorozu Momo. Quirk. Creation. Top of her class at UA, not just in power, but in strategic analysis and support technology. Daughter of one of the wealthiest industrial families in Japan, with connections that reach into every level of society, including the Commission's funding boards. His lips thinned. You have just walked into the single greatest security breach of my life. Explain why I shouldn't activate the neural dampener in the floor and have you wake up with no memory of this valley. Yaoyorozu, to her credit, didn't flinch. She met his gaze, her posture straight. Because I'm more useful to you awake and allied than as an amnesiac liability. Because I tracked the Wraith, tracked Midoriya, here using my own intellect and resources, which means I can operate independently and effectively in the field you cannot enter. And because, she added, her voice softening slightly, he shouldn't have to do this alone. She gestured to the cavern, to the weight of it all. This is a war. Even a secret one needs logistics. Intelligence. R&D. I can provide that. I can create tools tailored to specific threats, materials that can shield against Isu energy, communication devices the Commission cannot trace. I can be a bridge between the shadows and the world he's trying to protect. Chisaki was silent for a long moment, his eyes flicking between her and Deku. The paranoia was still there, a live wire in the air. But beneath it, Warden could see the cold, pragmatic calculator in his mind whirring. He was assessing her value, weighing it against the catastrophic risk. Your family, Chisaki said finally. They are closely monitored. Your resources, your communications, they are not secure. I am not my family, Yaoyorozu replied firmly. I have my own resources. Trust funds, shell accounts I set up for prototype development. I have a private workshop that not even my parents know the full extent of. I am not here as a Yaoyorozu. I am here as Kriti. As a hero. The title, in this context, sounded like a vow. Chisaki let out a long, slow breath. He walked to a console and typed a command. A soft hum filled the cavern as various security protocols Warden hadn't even been aware of powered down. Very well. A probationary alliance. You will have limited access to non-critical data. You will submit any designs for tools or gear for my review before fabrication. You will maintain absolute operational secrecy. One slip, one hint to the wrong person, and the consequences will be terminal. For all of us. Yaoyorozu nodded, a sharp, professional dip of her head. Understood. And just like that, the dynamic shifted. The one-man shadow war became a cell of 3. The cavern transformed from a solitary refuge into a headquarters. The next week was a whirlwind of accelerated activity. Yaoyorozu didn't move in, that would be too suspicious, but she visited daily under the cover of independent field studies, using a stealth glider of her own design. Her mind was a force of nature. She pored over Chisaki's data on Isu energy signatures, asked incisive questions, and within days had produced her first prototype, a thin, mesh undersuit meant to be worn beneath Warden's armor. Woven from a carbon nanotube polymer she'd engineered, it could dynamically adjust its density, offering enhanced protection against energy-based attacks and a limited ability to dampen psychic emissions. It won't stop a direct hit from Kanzaki's nullification, she said, holding up the sleek black fabric, but it might buy you a crucial half-second of clarity. She also began work on their most pressing need, a secure, untraceable communication network. Using principles of quantum entangled particles, a theory Chisaki had been toying with for years but lacked the raw materials to realize, she started constructing a pair of comm links. Once paired, they'll be able to communicate instantaneously across any distance, through any interference, with no signal for anyone to intercept. They'll be our lifeline. But her most valuable contribution was intelligence. Using her family's legitimate business contacts and her own discreet inquiries among the UA staff and other hero families, she began to build a picture of the Commission's response. "They're spinning the Wraith narrative hard," she reported one evening, her face lit by the glow of a data slate. "They're linking you to unsolved villain attacks, to minor infrastructure failures. They're creating a monster to justify a budget increase for their Special Threats Division. Acting Director Hiraku is consolidating power. He's purging anyone with known loyalty to Kanzaki and replacing them with hardliners." She looked up, her expression grim. "But there's a fracture. Not everyone in the Commission is on board. There are whispers about Kanzaki's disappearance being too neat. About the strange energy readings from the Takayama facility before it was decommissioned due to geological instability. Some are starting to ask questions they shouldn't. Dangerous questions," Chisaki murmured. "They'll be silenced, one way or another. Or they could be allies," Yaoyorozu countered. "We need eyes inside. Not everyone who works for the Commission is a monster. Some are just bureaucrats, or idealists who believe in the system." It was a risk, but it was a strategic one. The idea of having a source within the very organization hunting him was both terrifying and exhilarating. During this time, Warden's training entered a new phase. With Yaoyorozu providing support, Chisaki could create more complex, realistic simulations. Now, the holographic enemies weren't just copies of pro-heroes. They were simulations of Commission cleanup squads using tactics and non-lethal weaponry designed to capture, not kill. They were simulations of the coral-like bio-drones from the mountain, moving with their eerie, silent coordination. And they began to run joint exercises. Yaoyorozu, using a holographic projector of her own creation, would take on the role of mission control, feeding Warden intel, creating diversions with solid light constructs, or fabricating tools on the fly for him to use. They learned to communicate in shorthand, to anticipate each other's moves. The synergy was immediate and powerful. Where Warden was the scalpel, Yaoyorozu became the guiding hand, the architect of the operation. One evening, after a particularly grueling simulation where Warden had to retrieve a simulated artifact from a moving train while evading both drones and a hero team, they sat in the cavern's small living quarters, eating ration bars. The silence was comfortable, a far cry from the tense isolation of before. "I spoke to Uraraka today," Yaoyorozu said softly, not looking at him. "She asked me if I'd heard anything about you." Warden's chest tightened. What did you say? I said no, Yaoyorozu replied, her voice heavy. I lied to my friend's face. She's not giving up, Izuku. None of them are. Todoroki has been using his family's resources to privately investigate the Grey event. Iida has practically memorized the police report from Kyoto. They're a thread, pulling on the tapestry. And they're getting closer. They have to stop, Warden said, the words tasting like ash. It's too dangerous. If the commission realizes they're investigating, they're heroes, Yaoyorozu said simply. Telling them to stop looking for a friend in trouble is like telling water not to be wet. The only thing that will stop them is the truth. Or, a convincing enough lie. She looked at him then, her dark eyes serious. We need to give them something. A redirect. A mystery that leads them away from you, and towards a target we can control. Chisaki, who had been listening silently from his workbench, turned around. A operation with two objectives. We identify a genuine, low-level Isu artifact or fragment that poses a minor, visible threat. We orchestrate a situation where the Wraith appears to be after it. Then, we leak just enough information to your friends, an anonymous tip, a corrupted data file, that leads them to the same location. They arrive, see the Wraith in action, see him secure the artifact, and then see him escape. It reinforces the Commission's narrative for the public, but it also gives your friends a mission, a focus. It turns their search from, find Midoriya, to, unmask the Wraith. A safer, if still dangerous, obsession. It was cruel. It was brilliant. It was using his friends as pawns in his own deception. Warden felt sick. We'd be manipulating them. We'd be protecting them, Yaoyorozu corrected gently, though her own face was pained. By giving their search a harmless outlet. By keeping them away from the real secrets, the mountain, the prison, the seeds, that would get them killed. The logic was impeccable. The ethics were a minefield. He thought of Uraraka's determined smile, of Iida's unshakable loyalty. Lying to them was one thing. Actively crafting a scenario to deceive them felt like a betrayal of a different magnitude. But he also thought of the coral drones, of Kanzaki's void-filled eyes, of the ticking clock on the Siberian fracture point. His friends, charging into that darkness with nothing but their quirks and their courage, they wouldn't last a day. He looked at Yaoyorozu, at the shared burden in her eyes. She was already sacrificing, already lying for him. Could he ask her to do this, too? We do it, he said, the words leaving his mouth before he could second-guess them. But we make sure they're never in real danger. The artifact has to be something containable. The situation has to be controlled. They get a show, and we get a distraction. Chisaki nodded. I have just the thing. A minor resonance stone. It causes localized gravity fluctuations, makes things float, then crush them. It's in the possession of a small-time villain in Yokohama who thinks it's a fancy paperweight. We retrieve it, but we let the fight get noisy. We draw attention. Then we leave a breadcrumb for Class 1A to follow. The plan was set. A staged performance for an audience of his closest friends. As Yaoyorozu prepared to leave for the night, she paused at the tunnel entrance. Izuku, she said, not using his codename. This is the hardest part. Living in the space between. Hurting to protect. Just, remember who you're doing it for. He nodded, unable to speak around the lump in his throat. She vanished into the tunnel. Alone in the cavern with Chisaki, the weight of the coming deception settled over him like the gray armor he wore. He was no longer just hiding from his friends. He was about to become the monster in their story. On purpose. The warden's mask was no longer just for hiding. It was becoming a prop in a play he was writing, a tragedy where he was both the villain and the only one who knew the script. Chapter 18 *. Yokohama's warehouse district at night was a symphony of neglect. The groan of rusted metal, the drip of leaking water, the distant, lonely blare of a ship's horn on the fog-shrouded bay. The air was thick with salt and the tang of industrial decay. It was the perfect stage for a performance of shadows. Warden perched on a corroded gantry crane, a statue of gray against the bruised purple sky. Below, in a supposedly abandoned packing warehouse, the target was making his move. The villain, a petty thug who went by the alias, Shuffle, his quirk let him slightly rearrange the molecular density of small objects, useful for cheating at cards, less so for combat, was meeting with a buyer. The item on the table between them was a fist-sized, milky white stone that seemed to swallow the light from the single bare bulb hanging overhead. The gravity stone. To anyone else, it looked like a fancy geode. To Warden's visor, it pulsed with a familiar, sickly green Isu resonance. This was the bait, the controlled variable. His comm link, the new quantum entangled device Yaoyorozu had christened, Whisper, hummed softly in his ear. Her voice was calm, mission control cool. Iida, Uraraka, and Todoroki are en route. ETA 8 minutes. They received an anonymous tip about a major weapon deal here. Police band is quiet, this is an off-the-books investigation for them. Right on schedule. His friends, playing into his hands. The guilt was a cold, hard stone in his gut, but he pushed it down. For their safety. To redirect them. The mantra felt hollow. Buyer is getting nervous, Chisaki's dry voice added over the shared channel. He was monitoring from the mountain, watching through the camera feed from Warden's helmet. He's a middleman for a Yakuza splinter group. He knows something's off about the stone. Shuffle is trying to bluff. Down below, Shuffle puffed out his chest. I'm telling you, this thing is special. Put your keys on it, they float. Put your hand on it too long, feels like it's gonna pull your bones out through your skin. The buyer, a sleek man in a too nice suit, scowled. Show me. This was the moment. The artifact needed to be seen as a genuine threat, but the situation couldn't spiral out of control. Warden dropped. He didn't use a flashy, green-lit entrance. He fell like a piece of the ceiling, landing between Shuffle and the buyer with a thud that shook the concrete floor. The two men jumped back, startled. The wraith stood before them, a featureless helmet turning slowly to regard each of them. He said nothing. The silence was more terrifying than any boast. Shuffle recovered first, his bravado returning. Who the hell are you? This is my score. His hand shot out, not towards Warden, but towards the gravity stone on the table. He was going to use it as a weapon. Warden was faster. His left arm snapped up. The bracer emitted a short, sharp crack of concussive force. The air rippled. Shuffle was thrown backwards into a stack of empty pallets, which collapsed on top of him with a crash. The buyer went for a gun in his shoulder holster. Warden didn't let him draw. He took 2 swift steps and delivered a precise, armored chop to the man's wrist. The gun clattered to the floor. A follow-up strike to a pressure point on his neck, and the buyer slumped, unconscious. Clean, efficient, theatrical. He turned to the stone. As he reached for it, he deliberately let his movements be a fraction slower, more deliberate. He was giving the audience time to arrive. Right on cue, the main warehouse door slammed open. Freeze. Hero office. Tenya Iida stood in the doorway, engine steaming, his posture rigid with outrage and confusion. Behind him, Ochako Uraraka floated a few inches off the ground, her hands clenched into determined fists. And beside them, Shoto Todoroki stood, a plume of frost curling from his right foot, his left hand glowing with contained heat. They saw the scene. 2 men down, one buried in debris, the other unconscious. And in the center, the gray armored wraith, his hand closing around the pulsating white stone. Iida's eyes, visible behind his helmet, locked onto the wraith. He saw the green energy flicker from the bracer as Warden secured the stone in a containment pouch. That color, it was a ghost of a memory, a color he associated with frantic muttering and broken bones and impossible hope. His voice, when he spoke, was thick with conflict. You, stand down. In the name of the law. Warden turned his helmet towards them. He had to make this good. He had to be the monster they expected. He raised his left arm, the bracer glowing menacingly. He didn't speak. He let the threat hang in the air. Don't. Uraraka cried, her voice cracking. She didn't see a classmate. She saw the armored figure from the news, the one who had attacked a hero in Kyoto. Just put the stone down. We can talk about this. Todoroki said nothing. His eyes were narrowed, analyzing. He looked from the wraith's posture to the downed men, to the strange stone. Something wasn't adding up. Warden took a step back, towards a shadowed alley between tall storage racks. The planned escape route. He's fleeing. Iida yelled, and he shot forward, Recipro burst igniting. I will not let you escape again. This was the dangerous part. Iida was fast. Too fast. Warden couldn't afford to be caught, but he couldn't seriously hurt him either. As Iida closed in, Warden pivoted. He didn't raise the bracer to strike. He raised it defensively. The green energy shield snapped into existence just as Iida threw a piston-driven punch. The punch connected with the shield. The sound was a deafening gong that reverberated through the warehouse. Iida grunted, his arm jarred by the impact, but his momentum was unchecked. He rebounded, skidding to a halt. Warden used the force of the impact, letting it push him further into the alley. He turned and ran. After him, Iida commanded. They gave chase. Uraraka used her quirk on herself and Todoroki, lightening them so they could keep pace with Iida's speed. They plunged into the maze of shelves and containers. Warden led them on a deliberate chase. He took turns that forced them to separate, used his knowledge of the layout provided by Yaoyorozu's pre-mission scans to stay just out of reach. He let them see glimpses of him, a gray shape vanishing around a corner, the flicker of a green shield deflecting a chunk of ice Todoroki launched. He was painting a picture, elusive, dangerous, but focused on escape, not combat. He reached the pre-planned exit, a rusted-out emergency door that led to the maze of shipping containers outside. As he slammed through it, he triggered a small device Yaoyorozu had given him, a spectral charge. It emitted a brief, blinding flash of light and a burst of distorted sound, mimicking a short-range teleportation or a smoke bomb. From outside, it would look like the Wraith had used advanced technology to vanish. He didn't vanish. He simply stuck to the ceiling of the container yard's entrance alcove, high in the shadows, holding perfectly still as his pursuers burst out the door. Iida skidded to a halt, his engines whining. Uraraka and Todoroki arrived a second later. Where did he go? Uraraka panted, looking around wildly. Todoroki scanned the area, his mismatched eyes missing nothing. He saw the scorch mark from the spectral charge on the ground, smelled the ozone. Some kind of emitter quirk or tech. He's gone. Iida slammed a fist into the side of a container, denting the steel. No, we had him. He trailed off, his shoulders slumping. The furious energy drained out of him, replaced by a bewildered, profound frustration. He didn't fight. Not really. He blocked. He ran. Uraraka floated down, her face pale. He had the stone. That was what he wanted. He wasn't here for them. She gestured back towards the warehouse. Todoroki was quiet, staring at the spot where the Wraith had seemingly disappeared. His movements were efficient, calculated, not frenzied, like a villain. More like a soldier on a mission. He looked at Iida. The shield. The green energy. Did it feel familiar? Iida was silent for a long moment. The memory of the green lightning, of Midoriya's determined grin, clashed violently with the image of the silent, armored phantom. I don't know, he finally said, the admission sounding torn from him. It's impossible. From his perch, Warden watched them. He saw the confusion, the doubt, the seeds of the redirect taking root. They weren't looking for a lost friend anymore. They were hunting a mystery. A wraith. It was what he wanted. So why did it feel like he was carving out a piece of his own soul and leaving it bleeding on the cold concrete below? His comm chirped softly. Yaoyorozu's voice, strained. Police frequencies are lighting up. The local heroes are responding to the noise. You need to extract. Now. He didn't move. He watched Uraraka put a comforting hand on Iida's arm. He watched Todoroki continue to examine the scene, his analytical mind picking apart the contradictions. Warden, Chisaki's voice cut in, sharper. The mission is complete. The artifact is secure. The narrative is set. Disengage. The professional terms were a lifeline. He was the warden. This was an operation. A success. He pushed off the ceiling, landing silently on top of a container stacked 3 rows over. He moved away, a gray ghost dissolving into the Yokohama night, the gravity stone a heavy secret in his pouch. Behind him, he left his friends in a cloud of doubt and unresolved questions, standing in the shadow of a monster he had just convinced them was real. The flight back to the mountains was a numb blur. When he arrived in the cavern, he placed the containment pouch with the stone on Chisaki's workbench without a word. He removed his helmet, his face pale and drawn. Yaoyorozu was there, having returned ahead of him. She looked at him, her own expression a mirror of his conflicted guilt. It worked, she said softly. The police reports are already calling it a wraith intervention. They're baffled by the technology. Iida, he filed a report that was full of contradictions. He's doubting his own eyes. Good, Warden said, the word ash in his mouth. Chisaki examined the stone, then looked up. A clean operation. The artifact is contained. Your friends are now officially on the trail of the Wraith, not Midoriya. A strategic victory. A victory that tasted like defeat. Yaoyorozu walked over to him. She didn't offer empty comfort. She presented a data slate. While you were out, I finished the preliminary analysis on the Siberian fracture point. The energy signatures are massive. An order of magnitude greater than the mountain prison. If that's the core of the shattered lens, it's not just sleeping. It's dreaming. And its dreams are affecting the local reality. Reports of time skips, phantom images, animals with impossible mutations. She zoomed in on the map. A vast, frozen crater lake. This is ground zero. The readings suggest a structure beneath the ice. A temple, or a vault. We need to go there. Soon. Before whatever is dreaming decides to wake up. The new mission, vast and daunting, was a relief. It was a purpose big enough to drown out the memory of Ida's frustrated fist hitting metal, of Uraraka's lost, hopeful face. The warden had a new target. A frozen heart of ancient corruption. He looked at the slate, then at Yaoyorozu, then at Chisaki. The guilt was still there, a cold companion. But it was joined now by a grim, forward-driving necessity. He had pushed his friends into the safer mystery. Now, he had to face the real one. Prepare for cold weather, he said, his voice flat and resolved. We're going to Siberia. Chapter 19 *. The world outside the cavern vanished, replaced by a flat, white hell. Siberia in late autumn was a monochrome expanse where the sky and the earth blurred into a single, featureless sheet of bleached gray. The air was a knife, so cold it felt solid in the lungs. The only sounds were the moan of the wind across the permafrost and the crunch of their boots on snow that was more like granular ice. They had traveled for 3 days, using a combination of Yaoyorozu's resources and Chisaki's forgery skills to become a geological survey team from a obscure Kyoto university. Their cover was thin, but it was enough for the remote checkpoint they'd passed 50 miles back. Out here, there was no one to question them. There was only the emptiness, and the target. The crater lake was not on any standard map. It was a perfect, circular scar 10 kilometers across, its surface a pane of black ice so clear it looked like a hole punched through the world into space. The surrounding land was buckled and torn, littered with house-sized boulders that seemed flung by a giant's hand. The air above the lake shimmered with a subtle, heatless distortion, a permanent mirage. Warden stood at the crater's rim, his gray armor now layered with a white thermal camo cloak Yaoyorozu had fabricated. His breath plumed in the air, frosting the lower edge of his helmet. His visor was overlaid with data from the portable scanner array Chisaki was setting up behind them. Readings are off the scale, Chisaki's voice crackled over the whisper calm, strained by the cold and the interference. Temporal distortion, spatial compression, raw Isu energy flux, it's not just a fragment. It's the core. The lens didn't just shatter here. It imploded. And it's been stewing in its own juices for 12,000 years. The local reality is cheesecloth. Yaoyorozu, bundled in a heavily insulated version of her hero costume, her breath making little clouds around her determined face, pointed. There. The ice is thinner. I'm reading a structural outline beneath. Rectangular. Artificial. Warden followed her gesture. In the center of the lake, the black ice gave way to a patch of milky, fractured white. His visor zoomed, enhancing. Beneath the crazed surface, he could make out lines, straight, intersecting, too regular to be natural. A roof. A buried building. The temple, he murmured. The source, Chisaki corrected. We need to get down there. Take core samples, map the energy channels. But the distortion field, it's playing havoc with our equipment. And with our senses. You may see things, hear things. Your own memories, twisted. The lens doesn't just focus light. It focuses thought. It makes dreams solid. They used repelling lines to descend the steep, icy crater wall. The climb was treacherous, the wind trying to pluck them from the ropes. When they reached the lake surface, the silence became absolute. The wind's moan was cut off, as if they'd stepped into a bubble. The only sound was the creak of the ice underfoot and the frantic beat of Warden's own heart. They moved towards the center, the white fracture patch growing larger. The ice here was webbed with deep, glowing cracks of a faint, sickly blue light. The same light pulsed weakly from the structure beneath. As they approached, the cheesecloth reality Chisaki had warned about began to manifest. At the edge of his vision, Warden saw movement. He turned his head. A figure in a white and red robe stood on the ice 20 yards away, back turned. Ezio. The figure began to turn, slowly. Warden's breath caught. But before he could see the face, a gust of wind, impossible in the still air, kicked up a swirl of snow. When it settled, the figure was gone. You see it too, Yaoyorozu whispered, her voice tight. She was staring at a spot where the ice seemed to reflect not the gray sky, but the bustling hallways of UA, students laughing and rushing to class. The image flickered, vanished. Don't focus on them, Chisaki warned over the comm, his voice sounding distant, as if he was shouting down. A long tunnel. They're psychic echoes. The lens is scanning you, trying to find familiar patterns to latch onto. Ignore them. Keep moving. The fracture zone was a jagged maze of ice splinters and deep, glowing crevasses. They picked their way through, the blue light from below painting their faces in ghostly hues. The sense of being watched was overwhelming, a pressure against the mind. They reached the edge of the milky ice. Beneath, the structure was clearer. It was a ziggurat, a stepped pyramid of dark stone, covered in intricate carvings that swam and shifted when looked at directly. At its peak was a dais, and on that dais, resting in a cradle of stone, was the source. It was not a single object. It was a cloud, a swirling, chaotic vortex of crystalline shards, each a different size, each glowing with a piece of the spectrum, deep purples, violent reds, blinding golds. They orbited a central point of absolute darkness, a pinprick of void that seemed to drink the light around it. This was the heart of the shattered focusing lens, held in an unstable, permanent explosion. God, Yaoyorozu breathed, her creator's mind struggling to comprehend the physics of it. It's beautiful. It's a cancer, Chisaki's voice hissed in their ears, thick with static. A self-sustaining dimensional tumor. The scans are incomprehensible. The energy output is cyclical. It's building towards a pulse. A big one. In approximately 1 hour. A pulse of what? Warden asked. Of focused everything, Chisaki replied. It could rewrite the local laws of physics. It could spawn 100 new fragments. It could open a rift that doesn't close. We need to plant the dampeners. Now. From their packs, they produced devices of Chisaki's design. Resonance dampeners, meant to be placed at specific points around the fracture zone to form a containment field, to bottle the coming pulse before it could radiate outwards and infect a continent. They split up, each taking a designated point. Warden's was on the far side of the fracture zone. As he moved away from Yaoyorozu and the comforting hum of the equipment, the psychic pressure increased. The echoes became more vivid, more personal. He saw his mother, crying over a news report about a missing boy. He saw All Might, skeletal and frail, reaching out a trembling hand. He saw Bakugo, snarling, "You'll never be a hero, Deku." The visions weren't just visual, they carried emotional weight, a gut punch of grief, guilt, and anger. Ignore them. They're not real. They're just reflections. Asterisk. He reached his point, a stable-looking ice shelf near a deep crevasse. He knelt, pulling the dampener from his pack, a heavy, disc-shaped device with a spike on the bottom. He drove it into the ice, activated it. A low hum joined the psychic noise. As he stood, a new figure solidified from the swirling snow. This one was not a memory. It was solid, real. It wore a sleek, black version of a cleanup squad uniform, but without insignia. Its face was covered by a smooth, featureless black helmet. In its hands, it held a weapon Warden recognized, a high-frequency blade, similar to his sword, but crude, industrial. A copy. The figure didn't speak. It attacked. The move was fast, professional, and aimed to kill. Warden barely got his own sword up in time to parry. The clash sent a shower of sparks and a discordant shriek of metal on metal across the silent ice. The soldier pressed the attack. Its style was a brutal mimicry of his own, learned from combat data, from the recordings of Kyoto and Yokohama. It had none of Ezio's grace or his own evolving precision. It was raw, efficient killing programming. Warden fought back, but his mind was split. The psychic echoes clawed at his focus. He saw Ida's betrayed face superimposed. Over the black helmet, he heard Uraraka's plea, "Just put the stone down." Asterisk. He landed a solid kick on the soldier's chest, sending it skidding back. "Who are you?" "Commission." The soldier didn't answer. It reset its stance. From its belt, it pulled a small device and slammed it onto the ice. The device emitted a piercing whine. All around the fracture zone, the ice screamed. The resonant frequency was attacking the structure of the lake itself. Cracks spider webbed out from the device at terrifying speed. The ice beneath Warden's feet groaned and shifted. He heard Yaoyorozu cry out over the comms, cut off by the sound of shattering ice. Yaoyorozu. He tried to run towards her last position, but the black armored soldier was in his way, its blade humming with malicious intent. The target is the core. Chisaki's voice was frantic, barely audible over the whine and the cracking. They're not here for us. They're here to trigger the pulse. To use it as a weapon. You have to stop them. Warden looked past the soldier. He saw two more identical black figures sprinting across the ice towards the central dais, towards the swirling vortex of shards. They were carrying bulky packs, energy capacitors, probably, to siphon and direct the pulse. He had to choose. Help Yaoyorozu, or stop the apocalypse. The soldier in front of him lunged again. This time, Warden didn't parry. He dropped his sword. He stepped inside the blow, letting the high-frequency blade skid off his armored shoulder with a shower of sparks. Pain lanced through him, but he was inside the guard. He grabbed the soldier's wrist with his left hand, the bracer humming. With his right, he formed a fist, green lightning crackling around it for the first time in weeks. He didn't throw a punch. He drove his fist, wrapped in the full, screaming power of One for All, into the ice at their feet. Smash! The ice, already stressed to its breaking point by the resonator, exploded. A chunk the size of a car sheared away, plunging both Warden and the black soldier into the freezing, black water of the crater lake. The shock was absolute. The cold was a billion needles driving into his flesh, even through the insulated armor. The world went dark and silent except for the frantic thump of his own heart. He kicked, desperate, disoriented. His visor's low light mode activated. He saw the soldier below him, tangled in its own gear, sinking into the abyss. He saw the underside of the ice ceiling, a jagged mosaic of blue light and impenetrable black. And he saw something else. Below, deep in the water, the submerged levels of the ziggurat glowed. In moving around it, slow and graceful in the freezing water, were shapes. Humanoid, but elongated, their skin shimmering with the same blue light as the cracks. Their eyes were large and dark. They were not echoes. They were alive, the permanent residents of the lens's dream. One of them turned its head. It looked up, directly at him. It raised a webbed hand, not in threat, but in a slow, deliberate gesture towards the surface, towards the central dais. A warning, or an instruction. His lungs were burning. He kicked upwards, towards the hole he'd made. He broke the surface, gasping, hauling himself onto a stable ice floe. He was meters away from the fracture zone now, separated by a moat of open, freezing water. He looked towards the center. The two other soldiers had reached the dais. They were attaching their devices to the stone cradle around the vortex. The swirling shards were moving faster, their colors bleeding together into a blinding white. The pulse was imminent. Yaoyorozu was on her knees nearby, one arm dangling at a bad angle, facing off against a third soldier. She'd created a solid light shield, but it was flickering under the assault. There was no direct path. No time. Warden made a calculation. He backed up on his ice floe, ran to its edge, and jumped. Not towards the dais, but straight up, as high as he could. At the apex of his jump, he twisted in midair, facing downwards. He raised both arms. The bracer on his left hummed to its maximum frequency. The sword, which he'd recalled to his hand with a magnetic pull from his belt, glowed with fierce green energy in his right. He crossed them in front of his face, replicating the stance he'd used against Kanzaki. He focused not on nullification, but on direction. On focus. He was the ninth holder of One for All. He carried the cumulative will of generations. The shattered lens below was a focus of ancient, broken will. He would give it a new target. He poured every ounce of his power, his resolve, his legacy, into the crossed blades. The green light didn't just glow, it erupted, forming a colossal, vertical beam of pure emerald energy that shot from his position down towards the vortex. It wasn't an attack, it was a command, a competing frequency. The beam struck the swirling shards. For a second, nothing happened. Then, the chaotic vortex stuttered. The blinding white light fragmented, pulled in two directions, towards the soldiers, siphoning devices, and towards Warden's beam. With a sound like a universe cracking a knuckle, the energy pulse discharged. But it didn't radiate outwards. It was split, ripped apart by the conflicting focuses. Half of it shot into the soldiers' devices. They overloaded instantly, vaporizing the 2 soldiers in a silent flash of actinic light. The other half traveled up the green beam, straight into Warden. It hit him like a freight train made of stars. He felt his bones turn to light. He felt time stretch and snap. Visions, not echoes but truths, flooded his mind: the Isu civilization in its height, the shattering of the lens, the long, cold sleep under the ice, the first stirrings as quirks emerged like a new dawn. He saw the network of fragments, a galaxy of infection points across the globe. He saw the locked tree in the mountain, and he felt its deep, slow hunger. The energy was too much. It was cooking him from the inside out. His armor sparked and smoked. He was falling, the ice rushing up to meet him. The last thing he saw before the blackness took him was Yaoyorozu's horrified face, and the swirling vortex of shards collapsing in on itself, spent, dormant once more, the immediate crisis averted. But the knowledge, the awful, galaxy-sized knowledge of the infection, was now burned into his soul. The Warden had stopped the pulse. And in doing so, he had stared into the heart of the disease. And the disease had stared back. Chapter 20 *. Consciousness returned in jagged pieces. First, the smell, antiseptic, ozone, and the faint, sweet odor of Yaoyorozu's creation polymer. Then, sound, the steady, soft beep of a medical monitor, the hum of climate control, and a low, tense murmur of voices. Finally, sensation, a deep, bone-grinding ache that seemed to inhabit every cell, and a strange, buzzing clarity in his mind, as if a layer of static he'd never noticed had been wiped clean. He opened his eyes. He was in a medical bay within Chisaki's mountain cavern, but it had been upgraded. New equipment, sleek and silent, surrounded the bed. Tubes and sensor pads were attached to his arms and chest. The lights were dim. Yaoyorozu sat in a chair beside the bed, her arm in a sophisticated-looking brace of her own design. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, but they lit up when she saw he was awake. Izuku. She didn't use his codename. The relief in her voice was a tangible thing. Across the room, Chisaki stood before a wall of monitors, his posture more hunched than usual, his white hair wild. He didn't turn, but his shoulders tensed. Vitals are stabilizing. Neural activity is atypical. Elevated in the theta and gamma waves. The lens pulse did more than burn you. It rewired something. Warden tried to sit up. Pain lanced through his torso. He looked down. His chest was bare, swathed in bandages. The skin he could see was crisscrossed with fine, luminous green lines, like his own veins, but glowing with a faint, internal light. The aftermath of the beam, of channeling a piece of a dying god's heart. The soldiers. He rasped, his throat raw. Vaporized, Chisaki said flatly. Their equipment was a crude, reverse-engineered Isu siphon. Commission-designed philosophy, but built with a haste that suggests desperation. They weren't there to contain. They were there to harvest. To turn the pulse into a weapon. He finally turned. His face was grim. You split the energy. Half destroyed them. The other half, he gestured to Warden's glowing veins. You absorbed. Or it absorbed you. The scan is inconclusive. You are now a walking Isu-human hybrid event. The words should have been terrifying. But the buzzing clarity in his mind muted the fear. He felt connected. To the cavern around him, to the steady thrum of the Earth's magnetic field, to the faint, whispering network of the fragments scattered across the globe. It was a map etched in fire behind his eyes. I can see them, he whispered. The fragments. The seeds. I can feel them sleeping, stirring, infecting. There's a pattern. It's not random. He closed his eyes, and the map expanded. He saw the red markers from Chisaki's screen, but now he saw the connections between them, thin, pulsing lines of corrupted energy, a web of infection. And at the center of the web, a void. A blank spot. Not the Siberian core, but something else. Something that was drinking the energy, coordinating it. There's a sinkhole. Something is gathering the corruption. Not to use it. To feed. Chisaki was at his side in an instant, a data slate in hand. Describe it. Coordinates. Warden focused. The image in his mind was like a negative of a star, a point of profound, hungry darkness. It's moving. Not a place. A person. Or something wearing a person. The image sharpened, and a chill that had nothing to do with his injuries shot through him. The void had a silhouette. Tall. Imposing. Familiar in a way that curdled his blood. It's in a city. A big one. Tall buildings, neon, it feels old and new at the same time. Tokyo, Yaoyorozu breathed. The sinkhole is there, Warden confirmed, opening his eyes. The clarity was a burden now, heavy with dread. It's the reason the infection is accelerating. It's a catalyst. We stop the fragments, we're just pruning branches. We have to find the root. This void. Chisaki was already inputting data, cross-referencing with his own databases, with Yaoyorozu's social intelligence. A person acting as a focus for Isu corruption. It would require a quirk of immense adaptability, or a complete lack of one, to not be consumed immediately. And a will powerful enough to bend the corruption to a purpose, rather than be bent by it. His fingers froze over the slate. His gray eyes widened behind his goggles. No, it can't be. What? Yaoyorozu asked. The only person I know of with a quirk that could theoretically assimilate foreign energy on that scale, and a will monstrous enough to control it. He looked at Warden, a profound horror dawning on his face. All for one. The name was a hammer blow to the quiet medical bay. The boogeyman. The eternal enemy. The one All Might had sacrificed everything to put in Tartarus. He's in Tartarus, Warden said, but the words felt weak even as he said them. The void in his mind felt active, predatory, not locked away. Tartarus is the most secure prison ever built, Yaoyorozu said, but doubt colored her voice. It was built to hold quirks, Chisaki whispered. Not this. If a fragment, or the resonance of the corruption, reached him, if it merged with his quirk, he brought up a news feed on the main monitor. It showed a recent, bland statement from the Hero Public Safety Commission, Tartarus facility undergoing scheduled systems upgrade. All communications temporarily restricted. Scheduled upgrade, Chisaki spat. A blackout. No one in or out. The perfect cover. The pieces fell together with a terrible, grinding logic. The Commission's desperate grab for power. The artifact research. The attempt to harvest the Siberian pulse. They weren't just greedy bureaucrats. They were terrified. They knew something was wrong at Tartarus. They were scrambling for a weapon to fight a threat they couldn't contain, a threat they may have inadvertently unleashed by poking the Isu ruins. And All for One, the master of taking, had found a new all-you-can-eat buffet, the corrupting energy of a dead civilization. He wasn't just stealing quirks anymore. He was becoming something else. A sinkhole for an ancient poison. Warden pushed himself up, ignoring the shriek of pain from his body. The glowing lines on his chest pulsed in time with his heartbeat. We have to go. We have to confirm it. You are in no condition, Yaoyorozu started. It doesn't matter. He snapped, then regretted it when he saw her flinch. He softened his tone. If he's free, or changing, or, worse, if he's orchestrating this from inside his cell, then every second we wait, the infection spreads. The fragments awaken. People like Sora Hikari become his unwitting soldiers. We have to see. Chisaki studied him for a long moment, then nodded, a decision made. We go to Tokyo. Not to fight. To observe. To confirm. You are a censor now, Warden. The only one who can see the web. We follow your lead. The preparation was swift. Yaoyorozu fabricated a new suit for him, this one designed not for stealth, but for containment and dispersion. It was black with the same glowing green circuitry tracing over it, mirroring the marks on his skin. It would help him channel the foreign energy, control the new senses threatening to overwhelm him. She also created a dampener module for him to wear on his back, a portable version of the Siberian devices, in case they needed to create a localized safe zone. They left the mountain at dusk, using a stealth transport Yaoyorozu had commissioned through one of her shell companies. It was a silent, windowless vehicle that slid through the night towards Tokyo like a shadow. As the sprawling, neon-lit metropolis rose before them, Warden closed his eyes. He let the buzzing clarity expand. The city wasn't just a collection of buildings and people. It was a storm of quirk signatures, a roaring bonfire of human energy. In moving through it, like a shark through a glowing reef, was the void. It was in the downtown core, the financial district. But it wasn't in a skyscraper. It was deep, underground. He's below the Commission's main headquarters, Warden said, his voice thin with the strain of focusing. There's a hollow space. A vault. It's where they keep their most sensitive things. And he's there, feeding. He's not in Tartarus at all, Chisaki realized, his fingers flying over a portable terminal. They moved him. After the upgrade, they brought the devil to their own basement, thinking they could study him, control him. And he's been drinking their secrets and the corruption ever since. It was a nightmare scenario. The hunter and the hunted, living under the same roof, one. Oblivious to the cancer growing in the foundation. They parked in an abandoned sub-level of a nearby parking garage. From here, they would proceed on foot, through Tokyo's labyrinthine undercity, maintenance tunnels, old subway lines, the literal foundations of power. Warden led, his new senses acting as a dowsing rod for the void. The deeper they went, the thicker the air felt, saturated with a psychic miasma of ambition, fear, and rot. The walls seemed to pulse. They passed commissioned security checkpoints, but Chisaki had their codes, their rhythms. They slipped through like ghosts. Finally, they stood before a featureless, reinforced alloy wall at the end of a dusty utility corridor. According to stolen schematics, this was the outer shell of the Maximum Security Anomalous Materials Vault, MSAMV. The Black Room. Warden placed his hand on the cold metal. He didn't need schematics. He could feel the void on the other side, a cold, hungry presence that made the glowing lines on his skin flare in sympathetic agitation. There's no door here, Yaoyorozu whispered, scanning the wall with a device. There doesn't need to be, Warden said. He focused on the wall, on the molecular structure of the alloy. He saw its weaknesses, not with his eyes, but with the ISU-enhanced perception, stress points, minute fractures. He raised his right hand, the one without the bracer. The green lines covering it glowed brighter. He didn't punch. He pressed his palm against a specific point and pushed. With a sound like a crystal singing, a circular section of the 3-foot-thick alloy wall dissolved, not melting, but unraveling at the atomic level, flowing away like sand to create a perfect, man-sized hole. The edges gleamed, molten for a second before cooling. On the other side was not a cell. It was a cathedral of darkness. The room was vast, easily as large as the Siberian crater. It was devoid of light, but Warden's new senses could perceive it. The walls, floor, and ceiling were lined with the same dull gray alloy, etched with countless containment runes and quirk suppression fields that hummed at a frequency that would flatline a normal human. In the center of the room, suspended in a complex cage of energy beams and physical restraints, was the void. All for one. He hung there, a silhouette against the nothingness. He wore a simple, gray prisoner's smock. The life support helmet that usually covered his ruined face was gone. His head was bare, revealing the horrific scars, the empty eye sockets. But something was wrong. The scars were not just flesh. They were lines of darkness, cracks in reality itself, weeping a faint, anti-light. Tendrils of the same void-like energy drifted from his body, connecting him to the walls, to the floor, to the very containment fields meant to hold him. He wasn't trapped by them. He was integrating with them. And floating in the air around him, orbiting his body like mockery planets, were fragments. Dozens of them. Pieces of ISU technology, glowing with corrupted colors. He had called them to him. He was using them as lenses, focusing the infection, drinking it in. He was no longer just a man who stole quirks. He was becoming a black hole for an entire malignant history. As they watched from the hole in the wall, one of the empty, void-filled eye sockets turned towards them. A voice echoed in the chamber, not through air, but directly into their minds. It was all for one's cultured, chilling tone, but layered with the grinding stone of the ISU, the whisper of the void. Ah, the little guardian, the warden, I felt you touch the source. You brought a piece of it with you. How thoughtful. A new vintage to sample. The void around him pulsed. The psychic pressure in the room spiked, a crushing weight of ancient hatred and infinite hunger. Warden took a step forward, into the black room, his green-lit armor the only speck of color in the consuming dark. He now knew the true shape of the war. It wasn't against a system, or a conspiracy. It was against a man who was turning himself into a god of emptiness, using the corpse of the last gods as his fuel. The final battle wouldn't be in the streets, or in the skies. It would be here, in the dark heart of the enemy's kingdom, against a shadow that was learning to eat the light. And Izuku Midoriya, the boy who wanted to save everyone with a smile, stood facing it, armed with a legacy of heroes and the stolen fire of dead aliens, a green star against an endless, hungry night. The watch was over. The endgame had begun. If you want to see how far his power evolves, or how the hero society reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, Don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Deku what if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next chapter. Until then, go beyond. Plus Ultra.